Mics are live. Be careful what you say. Good morning, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled and rescheduled, and here we are meeting. Best decision possible for the future of our community. Amen.
Amen.
Yesterday, that was actually at my request after speaking with Nancy and Judith and Sarah the other day, simply because we didn't want to have somebody new here in the event there was somebody new here and have to deal with this on their first day. So if we could please delay this until our next meeting or even the end of the meeting, what would your preference be?
So moved.
For the next meeting?
Next meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second? Any objection to that motion? Okay, that passes unanimously. May I have a motion now to approve the final agenda, which will just be a public hearing for the Seagate Red Coconut development, and Frankie will be here to talk about some things under the administrative agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, thank you. Any objection? Hearing none, the agenda is approved, and Mr. Sudduth is appearing now. Hi, Don, it's good to see you. Hey, is there any public comment for anything outside of our public hearing? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Big Apple.
Even before we start talking about that, as far as what your role and responsibilities are, I wanted to bring your attention to the agenda packet. We've had a couple rescheduling of several meetings, and a couple items perhaps were not in the place where we wanted them to be. And there'll be a lot of discussion today on the documents, specifically the exhibits. So I wanted to take a moment right now and tell you what you have in your packet and where you might be able to locate it within your agenda, okay? So of course, the development agreement is what is before you, and that should be on page 14. There are 4 exhibits referenced in that development agreement. Exhibit A you will find on page 29. Exhibit B is on page 35. Exhibit C is on page 51. And Exhibit D is on page 54. First glance of that document, what you'll see is when you get to in the staff report is Exhibit A and Exhibit B. Exhibit A is on page 60, and Exhibit B is on find that on pages 73 to 142. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that, because again, during your conversation, your discussion, your ordinances, you have a opportunity for land use approvals of a development agreement. There are statutory development agreements that have certain procedures, administrative code procedures for a review of home rule development agreements with deviations. Just to bring you back to resolution number 24-73, and I believe, Sarah, this is your Exhibit B to your staff report. So again, if you want to look at what I'm referring to, that's going to be on page 63. So this was a resolution that was adopted by council back on the 12th of April of this past year. And this created the process. So in the past, you really didn't have any home rule development agreements moving forward because there was not a process in place. So the adoption of this resolution provided that additional tool in the toolbox for land use reviews. So with that said, I wanted to go through what that resolution actually says, because it really gives you kind of a framework to move forward. The first part of that resolution, on page 1 of that resolution, is the application procedures. And there is a list of 17 items that needs to be presented to staff. And that would be staff rendering a sufficiency review, saying that yes, their application is sufficient, they have provided the needed documents based on this. Paragraph 2, beginning on page 3, of the attachment Exhibit A to that resolution, Exhibit B, as you can see all these exhibits. This contains, again, let's see, 17. 17 items that must be in the agreement. So before moving forward, staff working with the applicant, we made sure that we had something to address each one of those 17 items. And that's kind of where the debate begins, because the items are the substance of what needs to be in there. At a minimum, you can put additional terms and conditions in. The very last part of the resolution, on page 6, paragraph 3, talks about the procedures. How did we even get here today? So first of all, you know that staff has completed a sufficiency review of the application that was submitted. And there has been conversation, and that's where I will go ahead and jump to 3.1. The town manager or the town manager's designee, and Andy and Frankie will be joining us. They've had conversations, preliminary conversations, and then they have been joined by staff, Judith and Sarah, and myself at certain meetings to review the proposed project and holding preliminary non-binding negotiations with the applicant that has been completed regarding appropriate terms and conditions on which the land can be developed. At such time as a tentative agreement is reached as to the recommended terms and conditions, or the town manager or town designee deems that no further negotiations would be helpful, because it's unlikely that we would be reaching a concurrence, the proposal shall be reduced to a non-binding, again, non-binding and unexecuted writing. And that's the document in your agenda packet on page 14, beginning on page 14. And such tentative agreement, whether oral or written, shall not give rise to any development rights or equitably or legally vested any development rights in the owner of the property or other substantially affected persons. Okay. Continuing on, reduction of proposal to writing. So once it is reduced to writing, we will include the minimum criteria that's in there. And it can include a provision that authorizes administrative amendments to the site plan, provided that height, density, and intensity are not increased, and the plan remains consistent with the comprehensive plan. So subsequent to any approval of this agreement or any agreement, there is the opportunity, the authorization for staff to make administrative amendments to it. So then, again, once it's been reduced to writing, moving on, the town manager, the applicant may prepare the proposed development agreement for review by the local planning agency. I also want to point out in the rules, 3.2.3, it is not required for the town manager or designee to make a recommendation as to whether the town council, or based on the recommendation from the LPA, should approve or not approve a development agreement. So you're not going to see a staff recommendation in your materials. That brings us to the public hearings. So at the time when the development agreement has been reduced to writing, which is what you have in front of you, we shall transmit it to the local planning agency. And at the public hearing today, held by the LPA shall issue a recommendation for approval or denial of the development agreement to the town council. And thereafter, a public hearing will be held by the town council as to the development agreement. The approval by the town council will be in the form of an ordinance. And we have already submitted a draft for required publication of an ordinance 10 days prior to the second reading of that. You know, a lot of things have been going on, but we do have a title, so I would like to go ahead and read that title into your record, so it's clear as to what a description of this development agreement is. So the ordinance title is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a home rule development agreement for property located at 3001 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, strap number, and Sarah will have included that, and owned by Seagate Fort Myers LLC, as authorized by Section 2-100 of the town's Land Development Code, and in compliance with the procedures for application and approval of development agreements with deviations set forth in Resolution Number 24-73 for the purpose of redevelopment of the property previously known as the Red Coconut RV Park, providing for terms and conditions, including but not limited to the identification of the proposed use of the property, a finding of consistency with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, commitments and development obligations, deviations needed for development, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Nancy.
So with all that said, I think we're ready to begin our quasi-judicial hearing.
Nancy,
Yes.
could I make one,
Yes.
change? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We added some additional addresses to cover all the properties that are involved. So it's actually gonna be property located at 3001 Estero Boulevard, 2943 Estero Boulevard, 2932 Estero Boulevard, 211 211 Denora Boulevard. Do you want me to read the strap numbers also?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it isn't just that one property, which is on the north side and the south side of the property, but there are some other.
Yes, so she was able to amend the ad, the
Yeah.
draft that we had prepared yesterday for submittal to the newspaper. So
Okay.
the
Thank you very
advertising
much.
everything is set up.
Copacetic. Wonderful.
Yes,
Okay, so let's start with
quasi-judicial, so you gotta listen to me
ex-
again.
ex parte. I'm going to start with the ex parte, Nancy. We'll take a break from you for a minute.
Okay.
Don, do you have any ex parte communication relative to this case?
No, none other than early on, I think before the plan was actually put in place, I had a conversation.
Okay. How about you, John?
Yes, I've met with the applicant and have received numerous emails, as well as seeing social media posts.
Thank you. Jim?
Same.
Okay. Jane?
I went to one of the display meetings.
Okay. How about you, Doug?
I had a virtual meeting with the applicant and reviewed one of the exhibits that's in our package, and I've received numerous emails from the public.
Thank you.
From the public.
Jim?
The same as John and Jim.
Okay. I have had many conversations with Mr. Price. I have also, I'd like to include everything everybody else has said here between social media and the public demonstrations. I think everyone's pretty aware of what's happened here. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to go ahead and ask the applicant if I can. You've heard disclosures made of various emails. It is important to the town that you have a fair hearing today. Have you been provided with copies of these emails, or do you want to question any of them regarding their disclosures?
We have only received
Your
one.
name for the record?
I'm Tina Ekblad, principal at Sage Entitlements, and the land use planner on this case. We've only received a single email from the town clerk yesterday, so if there are more emails than that, we would appreciate those being forwarded to us, as we are not in receipt as of today.
So in the interest of fairness, those of you that disclose that you do have received emails, because reading that email, you now have more information that the applicant hasn't been made aware of, and maybe the information is accurate, maybe it's inaccurate. So context of being fair in this hearing, those disclosures should be made. So we will follow up and provide those to you.
Should I just forward what I was given to Amy? And then-
Yes,
Yes.
yes, please, if you can, if
Yep.
you want to just
Well,
forward it.
probably one person would make it probably easier, because it was probably all the same, because they were addressed to the.
Yeah, we-
I think we have three.
Yeah, we
of
all
them.
have the emails, right?
We got
Yeah.
three of them, I
Forwarded
think,
by
last
email.
night, right? You said it. I'll forward them.
Okay, just forward them to Amy, and she's unfortunately quite used to this.
Are you also talking about the, letters from the people, you know, that sent emails
Yes.
opposing and things like that?
Anything that you have that they have not had the opportunity to view, or to review is the appropriate course of action.
So I think one of those strings, I'll call them, seemed like a pre-prepared communication.
Yeah.
That several members of the public forwarded on to us. So I probably have 6 or 8 of those. I don't know, Amy, if they went through you too. I know you sent out one of them.
I have 8 of
But
them.
once you get that one, it's gonna be the same document that's been
Yes.
elevated by the number of people sending it.
So going forward, I would strongly recommend that anytime you do receive an email, and as you're reading it, go ahead and forward it to our town clerk. So that will make it easier for some of these hearings. Okay,
Next, Nancy?
you ready for me?
I've been ready since, what
Okay.
date was that, October?
So, again, so we talked a little bit specifically about the development agreement itself, but now I want to give you, for the record, a little bit more information about these quasi-judicial hearings, because they do impact private property rights, and it's important that we have safeguards in place to make sure that this is a fair hearing and review. So the development agreement we're considering it quasi-judicial in nature, and this requires that this public hearing comply with some procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these proceedings are going to be less formal than the proceedings before a circuit court, but they're going to be more formal than your typical public meeting. And we will follow basic standards of due process, requiring certain notices, application of the correct standards and decisions that's made on competent and substantial evidence presented to the land planning agency in written documents or in oral testimony. So the LPA, you're going to evaluate the testimony and the information and draw a conclusion regarding whether the land development code and comprehensive plan or state law has been satisfied. So pure speculation or mere opinion that's not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by the LPA in evaluating this item. So testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent substantial evidence by Florida courts, as well as the testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their current personal knowledge. So anyone in the audience who is intending to speak, please keep this in mind. And when you come forward, state your name clearly for the record. In the event that your recommendation is a denial, we ask that you go ahead and place in the record the reason for your denial. And under Florida law, a denial of a quasi-judicial should not be based merely on the determination of public support or opposition. The reason also should not be arbitrary, discriminatory, unreasonable, but should be based on a lack of competent and substantial evidence in support of the application. So a couple more housekeeping items. I need to ask the town clerk regarding the noticing of this item, or possibly Sarah, if you want to chime in on, has this been properly noticed?
Yes, we did send out postcards for the first scheduled hearing. Then that did not happen. Last week, we sent out postcards for this hearing. And the postcards also included the town council hearing dates.
Okay. The next question I have is, again, in the to be fair in this hearing, does anybody have a conflict, a personal conflict that would prohibit them from participating and voting on this matter?
Does anybody have a conflict?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, so at this point, if there is anyone who would like to give testimony to the LPA, if you could stand, and the clerk will administer an oath.
That means anybody who's going to speak during public comment.
Perfect. If you'll all raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, all parties have been sworn.
Okay, those
Thank
of
you all.
you that had stood up and that would like to be qualified as experts in a particular area before the LPA, this is the time to make that known.
Tina, have you been qualified before? I don't remember.
For the record, Tina Ekblad, yes, I have been qualified in this forum before. For the record, I am the principal of Sage Entitlements LLC. I was with a different company last time I was here. I am an AICP certified planner, and I would ask to be qualified again as an expert in land use planning. And I believe Mr. Price would also like to be qualified as an expert in land development, construction practices, et cetera.
Okay, so could I have a motion to
So
accept
moved.
once again
Second.
Tina Ekblad? Thank
Thank you
you.
so
Is
much.
any objection? None?
None.
Mr. Price? I'll flip back and forth between calling you Mr. Price and Matt.
Call me
I don't-
whatever you want.
I'm good.
Just call me
Call me for
It's
dinner.
fine, I've been called worse. In fact, probably in the comments section. So, Matt Price, Seagate Development Group, I'm looking to be qualified as an expert, apparently.
And you are the property owner,
I am the
correct?
property owner,
Okay.
developer, builder.
And your expertise is in,
A lot of things. How long you got? No, I'm kidding. Land development is really.
In Florida.
In Florida. We're a local developer, been here 20-plus years. My father's here. We started Seagate Development together 10 years ago, but I've been developing in Southwest Florida for 20-plus years now, so.
May I have a motion to accept
So
Mr.
moved.
Price?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
okay,
very
and
much.
Tina had mentioned another individual, if you want to state, oh, Matt.
Just me.
Oh, okay, all right, very good. Also, I would remind the LPA that Jason Smalley, who's not here today.
Yes, he is.
Oh,
He is here.
in the back, okay. And Sarah Prost, they have also been, Judith Frankel as well. So you have 3 staff members from the town who have previously been qualified as experts by this LPA. Any objection to continuing their
course not.
participation as experts? Okay. And I think at this point, we should be ready. Oh, one more question. So the applicant, have you received a copy of the agenda materials? Okay, very good.
Thank you, Nancy.
Madam Chair, I think I'm
Thank
done.
you very much. So, this is gonna be our plan going forward, unless there's any objection from the LPA. We will, you know how everything's organized. The one thing that was, forgotten is that you do have a copy of the LDC text for the deviations. It's here on the table for you, just so you've got that to refer to. We're going to let Tina and Matt make their presentation. After their presentation, if we have any questions for them, we'll ask them. Then we'll have public comment. The public will be able to comment on everything they've heard so far. After the public comment, we will go through the development agreement step by step. And if there's anything or any questions that need to be answered or any changes anyone wishes to suggest, we can go through and do that. I'd also like to keep it open, so if there are additional questions at that point for the applicant, we can have that discussion. Or if something is raised that they would like to address, I'd like to be able to allow them to address that at that
Good deal.
point. Any objection?
Perfect.
Okay, well, let's start.
All right. Great. For the record, Matt Price, Seagate Development Group, owner and developer of the property. I appreciate everyone coming here. I made a lot of promises to keep our presentation relatively short, knowing that there's a lot to talk about, and to extend the question and answer from LPA members. I think it's important for the interaction to happen. We've seen it in our public meetings that us getting up and talking for a long time is just us talking about a project that a lot of people have already heard about. A lot of meat and potatoes come out in the questions, and we've been able to add certain things to the development agreement through this process from those questions, a lot more than me getting up and waxing poetic about the project that I love. So that's how we're gonna do it. If there's any objections, let me know. I just wanted to, before I started to get into why, I think we have a presentation, so we can, oh, is this me? Do I
It
click
is.
this?
You might have to turn it on the side.
There we go, like that. Look at that. Oh, look at that, huh? All right. So, before I get into starting with this, we're gonna say a lot of things, there's gonna be a lot of discussion here, but the brass tacks, I think, and why everyone's here, why everyone's focusing on our project, I believe, is that I don't think that a project has been presented to, council that has shown a public benefit versus a height, clearly and as easily as we've tried to make this development agreement process. And I think there's a lot of developers and a lot of owners in town that have heard different things from council about maybe there is a chance to get height with public benefit, but council really hasn't had the opportunity to weigh those two options because everything that's gone in front of them really hasn't had the weight on one way or the other. So I believe this project gives council an opportunity to make their case to developers, to owners, to the LPA, to everybody, through our project on where they fit in on public benefit versus height. We can get into the other details of the project. There's obviously other deviations. We're gonna talk about all those. But I think if everybody is real and sits up here, the reality of this is, the discussion is height gonna be allowed on the island? And if so, what does a developer or a property owner have to give up to get that height? And I think that is the main focus of what we're trying to present here. And I think that is a question that town council has to answer to provide clarity to the future of Fort Myers Beach. So with that, I'm gonna start the presentation. Again, I'm gonna fly through. So, Seagate Development, we're a local developer here. My father, who's sitting in here, who's been in this business a lot longer than I, he jokes that between my mother and I, he hasn't got a word in 43 years. True. But he's certainly way smarter and provides us the backbone in how we're trying to do this and do it the right way. And the way we've always developed, and I learned it from him, is there's no hiding, there's no trying to pull one over, there's no coming in for this and negotiating for this. It's an open process, it's sitting with people, it's listening to people, it's taking comments in, and then understanding that at the end of the process, some people are gonna be happy and some people aren't. But if you've gone through the process the right way, you can put your head on a pillow thinking that you at least tried everything you could to present your vision of what you think the island could be going through the process the right way. And that's what we tried to do through this process. And I think that even with people that are against us, I think that there's people I've talked to that I know are not in favor of this project, that at least respected that we sat down and tried to explain our position, which I think others have not. And so I hope that that's worth something. Maybe it's not worth anything, but we couldn't do it any other way. That's just who we are. We've been trying to, assist the town. We've been working with the town. We own a site development company. We did the beach renourishment project, which a lot of people didn't know we own that company, but we've been working with the women's group. We're working with a lot of local owners to try to work with their rebuild. We've been trying to get into town. We're trying to be around. We're trying to be integrated in the community. We have a couple of people that live on the island that are employees. My wife and I have come to this island a long time with kids. I have pictures, with the women's group. I put a bunch of them to embarrass my kids, but that's just, it's ingrained in us. I've been here for 20+ years, and Fort Myers Beach is an important place. And even going through the process of acquiring the ground and going through the process with Fran and what she had to go through and sitting down and trying to show the vision that we had for the property, which was certainly different than what her vision was, but really getting her to understand and having her opine and ask us to take any of the height off the beach and really trying to stick with that. You know, again, we've been doing this since day one. We're really trying to understand what we're dealing with here, because, and I've had discussions before, we just had 2 more storms. People are hurting right now, I get it, and not a lot of people probably wanna talk about the developer that's trying to build down the road. What I implore people, though, is that this development is gonna be very important, and other developments are gonna be very important for the future of Fort Myers Beach. And in the short term, I understand there's gonna be some pain and people are gonna get, not gonna love everything going on, but I think 10 years from now, when people look back, just like they did with Margaritaville, where most people were against it, even to the point where they got their approvals, people weren't thrilled with it. Now it's looked back as a beacon of hope and what everyone points to. Diamond Head, the reason that this island incorporated, was a huge part of Ian. Town meetings happened there. People were there. It was the center of town for a while. And it was that because of what it was. It was a high-rise building that didn't get affected by a storm. And we've had 3 major ones. And they're continuing to come. And FEMA is very open and honest about, well, maybe not honest, but they're very open with what they're trying to do. And what they're trying to do is make it very hard for people to rebuild in any way other than way they want people to rebuild. And they're making rules and they're changing rules. I spent $130,000 putting a trailer that I can no longer put on the island. I mean, it's happening to everybody, including developers. So certainly people are hurting more than me, but I feel a little of that pain too. We get it, we understand, and it's affecting everybody. So in order to get past that, we need to develop, and we need to build, and not everywhere, but in certain locations to sturdy this island so that it has a chance to prosper going forward. All right, process to date. I'm so bad at slides. I don't even know why I use these things. Tina told me I was going to do this. All right, the process to date. This is the most important thing I'm going to talk about. I think it's very important that people understand, whether we get approved or denied, that there's a right and a wrong way to develop on this island. And from day one, we have been open and honest. We've met with everybody. I've given everybody my cell phone. I've picked up every phone call. I've answered every email. There's some people in here that probably don't like me, but we've talked and shaken hands. You know, Greg, who's running for council, lovely guy, hates my project, but I still text him all the time. I still try to convince him. He's never gonna get there. But the point being is, I'm talking to everybody. We're talking to everybody. We're not trying to hide. We're not trying and we really are trying to listen to our neighbors. Denora, perfect example. We had a lot of neighbors on Denora that were concerned about a lot of traffic coming onto the road. Well, our architect just put a bunch of entrances on there just because it was easy to cut and paste. Wasn't even thinking that that could be an issue. We sat down with them, and that turned into not only a sidewalk and less, but a bus stop, because there's kids on the road. So again, I think development is about sitting with people, understanding, and then adding. That bus stop was not asked for, but there was a spot to put it, and it makes sense. So we did it. Up to the last second with staff, there was a couple things that came in, like they want directional signs for our neighbors at the Matanzas Pass, who have been very supportive of us trying to get their access, and now they want people to be able to have directional signage to get to Matanzas Pass to use to get back to the nature walk. We're great with that. We worked through with that. There was a couple other art right on Denora. They wanted some art there. They wanted to break up the landscaping with an art. No problem. That makes sense. So even up to the last second of the meetings that we had, we've continued to discuss ways to get this better. And if we sit in this meeting and there are things that come up in this meeting that make sense, that make this development better, I think we've proven that we'd love to hear that, and we try to incorporate it. Now, development is a hip bone, leg bone, so substantial changes to a development is a complete rewrite. It's tough to move off of the design, and I want to make people understand that when we're talking through changes and changes are fine, process is fine, but there are certain things that if you completely change the project and make it a complete rewrite. And that's another year and a half of design. And as of right now, I don't think anyone on this island wants to sit around for another year and a half to get to a place where then we can start pulling permits, et cetera. Because now you're talking 5-7 years down the road for development. And there's a lot of other developers watching this. There's a lot of other people that are looking to invest in the town, watching how the town is gonna react to our process. And, you know, there has been a lot of public comment on why are developers all coming with similar projects? Why are they bringing these up? There's a specific code that says that it's 3 stories, so why are these developers bringing it up? And my answer to that question to people is that it's been insinuated that there is a way to get height. It has not been told to any developer around town that this is an impossible feat. What has been the gray area is what do you have to give to get that height? And through our process, our meetings with LPA members, with council people, with public, our 2 public meetings, I got on Beach Talk Radio, people thought I was insane. Now, I've known Ed forever, but certainly not my core demographic on my voting demographic, but I got on there and I'll answer the questions. And that's all we can do. And so this process that we've gone through, we've talked to everybody, and it'd be hard for me to think of anybody that wanted to have a conversation with us or my team that couldn't get in touch with us, because we've been very open and honest. So to me, that's why getting up here, and I know I'd be really quick, but I just can't be because I'm that passionate about this project. But this process was the right way to do it. And I would hate that, you know, even if you're not in favor of the project, core value of yourself, not in favor of the project, I think it's important that the council make a decision and give some direction to the public and developers. Because right now, this limbo isn't working for anybody, and it's just delaying a decision that needs to be made. So that was process, I guess. What else do I gotta talk about? So do you want to talk about? All right, all right. So we've had one-on-one meetings, community members, town council, local planning staff. Oh, thank you, Tina. Tina's in charge. Did you get it here? Is it on? All right. You know, we've listened to. No. Is it good? All right. We've listened to public benefit, which is, I think, the most ambiguous thing that people talk about on the island, because nobody really understands what a public benefit is. Now, the one thing that we tried to do on our project is include as many public benefits as possible. And why? And the reason is because some people believe a restaurant is a public benefit. Others don't. Some people believe a view corridor is. Others don't. You know, again, I keep hearing the same people that say view corridors are not a public benefit point to Margaritaville, and one of the biggest benefits that Margaritaville gave back was a view corridor. So again, it's this confusion out there that and this uncertainty that people just don't understand. So what we tried to do was put this in. We have transportation connections. We're connecting the island on the north side of the property. I've had people ask me, why are you putting that road in there? I've responded, most developers would take that road out. It makes no sense to bifurcate our plan again. But part of the comp plan was to have access on the north side of our property for giving another north-south access way to the island. So we provided that. We have streetscape and landscaping. Here's an interesting one. Everyone that we showed our project to, even from the first plan, hated us having to build to Estero Boulevard. Everything in our plan, in everything written into our code, is that we had to build right to Estero Boulevard, which basically, you know, creates a cavern that you're going through on our project. Because what we asked for was, well, what if we did a setback? You know, we have flood we have to worry about. Let's set these buildings back, and in that setback, we'll create a nice greenscape, a nice walkway. And a lot of the comments that I've received on our project that are positive were this greenscape of, wow, this big open greenscape. So one of our deviations is actually taking the buildings away from Estero, but it's also a public benefit because most people that have looked at it look at it as public benefit. So we've looked at that, the open spaces, public park on the beach, public park on the other side of Estero, public park back in Mantanzas Pass, a public bike / walkway through the project to get people back and forth. These are things that we heard over and over and over again from people on the island of what they wanted to see. They did not want height on the beach. Absolutely don't put it on the beach. It's not for the place. If you're going to put height, and this is something that I get over and over again, if you want height, try to push it back off of Estero and onto the bayside. You're the only property that goes from one side to the other. Take advantage of it. That's what we tried to do. So, the height, elephant in the room, right? You want height, 17 stories. That's crazy. Okay, maybe it is, but the 17 stories is the highest point of the building. I have discussed I could build 2 diamond heads right next to each other. 12, 13 stories fit the same amount of units, but staff and the reaction from people that I've shared that plan with is I hate 2 rectangles. It's got to look nice. It's got to look good. It has to have an architectural flair. So that's what we tried to do. We built the architectural flair in. The restaurant, huge ask from everyone mid to south. Everyone north hates the restaurant, doesn't think it's a benefit. Everyone in the middle of the island south thinks it's the greatest thing in the world. So the developers are hearing different things from different people. So when I hear that this isn't a public benefit, it is to somebody, or we wouldn't have put it on the paper. I can assure you that enough people brought it up to us that we put it in. And that's why some of our public benefits are for people on the south side, some are people on the north side. It's all put together into one, and we try to put as many public benefits in as possible, because we understand we're asking for a lot. I'm not hiding behind that. I'm not pretending that this isn't a big ask. I get it. I was the one who said in our meeting, when everyone told me, do 15 stories over 2 stories of parking, just make it 17. Everyone knows it's 17. So let's tell them it's 17. Now people say, how high is it gonna be? I don't know yet. I haven't designed the building. I can tell you that the lower that building is, the cheaper it is for me to build. So I would love it to be lower, but I need to have some kind of sandbox to design a plan in. And as of right now, this is the sandbox I'm trying to work within. Because all the information that I have right now, that's how much height I need. Could it change in the future? Could we design something different when we go through the development agreement or the development order process? When we do get our plans done? Yeah, it could be shorter. It can't be taller, but it certainly could be shorter. There was discussions on blocking the top of the building. Well, as high as it's gonna be, no one really cares. So now, putting a facade around what's on the top of the building, no one's ever gonna see it. So let's not add more to the top of the buildings that we don't have to add. That was in the code that we had to get a deviation on. So, where was I? So we're talking about stakeholders, and I went deep into the public benefits. All right. Additional meetings or revised plans. Tim, 27, 28 on our plan now? So, there's been a lot of variations to this plan. We've tried to move it around. It started off a little bit different, and then we took a lot of it off the beach, and we went to the beach club way of looking at this, and then we worked in the number of units that we could do, and then we dealt with the street going through, and we had to adjust a little bit more, and then we got the architectural comments. So everything kept adding, and one of the biggest adds was the restaurant. People say, well, that was easy, you could just throw a restaurant in. Well, that restaurant started a calculation of FAR. When it's just residential units, I didn't have to worry about FAR. Once I add that restaurant, now FAR becomes an issue. That is a huge problem for a developer, because if I didn't have to worry about FAR, I had a lot more leeway. Putting that restaurant in, we had to get really creative to build a project that fit within a reasonable FAR on our project, which was another deviation that we asked for. Negotiated details of development agreement with town. So we went through our whole process, and then we get to the town and staff and the town manager. And then the night, another bite at the apple comes, which is great because a lot of their ads were actually positive ads. There were a couple that gave me a little bit of agita, but we could live with them. But most of their ads, I think, were added benefit. And again, that's another set of eyes on it. It's another set of something to come through. You're the next round. I hope that you won't hold back on suggestions. I may not take them, and don't take offense if I do, if I don't. I'm not trying to throw good ideas out, but there's a reasonable box that I have to set in to make this project a realizable project. And the last thing that I want to do is go through a process and get approvals on something that I know can't be built or can't be financed. Because the next thing is, how quickly is it going to start? Well, it's our intention to get that beach club started as quickly as possible and use that beach club as a jumping off point for the project. People ask why 2 towers instead of 1. Well, financing wise, having 2 towers allows us to start the buildings faster with pre-sales, because if we have 1 tower, they're gonna want more sales up the front. If we do two towers, I'm able to do a lot less pre-sales and then start on the next tower, which is, again, typical in construction. Typically you see multiple towers. That's the reason why. Yeah, we could have jammed all the building together. 1, it would look a little uglier, but 2, this allows us to get this project off the ground. I think that's important to Fort Myers Beach. I really do, and I think I've heard that from people. Yeah, that'd be great that you get approved, but when are you starting your project? We need something to happen. Drive down the island right now, you get some rebuilds going on, but you need to be able to point to big projects and say, that's getting off the ground, that's getting off the ground, to really bring the confidence back. And I think the development and investment world for what Fort Myers Beach needs going forward. All right. Where do I point to? Boy, it's a laser?
Jason?
It's kind of, oh, there we go. All right.
I don't think I did that.
Awesome. IT back there. All right, so my short presentation isn't going very well, huh, Tina? All right, I'm gonna go real quick through the public benefits. This is our plan. Most of you have seen this plan. There's a beach club on the beach with a pool next to it and a public park on the left-hand side. To the plan north of that is a public park on Estero that used to be where the retail was. Then you have a bike path all the way through that goes plan north all the way, and then plan east all the way over to Denora. We have our 2 buildings in the middle there. Those are the condo buildings. You can see the height breakdown that up against Estero. The buildings are much less. Then it gets to 9 feet, then 10 feet, then 14, then 15, then 17. So we're bringing the buildings and the mass away from Estero, which was another question and hope from people. In the back, we have villas. There was something in the development agreement I'm sure we're going to talk about on adding more units, which probably gave some people some pause. That came out of the original. We had 3 CCCL lines on the surveys we had. As you can imagine, the surveys were old. Different calculations of units. There was an assumption that we could get 150 units or 149 units from one of the CCLs. When we finally got the final survey, we went back to staff, said, guys, not good. It's a little less, it's 141. So in the development agreement, what we asked for is the ability to go back to 149, I believe, if we're able to transfer that density from any other property on the island. So we don't get it approved immediately, and we would have to transfer that density from somewhere to get to the 150 units, which everyone has talked about. I understand that that may be a controversial thing to talk about, and we'll probably talk about that in here, but we were able to talk it through with staff, and everyone kind of agreed that if we're transferring density, maybe that's not too big of a deal. That's where that came from. So I just wanted to point that out on the plan. Public benefits. We're transferring the density and intensity off the Gulf side, opening up the Gulf to a significantly bigger view corridor. I know that is now a bad word for at least some people in the island, but there is some people still believe that a view corridor is a positive thing. We're also given access to a park on the beach into perpetuity. That will be an easement that will not be deeded over. The reason for that easement is because the town had no interest in taking care of that park, the landscaping on it, and we really didn't have an interest in the town having a different landscaping package than our project. So everyone was in agreement that it would be a really good idea for us to handle all the landscaping and taking care of that. That would not add any negative impact to the budget of the town, but anyone in the town would be able to use, and the public would be able to use that beach side. And same goes for all the parks throughout the project. So the parks will be 100% maintained by our project, and the public will be able to use those. One of the things we did talk about, just for safety's sake, some of the neighbors in Denora brought this up, is that they probably will want some time limits on the park. We talked about staff with that. It was, I don't know if we got that into the final document, but it was a complicated thing to talk about, but that's something that we may need to discuss in the future. People didn't want to have all-night raves and next to their project, so anyway, property. Let's see, what else? We approved the streetscape. I talked a lot about all this stuff. We established conceptual layout buildings with architectural interest and character. I hope people see we put a lot of time and effort into that. You'll see some pictures at the end of this. Timely build back. We're trying to get this project off the ground as quickly as possible. These approvals are obviously paramount to getting that started, and so that's what we're looking at doing. Special benefits, the view corridors ranging from 90 to 120 feet. Originally, the view corridor necessity for this project was 50 feet, so that just gives everyone idea. We have the 3 public parks, which I talked about. Pedestrian bicycle interconnectivity, we talked about. New East-West Road, that's the road on the plan north of the project. Starfish, I think it's called now. We may rename that Seahorse, Starfish, whatever. It's not gonna be that. I think we're probably gonna go in for a road change. One of the things I've made a promise to the former landowners that we would have certain things in the property that would look back to the red coconut, and one of them hopefully would be a road name. I'm gonna need help with that, obviously, with staff and council, but we'll look into that as we get in there. Public art along Denora, that was a long ad, and a lot of these Tina will get into of how it hits each part of the development agreement and the code on where to get height you need to hit certain aspects of gives. We have the beach club, the public membership. This was something that came up late in the game. We have a long list of people that live on the beach that said, that sounds great, we want to join the beach club. Originally, we didn't really know what the beach club was going to be, if it was just going to be members only. It was for just the members of the ownership group. We did talk about it, and we were okay with opening the memberships up. I think we did at least 20% of the memberships will have to be offered to the outside public. Because of that, again, this is the hippo leg bone that we discussed. Because of that, parking became an issue, because once we started opening that up to the public, we would need to park that. So we had to added an additional 75 spaces to our plan to be able to justify the ability to add more people to that beach club.
Matt, one quick question on your
Yeah.
thinking there. When you talk about the beach club and the open to other members, you're talking about the public or the residents?
To the public. So the
So
public.
anyone could join
So
it?
anyone could join the beach club. Up to 20% of the members we have to offer. So if we have 137 members of there, 20% of that would have to be offered at least to outside at all times would have to be offered to the public. Now, that number could increase and decrease depending on season. There could be a time.
But you wouldn't have any opposition to further clarifying that to residents of the beach?
Oh, no.
Okay,
No,
just
not even a
wanna get
little bit.
that.
So the only clarification, I think, was a legal one, and we can kind of discuss, are we allowed to say residents of the beach? I'm fine with calling it resident of the beach. That's my intention.
Just want to hear your
anyway,
response on the
but
record.
I have no interest in, people coming, unless it's wanted for people to come on the island and be members of the
Understood.
beach
Thank
club.
you.
So, yep. We talked about the bus stop a little bit. The elevated crosswalk has been a fun one to explain. Originally, that was requested as a mid-island crosswalk. As we did a little bit more research on the crosswalk, there has been a concern that some of the public really doesn't use the crosswalk. Most of the people that are maybe staying in Margaritaville are using it, but the public really hasn't. Now, we don't have as much public crossing here mid-island, but we would have members walking back and forth probably a lot. So that's where the crosswalk came in, that we would have a private crosswalk over for the members so they wouldn't hold off traffic going back and forth to the beach club. Again, it kind of met in the middle. The other interesting part of, if we made it a public access way, we would have an elevator and stairwell. Putting that elevator and stairwell really, there wasn't a lot of places to put that elevator and stairwell, and that big green nice open space that we created that everyone liked would have had to go away, because we would have add towers for an elevator and a stairwell. So that was the reason that we play with that a little bit. We do like the design. I will tell you that the design intent on that, it will look nice. It'll look part of our project. We're connecting nice condos to a nice beach club. I can assure you that we're gonna spend probably way too much money on that to justify putting that in, because we're not gonna be able to make that an eyesore, and cut costs there. It's gonna be a major point of our project, and what could be a landmark on the beach as the mid-island crossover, so. The elevated public restaurant, we've talked about that again. Some people like it, some people don't. But enough people asked us for a restaurant, and they also asked for a beachside restaurant. We do have a restaurant at our beach club, but it was really hard for us to put two restaurants at a beach club, one for public, one for private. But how we designed the area is that the beach, the restaurant, even though it's across the Cerro, does have views of the beach and is elevated and has clear views, and you'll see it in some of our pictures. Again, when I did show Fran that, she was the most excited about that, because she thinks that to her was very important to be able to have on the beach, was a view of the beach from a public area there. So hopefully people see that the same way. Let's see, next one.
But the beach club isn't open to the public, is that correct?
It's not open to the public, but public will be able to buy memberships in it.
Yeah.
Yep. This is just another example of the parks, just, oh,
Do you go too far?
there it is. Is that it?
That's what you're on.
One more.
Yeah.
One more. There we are. That's it. This is just developable area versus open area. Just wanted to show everybody the developable area versus the open area. Very simple, easy document. We're gonna go through pictures now pretty quickly. I just wanna show some pictures, and I'm gonna turn it over to Tina, because I'm way over what I told her I was gonna do, but I can't help myself.
Matt, would you? Sorry.
Go back. Yep.
So on park number one, it's not clear to me. Could you explain a little bit about that? It seems like it's represented both as a park, but also as a just beach access. So I'm trying to.
So we haven't completely finalized the plan of what that's gonna look like. I don't know if we're gonna put that roundabout in yet. We have to really get out down in the design of that could all be green space there. We also have the access from our neighbors to the other side, which we're working on the best way to give them the access that they need through that area. And if it stays where it is, that's fine too. We can have it stay where it is, and the park will go around it. So that cul-de-sac was just there for just an idea of what it could be, but that maybe couldn't be there. I mean, we may not put that cul-de-sac there. So we still haven't dove into that plan, but our vision of that is that it's gonna be big enough where we believe that we're gonna have certain, that's another area where we're looking to do some throw-ins for the red coconut. Tom's Bench is still there, you know, putting some stuff there. So a nice entranceway, so it'll be an access way, but it'll also have some sitting areas and stuff like that. That's the vision here. We're not done with that vision, but that's the idea of it.
Okay, and then there was, you mentioned that there was actually a second south beach access that was
John,
mentioned?
Yeah.
can you come up on the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. Second
There-
south access?
There is, so, on the south, on the plan, let's see, so on the other side of the pool, between where our project is and the
Single
homes-
families that are shown there?
the single-family homes that are shown, that is actually an existing beach access that we did not ask to take away. So there'll be an access on both sides of our project. We were okay with that. There was a discussion of, do we wanna just say that we'll get rid of this one and we'll do it here? And we had no intention of taking away beach accesses. We actually think having two of them isn't the worst idea there, because some people may not wanna walk all the way to the corner. And again, traffic not as busy Mid-Island sometimes as maybe downtown. So we're gonna keep that beach access as well, but that would not be a public benefit from us, cause it already exists.
Because it exists.
So,
Yeah, no, but thanks for the clarification.
absolutely, yep.
So Matt, one more follow-up on
Yes,
number
sir.
one, public park.
Yep.
Because you seem to be in just a static design phase right now, just for
Yep.
demonstration, would you be open to some sort of a public input opportunity to help design and/or to emphasize the local pieces and parts, other than red coconut for that?
Absolutely.
Kind of put that in as part of the agreement?
Absolutely. I mean, to me, the public areas are the public. I mean, obviously, we would want them to be tasteful.
Of
you know,
course.
and look like it should be part of the community, but the public portions are public. If someone wants to come to an idea that the local school kids wanna do a mural and
Right.
great, that's interesting to me. I am not married to anything in any of these local, to me, this is basically us giving the land over to the community within reason.
I just wanted on the record that the
Yep.
design is just for demonstration.
Just
it's
for
not a big- yeah,
demonstration.
Okay.
We needed to show something, and the reason we put the cul-de-sac there is we may need to put some kind of, you know, one of the things we heard was, getting people off of Estero. So if you look at our plan, and we didn't list all the public benefits, cause you know, we can get in, but one of the things was getting as much traffic off Estero as possible. So if you look at the entrance to our buildings, we're pulling everybody off one entrance, pulling everyone way off of the road and pushing all that traffic to the middle of our project. So there isn't a big line sitting on Estero. So one of the things for the beach club we said was, we may need an area to stack cars just in case. So that's why we put that there. Now, what may end up happening is we may have the employees park under here and the valet parking will happen on the other side, and it would just be a drop-off area. So if it's a drop-off area, maybe it just is a drop-off area. So we really haven't finalized that design, and that'll get in under the development order and what we're even allowed to do. Lee County may have an opinion on that, because obviously we're coming onto Estero and they've, so there's all sorts of things we're gonna have to go through in development order phase. What I wanted to show was some kind of concept though.
Sure.
But we are not gonna take any of that property back. That'll be access for the public.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
In the Estero Boulevard part of where you have your access,
Mhm.
is there a middle lane? Because to my recollection, there is no middle lane.
The middle lane,
For
Turn lane.
turning,
Is it 3 lanes there?
there's not 3 lanes
no,
there.
no, there's no 3-lane there, no.
So that would be a big problem. Is there any, there is a middle lane to turn onto Denora, but there isn't a middle lane in front of where you're having the entrance to the hotel and to the park.
Right, and that's why, and one of the reasons we did that was, is there was nobody wanted an entrance on Denora, at least the people on Denora did not want the entrance off of Denora for our project. In fact, they didn't want any connection from our project to Denora. That couldn't happen, but we minimized it, and I think we got past that. But the most important thing that we heard was, get the cars off. So if you look at if we go back to one of the other plans, because this is whited out, that access road goes all the way up and around. So if we're bringing people into this building, they're coming all the way up and around into the middle of the building. The stacking that it would need to get all the way down to the road would be significant. I mean, it would, I would venture to guess there would never be a time where we would stack that many cars
But the stacking would happen out on Estero Boulevard.
No, it would
Oh, it'd
stack
be
on the
interior.
road going in.
Continuous right turn.
But if they're gonna turn left,
It's a service road.
great, but if there's no turn lane here, it's gonna stop Estero Boulevard. You know, 141 units coming in, it's gonna stop Estero Boulevard.
Okay, well,
Okay, got it, understood. Next,
it's a traffic concern.
next, picture. There we go, how about that? And a lot of these, the public has seen, these aren't really new. This is a picture of what that beach park could look like, open area, trying to open it up, give people the ability to walk onto the beach in a nice area. That was just kind of the picture of this. Obviously, and I've had this discussion with a lot of people, the plants are there because it was the easiest thing to click in. We could click in new plants. I have had certain conversations with some environmentally impactful people on the island that really want to keep a lot of the landscaping to local and landscaping that would survive in this area. And that would obviously be something, as the developer, we would look at too. So I fully understand there's probably not gonna be rose bushes up against the building. There's an understanding there, but again, to show it some color and to give it some life, that's why looks like this.
Can I ask a further question
Yes.
about this? So, the sand behind that park, is it envisioned that that'll be used as part of the beach club?
Yeah, oh, you mean behind this park? No, the
Correct.
beach club, the way we're looking at the beach club is the beach club will be the beach club, and then the sand behind this will be the sand to walk out
So
on.
that would be public access
It would be public
for-
access to go, now, again, we don't own the sand, but we own some of the sand,
No,
but the deeded part would be the part on that side. What I'm not trying to say, here's this, but you gotta walk on this little small dirt, that's not
We've
the
all
intention.
seen what's happened in other parts of the
Exactly.
state
That-
where
that
you
is
have an
not our
access and then there's absolutely no
That is
place
not our
for the
intention,
public to.
it is not our intention to plant a lot of bushes to keep the path, that's not the intention here.
Thank you.
All right, next one is, this is the park directly across the street. This is on Estero Boulevard. Again, we have another interesting ability here to do something nice. Now, this is maybe not what it's gonna look like, but it's just a general idea of what it could look like, but wanted to show green area. Again, I think, Jim, your point of, is there ideas, could we have ideas from the public, could we have ways to do it? Absolutely, again, I'm looking at these areas as the town's areas, even though we're gonna own them and maintain them. So within reason, that makes sense. But this was just an area to show that if it was a green area, I don't know who's sitting in the grass in Florida, but. Now we're coming up, the next picture is, this is looking from the restaurant over our little overhang to the bridge, looking north. Just looking at the sunset, this guy's taking a picture of it, I guess, good for him, but kind of showing a view of what it could look like looking out from that restaurant. All right. Next one is, this is just road view. This one's going, let's see, we're walking along Estero Boulevard to the west. So this is just walking to the west. Again, I wanted to show the streetscape. Heard shade trees, so they put some shade trees in. Then I hear, we hate the root system on shade trees. Again, this is all stuff, landscaping, we can work through with staff in the design process and the DO. I'm just trying to give ideas of what it could look like, so. Next one, this is an important one. In fact, this was a suggestion from one of the LPA members is, don't forget about Denora, make Denora look like it should look. It's a main road on your project, and so what we tried to do is, this is what Denora is gonna look like going back on Denora. So there are projects on the left-hand side of this, and we're going back to the bay, and Manzana's Pass. And this is the streetscape, the sidewalk, again, some of the stuff that was very important to the residents of Denora, to have a safe area for the kids and people to go down on Denora. And also, they wanted it to look nice. They didn't want it to look like a throwaway in a big wall. So what we tried to do is put some architectural flair there. Again, some of this stuff could be changed in the future. We can work with them if there's things that they like, they don't. But again, shade trees, sidewalk, green areas, building setback, just hit that, so.
You're only providing the sidewalk on your side of the
Correct,
street?
correct. We do not have any ability to go off the property. I'm sure that'll come up on a couple other things as well. Okay, requested deviations. Obviously, the height, we talked about that. We'll talk about that more. I won't belittle that point. Floor area.
Belittle or belabor?
Belabor, whatever.
Maybe both.
Both. The floor area ratio calculations, as of right now, we are allowed a 1.2. In future land use, we're allowed up to a 1.5. We are asking for that 1.5, and that only, again, I'll go back to the only reason that came into a calculation was because of the restaurant. So once the restaurant was added, we needed to get creative to be able to get that in with a reasonable FAR, which a 1.5 compared to a lot of the other projects that have been presented, I think, meets the qualification of this future land use in this area. So get past that. Design standard flexibility. We're not going to build homes with wraparound porches because we're not allowed to anymore. So some of those design standards that were originally part of this original approval, we've kind of deviated from, but we tried to stay within as much as we could. We've shown a lot of pictures to a lot of people. We've included a lot of them in here, but we wanted to make sure that people understood the design concepts that we were trying to go into. So we'll get into that as we go. Let's see, pattern book we'll go through. Building locations, we eliminated the build to lines, we talked about that. The rear setbacks, reducing them to push it a little bit farther back. And let's see, increase the street corner setback. We can get into the details of that. This is a, next picture. I'm almost done. We could just fly through the rest of these pictures really quick because one more. All right. This is looking north, trying to give an idea of the streetscape. Beach Club on the left, buildings on the right. The flyover's there. We go to the next one. Another streetscape look, again with the restaurant up above, showing the setting those building backs and the amount of area it's creating, setting those buildings back, which I think was important and people liked in the streetscape. We'll go to the next one. This is, where are we looking now? Public Park East, so this is the bicycle access. Okay, so we're looking from the bicycle access, and then the next one, the height one, everyone's seen this one of the first images we went out, again, didn't hide behind it. We have the Caper Beach Club, which is direct down from us, that has a couple 11-story buildings, and then farther down Mid-Island, there's a 15-story building that exists. So just wanted to show that there are comparable in the island. I have been asked the question a lot, do you think this fits in to Mid-Island? And my argument to that has always been, this is really the start of Mid-Island, and this project has always been looked at as a special project because it went from the beach all the way into Matanzas Pass. So while I agree that Mid-Island going down, if I owned another piece on the beach in Mid-Island, it would be a single-family home because that's what makes sense there. But I think on a project like this, I think because owning the property all the way from the beach to Matanzas Pass, there's an ability to do something here that's special and an iconic project, and that's what we presented today. Going next, the next couple slides are just design slides, just ideas of what we picture these properties to look like, throwing out ideas. Again, the designers aren't certainly done, but we tried to get everyone's understanding of the design concepts of this and what we're trying to picture as we build. And I am gonna turn it over to Tina, so my 20 minutes took a little longer, I apologize. But again, I'm passionate about this project. I think it's the right thing, and I think we need council to opine, to tell us if we're going in the right direction or not. So I'm gonna let Tina talk about all the smart people stuff that she understands, to go through the comp plan consistency, et cetera, and then we can open it up for questions, and I'm looking forward to talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. For the record, Tina Ekblad, principal with Sage Entitlements. I'm gonna ask, if we could go back to slide 4, I'm gonna kind of ditch the slides.
Like me?
Yeah, and use the graphics. Matt stole quite a bit of my thunder, so I will try to fill in some items. Yes, thank you very much. I will try to fill in some items that he hasn't touched on, give you some specific elements out of the comprehensive plan that we've looked at, address any questions that you have about the deviations, and I think I share Matt's perspective, and that is that we would prefer to address your questions and comments than talk at you for an extended period of time. So when we look at the property from a land use perspective, and when Seagate first brought this to me, it was, what are we allowed to do? And we are in a unique location within the town where into the mic, yeah, sorry, y'all.
You can raise it up higher too. There you go.
We are in a unique situation where we have multiple future land use categories on the property that are not recreation. So we have excluded the recreation future land use and the EC zoning district from the development agreement request because major structures are not allowed within those districts. So on the south side of Estero Boulevard, and if you look at, for me it's the left, the public park on the north side of Estero, there's a band that's just about even with that. That's all within the boulevard future land use, which, as you all know, promotes some commercial, but also residential and mixed use. And then everything behind that is mixed residential. And the descriptor policy for mixed residential does acknowledge those high-res structures that Matt talked about and the opportunity for additional high-rise structures in the future, along with some appropriate commercial and single-family. And so then we looked at what was there before. We had 27 units to the acre from the perspective of recreational vehicles and mobile homes. We had a strip commercial plaza, and then we obviously had access to the beach through the former RV park. The property is within a redevelopment area that is specifically called out for Gulfview Heights next door, as well as the Red Coconut, to promote redevelopment at 15 units to the acre. So we are approaching this design from the perspective of 15 units to the acre, and there are actually multiple concept plans within the Land Development Code and the comprehensive plan for that. And unfortunately, as a result of multiple FEMA floodplain maps, a significant portion of the property south of Estero and a small portion north of Estero is within the VE zone. And so what that means is we are required to elevate anywhere from 12 to 17 feet, and we are significantly limited on the enclosed space that we can provide at the ground level. Those regulations have changed over the years. I believe you've had 3 maps that have adjusted various elements of the floodplain. Most recently, we now have the limit of wave action to deal with, and those additional requirements, which means construction must be frangible. If we enclose space, those walls have to be able to blow out so the waves can move through. What does that mean for the design? It basically means the first 2 stories cannot be enclosed and cannot promote that pedestrian-oriented commercial square footage that was originally desired in 1998. And I agree that that is very unfortunate, but that is where we are at. And so when we look at the commercial that was there and retaining it, to Matt's point, we shifted it east within the concept plan, elevated it, and provided a restaurant, which we have heard mixed reviews, might be a public benefit, might not, that is consistent with the boulevard future land use category. That square footage was there before, we're just shifting it on site to continue to provide that to the town residents. We've done that in a way where there's open space to promote hopefully an interaction from those patios to the street so that they can also see the Gulf. And so we've really tried to take the intent and the vision that was there in 1998 and implement it under today's current standards. When I talk about the band of the boulevard future land use, those structures, the beach club, the restaurant, the architectural feature of the water and the landscaping up against Estero, those are all within the height requirements of the LDC. And that was very purposeful so that when there is pedestrian interconnectivity, when you are driving down Estero Boulevard, you are not going to come into interaction with those 15-story structures above parking. Because remember, when we're driving down the street, anything above 2 to 3 stories is lost in our periphery. Same thing when we're walking. So we've purposefully pushed the requested height back off of Estero. We've talked about the fact that the residential structure is towers. There's only 2 elements that are 15 stories above parking. The rest will tier down, so as you get closer to Estero, the stories are less. Same thing on the northern side of the property where you get towards that single family. And we've purposefully provided a single building podium so that we can offer these public parks and the public gathering spaces surrounding the property. So really trying to compress that development footprint into what we need, not break it up so that we can provide parking. Please keep in mind, unlike some of the other projects you've heard, we have not requested a deviation for parking. Everything is going to be done to code. I think that that's unique. I think it's unusual compared to what you've been seeing. We are, however, asking that the parking not count against us towards FAR because that's the only opportunity to use that space. Unlike back in 1998, we cannot put that commercial space on the ground level. And so initially, including parking in FAR was a bit of a ding, right? We don't want parking included in our commercial square footage. We want usable space. Well, now we can't do that. And so we're asking not to be penalized for that. That is a deviation. And that's part of where that 1.5 is coming from. Matt belabored the point, so I won't. But when we add that restaurant, we become a mixed-use structure. When we add those public memberships to the beach club, we become a bit of a commercial use. Previously, that was a private recreational amenity for guests and residents only. So it was a residential accessory use. We've added those public memberships. We now have that commercial element. We now fall into FAR. To that point, we have offered, I believe it's a minimum of 75 spaces will be provided in the parking structure to offset those public memberships so that, again, we're not asking for a parking deviation. We can take care of what we're offering on our own property.
One clarification, Matt mentioned that it was 20%, and I think in the documents it all,
Says 25.
25%.
I'm the worst negotiator. I keep saying yes.
I'm gonna say we're gonna go with what's in your printed
Yeah,
documents.
Just for clarification, thank
Again,
you.
Yeah.
Forgot I agreed to that, my fault.
And so, when we get back to the site design and thinking about how are people going to arrive at this property, I am really, really hoping that residents on the island that come to enjoy this property through these memberships are walking and biking. And they are using the linear pathway that connects the northern portion of Denora to Estero. That was very purposeful on our part. Your comprehensive plan talks about hidden pathways, specifically in this location and throughout the island. Specifically, to give you some references, policy 7H10 talks about reducing driveways and access points on Estero Boulevard to the minimum number necessary. That is another deviation is our street layout, so that we only have one access point on the north side of Estero and one on the south side, rather than 3 or 4. Please keep in mind that if I am a resident, I do have the opportunity to enter and exit the parking garage off of Denora. If I am a guest of a resident or there is some type of event, yes, I am using Estero. I am using that internal drive that you see on the north side. It is a very long internal drive that will be shielded from Estero Boulevard by those architectural features and the restaurants, so you will not see those vehicles coming in and stacking for that drop-off. But we have, in recognition of the policy to reduce these access points, yet provide that stacking for the number of units, made this internal drive as long as possible. It does not interconnect to Denora because, again, we're really trying to promote that walking and biking, which is the true intent of your comprehensive plan. You have an entire community design element that talks about getting out of a vehicle and walking and biking through this community, not just on Estero, but interconnecting properties. To that point of an interconnection, the property to the west of us is also within the village district. The linear park is purposefully oriented so that it can extend to the west. So can that internal local street at some point in the future. And so this truly is that catalyst to start that previously conceived redevelopment and really push forward that multimodal opportunity without a vehicle. There were questions about the parks. So when we specifically look at the text in the development agreement, we have acknowledged that it is not up to us to design these parks or provide programming. It is absolutely up to the town, and when it comes to the Matanzas Park, Lee County, because we want to provide that connection that's referenced in the comprehensive plan. And so that is an element that we have to work through prior to development order. What is it, while we will maintain it, and there will be an easement for public access, we acknowledge that this is going to become part of the fabric of the community, and we want it to reflect that community. So that was written into the agreement very purposefully to make sure that we lived up to that commitment in the future. That was the other question on public design, and there were some questions about height. Height is not set in stone. Your comprehensive plan, specifically policy 4C4, sets out a process. It gives a minimum level that is anticipated and then sets out a process for multiple opportunities for property owners to request flexibility. One of those is within a redevelopment district that is identified in the comprehensive plan. You have a few of those. The Times Square in downtown core is one of them. That project has gone through, to Matt's point, it has become a part of the fabric. It's demonstrated the resiliency of this community throughout Hurricane Ian, and this property is within the Red Coconut and Gulfview redevelopment area. And so that is the basis that we are starting from that is slightly different than some of the other projects that have come forward to you prior to this. That redevelopment area gives us the opportunity to ask for flexibility. It also gives the town the ability to amend the land development code to provide a different height should they desire that at some point in the future. When we look at that flexibility coming from a private property owner, it specifically references view corridors as a benefit that is anticipated to be provided. You actually have 3 of them on this property. We focus very much on the view to the Gulf. It's talked about a lot, but there is also a view to Matanzas that is prioritized in the comprehensive plan. We have chosen to maintain that view from the previous development and provide a public park for the future. So when you stand on Estero Boulevard and look down Denora, you will be able to see the bay. You will also be able to turn around and have 2 view corridors to the Gulf of Mexico as one of the public benefits for this height request. The policy goes on to state that other public benefits should be offered and should be weighed by the LPA and Town Council, and that is the process in front of you today. Matt has talked extensively about the other public benefits, whether it's landscaping, bus pull-offs for school buses, safe access for kids, things of that nature that are all public benefits. I would add the fact that we're not asking for a parking deviation is also a benefit to the town, because I know that that is something you have all struggled with for a very extended period of time.
Tina, could I
Yes.
stop you for a second?
Sure.
I've got 2 quick questions for you. One, do you know what the FAR calculation would be if the parking was included?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
Okay, maybe you could figure that out between, and then my other question is, one of the big themes of our comprehensive plan talks about small town charm, that character, and a human scale to our community, which is mostly spoken about relative to height. So how do you, I understand the processes of asking for height and what the developer and the town needs to go to achieve that request or give that request, fulfill that request. But how do you justify that against the comprehensive plan's desire to maintain this feel that Fort Myers Beach has?
Yeah, so that really gets into those, those design standard and building location deviations that Matt was talking about a little bit earlier. And so along Estero Boulevard, when you are walking as a pedestrian, to maintain that scale, the structure of the building is consistent with the land development code. It is also proposed to be set back further than the build-to line so that we can offer those shade trees, the enhanced architecture of the tiered landscaping and the water feature. And what that does is it means that the interaction that you have with the structure is at that 2 and 3 story level desired by the human scale and the land development code. And the taller structure that we are asking for the residential units, let's be clear, it's only for the residential units, is up and back. And so if I think about this building and what I can see, if there was a 5-story structure next door, that 2 to 3 story perspective would be shielding it. And so as a pedestrian, there's not gonna be that shadowing, and that enclosure of the environment that I would feel walking down the street. That's very purposeful in the scale and the design of the building. Does that help to answer your question?
Yes, but the other common element that we all have as islanders is Estero Boulevard and moving back and forth from Estero Boulevard. And the height element and that the scale of our community, I think, has a lot to do with the view you have up and down Estero Boulevard. So I have tried to imagine 17 floors at the Red Coconut, and where could I see that from? Would I see that as I'm coming down the boulevard from Publix? I'm just trying to envision that change to our current landscape. So it's just, I know that is a hugely important thing to people who live here, how they feel on the boulevard, how they feel in their neighborhoods. I happen to live in this neighborhood, so just Estero Boulevard is one thing, but that Denora corridor is another part of how you would feel in that neighborhood. And I think it changes that dynamic tremendously. But, okay,
I have
thank you.
another question since you brought up the public benefit of buses. Once again, on Estero Boulevard, with you only having a 10-foot setback, how would you have a bus stop when there's no center lane, no 3-lane in that area? Would this be cut back into your 10-foot?
Yeah, so you can actually see it in the graphic here on Estero. I can't read the number, I apologize, it might be a 7.
7?
It is, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
that 7 is denoting a vehicular pull-off area, so at night, it would work for the restaurant, but we are going to design it with Lee County DOT so the school bus can actually pull off. Traffic from Estero can continue to go by and we can pick up the school children, and they will also have a space to congregate safely.
So you'll be crossing the sidewalk and,
That's part of the reason why the building will be
Pulling in
set
there.
back further than the 10 feet to the build-to line to make space for that.
but
And
it's
yes,
right next to that front building that's 10 feet from the corner.
that is the minimum setback, yes, it may increase once we get it designed.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So we talked about flurry ratio, we talked about some of those design standards. One of the other things, because we, as Matt pointed out, we don't have wraparound porches, we are trying to provide that outdoor patio space through the beach club, the restaurant. The individual units will also have, balconies and such to try to promote some of that interaction with the street and that outdoor livable space that was desired. When we talk about this process, we touched on it very briefly, but this is very much a conceptual plan. And so you heard me just say the setback off of Estero and Denora is a minimum of 10 feet. We may increase that based on actual structural engineering design later. And so we've requested deviations to eliminate those build-to lines, to eliminate the building frontage requirements. That's also because we can't provide public parks on Estero and Denora and meet the building frontage percentages. So if we want those benefits, then we need the flexibility on the frontage.
So just so the words that people will capture and repeat,
Mm-hmm.
it's a conceptual plan,
Correct.
that's gonna have some challenges. Will it be any less than the things you've already represented would be? You say it may be larger, will it be smaller?
Actually, it's in reverse.
It
What we're
could be
asking
smaller.
for is
I
the
understood.
maximum,
Just wanted
and
to
it
get you
may
on the
get
record.
less.
I understand, because those type of, they're in here telling what you do, how will you know they will really do it?
We can't ask for any more than what's on the table in
Just
front
want
of you
all
today.
that to be in your words.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep. And so with that, we've provided a pattern book to address the architecture. Because we do not have firm structural plans yet, parking garages are a very specific structure that must meet very specific elements, particularly in a flood zone. We have not gone through that design process because of the negotiation that is happening right now. And so we have offered a pattern book so that it's clear what is anticipated, and any future designs must be consistent with that pattern book. That is part of the development agreement. And so we're not here with, let's say Sarah gets a great job out of town somewhere, not in Florida, right? And she's not here.
Horrible thought.
Horrible thought, but
We're gonna have to pause on that a minute.
who knows?
Could we adjourn?
Right? Or I get a great job not in the state of Florida, right?
That's
And-
not a good thought either, Tina.
and you got two new people going, well, that's not what we meant, right? We're trying to avoid those situations, knowing that we still have permits and additional processes to go through. With regard to those additional processes, we have to come back to the town for a development order. We have to go to the Water Management District for an environmental resource permit, which addresses stormwater. And while not my area of expertise, I am going to assume that we also need to work with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection on coastal high hazard and floodplain and things of those regulations. So, because we do not have those plans designed, and we are still in this negotiation process, this is an absolute maximum. It could reduce. We could shift a building further back from rights of way. There could be some changes. That is also why we've requested the administrative amendment process, so that we can bring those issues to the town and not have to come back to a public hearing to say, put the building 15 feet off of Estero instead of 10. Those are all of our deviations. It is, now for the word salad, as Matt calls it, it is my professional opinion that the proposal in front of you and the development agreement in front of you is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan for the reasons that I have provided, those specific policies, as well as the redevelopment area and the public benefits that are provided to justify our request. I believe that we have been consistent with the development agreement process. We had a very lengthy meeting where we went through the 24 requirements that Nancy mentioned at the beginning of the meeting to make sure that they were in the development agreement. As Matt pointed out, your staff had some great additions that we included. One of those being the public art and some of those pedestrian and mobility options. And we believe that we have met that intent, and we are happy to answer your questions, take your comments. We would respectfully request your recommendation to push this through to town council so that we can continue the negotiation and the process. And after public comment, I would respectfully request a few minutes to respond to whatever it is that we would hear.
Thank you very much, Tina.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So we'll hold other comments and questions for the applicant until after we hear from the public comment. So is there somebody here who'd like to make public comment? Nobody would like, yes, sir. I know you were sworn in, so,
Good morning. I'm Tom Brady.
good morning,
I'm a
Tom.
resident and owner at.
That was
Sorry,
quick, Tom.
sorry. Well, let's
Don't
figure
pay
out how
any
to
attention to Amy.
Yeah,
and
just
Tom.
ignore me.
Man behind the curtain.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm Tom Brady. I'm a resident, full-time resident and owner at 339 Madison Court. And I get the idea of moving off Estero, but now you've moved it into my backyard in 339. I am against the proposed development at the Red Coconut property. I would not trade 17 stories for the public benefit. I would rather see, in my mind, all the available space used up at 3 stories over flood. That's okay, that's what's in the code. They can do that tomorrow. That's what they bought when they bought the property. So let them do that. I do not see the additional benefit from putting a park in there that they may or may not use and increasing the density of the people on the lot. Although I do not live within a 500 square foot radius, I do live within the shadow. And I think the planning, if they're gonna allow buildings at 17 feet, should consider looking at the shadow radius. Other large cities do this before they allow it. As a matter of fact, they compensate people. I don't want compensation. I want it not built, but they compensate people for creating a shadow. So maybe not on the stereo, but I get the shadow in my backyard. And from what I calculate at where I am, and it's more than 1,000 feet away, at a 12-degree off a horizon, which is 1 hour of sunlight, that's when I get the shadow from that building. So it is in my backyard, but it's in a lot of people's backyards that live in the Shell Mountain community. As for the additional beach access, we have a beach access for Shell Mountain. It's a great beach access. I use that. I don't ever want that to go away. It's a deeded beach access. That provides me what I need. I don't see any additional benefit of what they're saying they're going to provide. You know, the mayor is fond of saying, people are gonna take advantage of everything they can when developing these properties. That's what it looks like they're trying to do with this, is take advantage of every single thing that they can do, build the most that they can do. Greed is good for companies, greed isn't good for us. I was wiped out by Ian. I had a little house, I could build a 6,000 square foot house. I'm not building a 6,000 square foot house, I'm building a 1,900 square foot house. That's it. I'm not blocking my neighbor's views, I'm not taking every bit of real estate that I could. I'm taking a much smaller set of that because that's what I need, not what I have to have. Not looking at renting out to a bunch of different people. So, I mean, from their aspect, some of it is, they're asking for 3,000 square foot units. I'm asking for a 1,900 square foot unit, and that's for an entire family of people. If they were to reduce, what if they asked for 6,000 square foot units? Then would this be 34 stories tall? Why not give them 34 stories? Because that's what they asked for. So they're entitled to that. The math doesn't work out, because the math, they say 27, down to 15. Well, that doesn't equate, because at 27, those are 400 square foot units. Now they want 3,000 square foot units. 27 400 square foot units takes up a quarter of an acre. Their 3,000 foot 15 units takes up the full acre. So they're using a lot more space than they say they are, and the density is increasing because of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brady. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? Yes, sir. I know you were sworn in as well.
I was.
Thank you for being here.
First of all, I'm gonna apologize, I do not do public speaking, so.
No
if I
apologies
follow through with this.
necessary.
Need your name.
Our home was destroyed.
Sir, can you say your name?
I'm sorry, my name is Edward Arasimowitz. Our home was destroyed, Hurricane Ian. We decided to build a new home with the existing restrictions in place by the town. We knew those restrictions, we decided to build a new home. Seagate bought Red Coconut property, knowing the restriction they had to work with it. Just like we did when we decided to build our home. I encourage building of commercial space on the island as long as they stay within the restrictions in place. You're doing something very historic today, because when this island was incorporated, the reason it was incorporated is because you wanted to have the island that we all love. Unfortunately, Ian took a lot of that away from us. We still want to try to maintain that charm that the island had. But what you'll do is you're gonna forever be changing the look of Fort Myers the way you vote. So I'm asking, as what I'm assuming, many residents on Fort Myers Beach to please stay within the restrictions placed by the town. So I'm going to record as opposed to Seagate build proposal as it looks now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You did a very good job. You're welcome. Anybody else wish to speak? Yes, Mike.
Hi, I'm Mike Dagnese. I live on Shell Mountain, right next to Red Coconut. You know, if you look at what Red Coconut was, they had all these properties. They had 170 sites or whatever, but their sites were small. You had a camper and a truck. That was it. The height was only, what, 10 feet? tops. So you take that land density and then ask them what they're doing. They're taking that little 60 square feet that they had, the people had, or 80 square feet, and asking for 2,000 square feet. You're doubling, tripling, you're doing everything. Okay, now, here's the question. All their parks that they're putting in, who are they for? They're for their guests. They're not for the beach, because there's nowhere to park to get to any of their beach, any of their parks. You can't park your car and go to the beach. This nice little park that they just put in, because there's nowhere to park for it. So who are you limiting all of these great parks? I'm giving you this park, this park, this park, this park. But who's it for? It's for our guests, their guests. Because nobody else can go to them. You put one on the beachfront, who's gonna go there? You got a little roundabout, does that mean that's gonna be parking? They have actually no parking for any of these parks. What are they doing? They're just trying to sell you, oh, we'll give you this if you give us all the height. That's not how it works. We have a 3-story or whatever we have in the comp plan. I was here, I lived here for 41 years in that same house. And we voted for this because we liked our little beach and the way it always was. It was a friendly beach. Everybody knew everybody. Now it's not getting that way because everybody's trying to build up. They're asking for so much. You know, they got 4 little houses in the back. Why wouldn't you put one of these taller buildings in the back and put the 4 houses on the side of Denora? Where you trying to put a 17-story building. Put 4 houses there and put the big stuff behind it. But it's still only gonna be 3 stories. You know, you can only go so high to keep it within our restrictions. They knew that when they bought it, oh, we know you can only go 3 stories or 2 stories. But we're gonna go for 17 because we're exceptional. We're the new and the modern way to go is higher up. I can see the sunset from my house. Ask him, and I've asked him many a times, would you like to look out your living room window and see a 17-story building? I don't want to, because I can see the sunset. Now I'm gonna look at a concrete building. That's not the way it should be. And I've got pictures of my granddaughter in the backyard with a beautiful sunset. Now it's gonna be a beautiful condo. Not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else wish to speak? Yes, Alex. Alex, were you here to be sworn in at the beginning?
Stood up at the end.
I stood halfway up.
You only stood halfway up. Well, let's give you a full swearing in then.
Okay.
Amy?
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Good. Alex King here. The past 6 weeks has been a multi-generational moment for all of us. We thought Hurricane Ian was the transformational moment, but truly the past 6 weeks has been. I've been out handing meals out to folks on the streets, hearing their stories. But I would venture to say we're gonna see about 40 to 60% of those folks in the ranch homes, the split level homes, will be moving away. Now, why do I bring this up now? Because we've already been seeing the new people coming in. Who are the new people coming in? Do we know? We do. We've seen them. We've seen them 5 years ago and 6 years ago. They were already asking for 4-bedroom houses and an elevator. I built a spec home 6 years ago, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. I did not understand who's coming in. They have more disposable income. Half our condos are not ready yet. The HOA fees are going through the roof. I did a basic research. They're 40 to 80% higher across the board on the Gulfront, ballpark. And so the average homeowner that came here
who bought these ranch homes 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, and these condos 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago, it's gonna be hard for them to afford it. Okay? That's the reality. So, the new buyers, how do we attract the new people coming in here? What do they want? Well, we've seen that over the past few years before Hurricane Ian. They want 4 bedrooms, 5 bedrooms. Why? Because they have more money, they have bigger families, they have more kids, they eat out 3 to 4 times a week, they have 3 cars, they have 3 or 4 houses, because they're able to. With the cost to build here being a minimum of $1 million for a home, or a condo's gonna cost a minimum of $20,000 a year, HOA fees over time here, you're gonna have to realize our new buyers, our new folks that are coming in, they have different needs and desires. And so, even though all of us are sitting here in our homes that washed away or different accommodations, we need to think forward. Remember our classic Fort Myers Beach. I lost my 58 cottage, okay? My ranch home, I lost everything. Fixed it back up. But I gotta keep all the memories in my heart. So I suggest start thinking forward, build forward to the new people that are coming. We need them. We need to make decisions for it. We need progress. We're gonna need a lot more restaurants. We're gonna need bigger condos than we're used to. We need 3-bedroom condos on the Gulf front. That's what everybody's asking for. We have none of them.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Anybody else wish to speak? Mike? I know you swore in.
Yes, I was. Thank you. Mike Miller. I'm owner of the Whale and live on Fort Myers Beach since 18. And, I'm not going to sit here and talk about the height, FARs, and everything else. The one thing I do like about what they're doing on this project is they're not building on the beach for the most part, on building condos. They're not building beachfront condos. They're building beach view condos. And, putting, 12, 15, 17 stories right on the beach is almost like something right in your face. Where they're bringing it back and, and the farther back they go, the less you're actually gonna see it. Again, I'm not talking about, they should get 25 stories, they should get 10 stories, that's all up to the people in position here. And, the only thing I would like to see is, that I didn't see on any of these plans, is golf cart parking. We gotta get some golf cart parking, because there's more and more golf carts on this island every month. And from homeowners to even, rentals. And having more golf cart parking, you can get basically 2 golf carts in almost, or basically 1 parking spot, which can really help increase, the lack of traffic and things like that, and being able to get more people, let's say, into that particular community. That's all I want to say, my 2 cents, and, I think that, I feel, this town is becoming and going on the right track, and gonna do the right thing and get these properties built. We've got, 2 ground ups right now. One is the Beached Whale and, the Cottage Bar. No, I'm just talking about the Cottage Bar, the Beach Bar. And, we're excited for both. And people say, like they said, people say that, is there a benefit for a restaurant or not having a benefit for a restaurant? In my opinion, I've been in the restaurant business for a whole 3.5 months before the Hurricane Ian, never did before. And I think, even, this town does need more restaurants. And whether people feel it's a public benefit or not, the more restaurants on this island, the more people are going to come. People don't want to wait 2-3 hours to get into a restaurant. And, and also the more restaurants on the island breed better quality food, because if you're serving crappy food, And just because you're a bar or a restaurant on the island, you know, people are gonna stop coming, they're gonna go to the nicer places that serve good food. So it breeds better quality food. That's it. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mike. Anybody else wish to speak? Yes, Terry, you weren't here to be sworn in, so we'll swear you in. Barbara, are you gonna speak? Sure. Okay, so will you stand right, is there anyone else who was not sworn in that is going to wish to speak? Anybody at all? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Terry Prasad, resident of the island and business owner also. I think the Red Coconut Project is the future of Fort Myers Beach. It's a very beautiful project. They've put a lot of thoughts into the needs of this town. And I think we, like Alex King said, we need to look forward. The more stuff we keep on the ground, you know, if we build this 3 stories high and we spread it all out, then we're susceptible to more water damage. The higher we can go, keep the density going up versus this way. I mean, we've gotten 7 hurricanes within the last 2 years. And this is a local builder. He cares about this town, and we need to see more development if we're gonna get Fort Myers Beach back on its foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara?
Good morning, LPA. My name is Barbara Hill. I also live in Shell Mound Park, and my neighbor, Tom, who's building his house across the street from mine, I thought was very articulate in terms of the concerns that we have for our neighborhood and that shadow, and I think MD had talked about that as well. I'm here, I really like the concept in general in terms of the quality of the developer's work in the past and also the concept that he's got with this proposal. I am opposed to the 17 stories. That just is too much for the middle part of the island. Our mid-island is, has had a quiet residential ambiance that I hope will always continue. So I want the building to not be so tall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Anyone else wish to speak? Mike, you already spoke once. I'm sorry you can't speak again. I hate to tell you. It's a one-shot deal.
I just had one little question.
Mike,
No, I can't.
no. Commissioner Sandelli, are you here to share your thoughts with us?
I'm just glad we're dry, the sun is shining, and it's warm.
Excellent.
And I just came from your shop, and it was fabulous.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's no, if there is.
Can I request a 10-minute recess?
You certainly can. Is there no further public comment? We're closing the public comment. We're gonna have a 10-minute recess.
Thank you.
Go first.
No, go.
Thank you all very much for that little break. Okay, Sarah, do you want to just say for the record or say anything about the staff report?
Sure. Am I on now? There we go. So because this is a different process, than the CPD process, this is a development agreement process, it doesn't have the same criteria as, commercial plan development, that I would normally say, you know, it meets this criteria, we recommend approval or conditions or denial. The development agreement process doesn't include criteria for staff to evaluate. Therefore, the staff report contains, you know, the ways that it may not meet the code, the public benefits that they are offering, suggestions and thoughts by staff, but it does not give a recommendation.
And
Okay.
if I may add,
Yes.
the criteria that we do have in our resolution are the minimum requirements of what needs to be in that document, and that has been satisfied.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so the public comment portion of the meeting is complete. And what I would like to do now is invite Tina and Mike to come sit in this chair. It'll just make it a lot easier than having you come.
Matt,
Well, now I'm gonna call you Mike for the rest of the meeting,
You've had a
Smarty.
long, couple of weeks, I guess.
I've had a long 2.5 years, Mike. Okay,
Matt.
so what I'd like to do at this point is to begin with the development agreement, and as we go through, if somebody has a question or an issue with anything that we go through, let's just talk about it, okay? So,
what page are you?
the development agreement, which starts on
14.
page 14
Okay.
of the packet, okay? So, let's just deal with, and actually, it's numbered page 1.
Okay.
You got it, Jane? Are we all on the same page? Did anybody have any questions here on this very first page? I had some procedural things.
Okay.
It just bothered me that the fourth whereas clause says, "The town and the developer desire to enter into this agreement." The developer wishes the town to engage in this agreement. I don't know if it means anything to change that, or if it doesn't, but it didn't rest well with me.
So it's not, in my opinion, it is not, I think it's needed, let me go in that direction. I think it's needed because this is an agreement. And an
Between the
agreement,
town and the developer.
right,
Okay.
and an agreement represents a meeting of the minds. So it shows the agreement on both parties,
And ultimately, this
perspective.
is what would be adopted by the town council, in which case they are the town. Okay.
correct.
I read that as an attitude of conversation.
Okay,
There's a desire to have an outcome.
Okay.
That both parties fully participate and engaged in, and that's the way I read that when you wrote that way? Is that still legitimate in your mind?
Well, ultimately, if the town council were to approve this agreement, yes.
Yeah.
yes.
Again, the
yeah.
intent is to get something that can
The
be
intent is to accomplish
Correct.
something. Okay, okay. The next whereas clause has a date change that needs to occur.
Yes.
Does anybody else have anything on page 1?
I think both of those, and I think the October 8th date was also correct, or incorrect.
It is,
Yeah,
And then the two following ones?
correct.
right.
Okay, so that's just correcting the dates. That's just Scribner's in essence. Okay, page 2 of the agreement.
May I, Madam Chair? I can
Yep.
just make a few comments. So basically, I mean, these are very typical terms that you see. You know, we verified the ownership and the property that we're talking about. And so number 4 is really when you start getting into some policy issues embedded in the terms for the proposed development and use. So you may want to skip to 4A.
4A has to do with residential density.
So could we just explore a little bit further the additional 8 on the transfer? I'm still not very clear on how that.
Sure. For the record, Tina Ekblad. So the concept on the density transfer is not referenced in 4A.
Right.
It's
That
referenced
is-
in the end.
Correct. That is the paragraph that would need to be amended if Seagate were to acquire property within the town of Fort Myers Beach. They would need to, and Nancy, please step on me if I get this incorrect, but it's my understanding as a planner that they would need to record an agreement on that other property that would limit or remove the development ability and then shift it to this property, and then this agreement would need to be amended to reflect those new units. We have attempted to limit the number of units that can come onto this property by saying 150 in total. To be very open and transparent, if construction has started, if this project is approved and construction has started on the towers, the only place those additional units could go would be the single family in the back, and so the size of the lot would get smaller to add the additional units.
And we actually agreed to not even increase the towers ever, so
There you go.
the tower is gonna be the tower units, and none of those units will ever go into the tower. It's not the intention to add them to the tower, because the original plan, if some of you saw the original plan, there were more units in the back, as we laid out. And as the final CCCL line determination, it cut out 8 of the units. I think it was 8, I think we're at the 149, instead of 150. But again, it was just a math problem, and we tried to solve it. We said, wow, this is unfortunate. Is there a way that we could, because again, we didn't want to increase density, so it was decided that we would go with the transfer density. As of right now, the partnership, or we do not own any property on the beach, even though there's rumors that we own property on the beach. We do not own any more properties on the beach. Obviously, we've thought about ways that we could do this, but we just wanted to put that in there. We understand that it's an ask and it's something that we'll talk about, but it was something that we requested and we worked through with staff and the town manager, and everyone seemed to get comfortable with the request that it was just transferring density and it was just adding, it wasn't adding to the towers, it was adding to the back of the property in single family.
But it also increases, the 8 units increases the density from 15 to 15.75.
Correct.
For this particular property, yes, your comprehensive plan does include a policy that permits density to, I'll say, be internally transferred within the island. And so you could be
Well, that's not what it says, Tina. It doesn't say internally transferred within the island. It says close proximity.
Okay, close proximity.
And we've debated close proximity for 20-some-odd years. Some people think it means across the street. Some people think it means within the 7 miles. But anyway, go ahead.
So that policy, I understand there's a debate regarding distance, governs the covenant that needs to be on that other property to, as I said, reduce the density or eliminate the development potential and then transfer. So it would run with that other property so that there is no future development potential, or that potential is significantly reduced so that those units can be transferred from that other property to this one. What we are trying to get at is we would like the ability to take advantage of that process that is available within the comprehensive plan. I understand that there is some debate regarding location, and as Matt has pointed out, he does not own any other property on the beach at this time.
Does anybody else have an objection to this?
Well, I guess I would ask, first of all, developer rights allow these things to happen in many, many communities. I get the concept, what you're doing. I didn't know the history around, you put a word in there that people are still trying to deal with. How important is that forward flexibility to you? Remember I asked you about conceptual drawings. What I'm trying to anticipate is the conversations that happen. Will they do what they say they're gonna do and get you as much on the record as possible to say what you see is what you're gonna get or less?
Sure, and that's why we limited the number, and it was only based on the original plan that most of the people saw of that many units in the back, and it was done because of a CCCL line move. This is not something that other people aren't dealing with in properties. I hear it all the time, that especially some of the older properties, like the Red Coconut, when when lines are finally drawn, things change. And what we wanted to do was put a mechanism in that may be available anyway for transfer of density, and be upfront about the transfer of density, and to limit it to only the back units, not the two multifamily buildings. Limit it to the back and limit the number, so we can only transfer so much density, so it won't be 30 units, it'll be 8, and those 8 units that would transfer would then go away on another piece of property on the island, so the net density would be 0.
So would you be willing to do that as a subsequent request formally versus as a pre-approval to the entire development? In other words, if you acquired property and then said, I want to make these changes, coming back and asking for that change to that particular plat and number?
Yes, the only thing I'll contemplate on this is part of what staff's thought process of this was limiting the available ability for us to increase density in the building with height. So that's the reason they put, I believe, that we all put the stipulation in that we will not add density to the two taller structures. It would only be, if we added density, it would be in the back. So if we did put this in the agreement and I asked for more density, again, the legal minds would have to figure out, would I be allowed, if I transfer density of property, would I allow them to be able to put them in the tower? I don't know. I didn't
Matt,
ask
it's
that.
like you're asking us to bank some units for you, and we don't have that. But you're asking for the ability to, in the future, transfer 8 units. In the
If
future.
they're available, again, we still have to hit all the other
And
ability.
but
to
it's from
transfer.
unknown property.
So
And maybe we don't want to transfer it from an unknown property. Maybe that's not the desire of the town.
Or maybe we just want to deal with 141 units.
Right, so let's get back to the words on the page. The recommendation to council would be 141 units, we do agree with that. The provision in the back is if there.
What paragraph is that?
It's paragraph 13.
Okay, there you go.
jumped.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let me be clear here.
It's page 11, Tina.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the first thing that would have to happen is Matt would have to acquire property. The second thing that he would have to do related to that is execute this other agreement with the town regarding the density transfer. So there is a review of that property, and as you pointed out, Anita, those limits, and is that appropriate? If he gets through that hoop, then he is asking to come back and amend this agreement to address the density at that time. We all agree that applications need to be made and there needs to be secondary review that happens in multiple stages. That transfer has its own process as well.
And what advantage does the development agreement give you in that process of requesting the transfer that you wouldn't have if it wasn't included at this juncture, when you're making your appeal?
Well, again, what I have heard from everybody that I've talked to is be as transparent as you can be in this whole process. So the discussion we had internally was, hey, it really stinks that we're gonna lose these 8 units because a line moved a couple feet. We had a plan that made sense with these 8 more units in there. How do we solve this issue? And then the response back from my team, staff talking through it was, well, you could transfer density, that has its own process for it. And then, again, being transparent, because the question was asked when we were talking with staff was, are you gonna add this, and are you gonna go, add more units to the, and my response was no, there's no intention of putting in the condo. But, so I think I'm agreeing to limit, if I were to transfer density to the site, to only limit it to the residential area in the back. So maybe people aren't looking at it that way, and again, I brought this up in my preliminary discussion because it was something that was kind of interesting, but again, all cards on the table, this is how we got there, this is why this is in there, and this is how we tried to solve it, working with staff and the town manager. Now, if the LPA thinks that there are too many holes in it and everything, we'll certainly take that into consideration if and when we get pushed off the council to.
It's wholly met. Jim, did you have anything else on that?
Well, I guess the whole 8 units, I see nothing in here that says it only goes to the back. I mean, that's.
There isn't anything in there. It
So,
just, it
I
randomly,
mean,
Add that, I don't think that we're objecting to that, we can clarify that.
It's your intent anyway, right?
That's my intent.
Yes.
I would make that clarification. I thought that got into the final language. If it didn't, that's on
There
me.
you go.
I should have.
Yeah, page
So,
11.
so would that just go to 12 units back there then? If those were moved?
yes.
Okay, so it'd be 12. Okay.
And are you asking to do this through, coming back to the LPA, or are you asking to do this
Would be
administratively?
Administratively. And that's why we wanted to have this conversation now. Now, if the response is no, we're gonna have to go through the whole process again. Okay, that's fine, but Sarah, did you find it?
It says single
I think
Yeah.
I think we agreed
Yeah, it
with
does,
that.
it says,
Because that was a
to be,
stipulation that you guys were concerned about, that I wanted to make sure that
it says density from other properties may be transferred for 8 additional single-family units to be located north of the proposed Seahorse Street. It's, page 11 of the development
Yeah,
agreement,
it's
page
at the
24.
bottom of that, it's at the bottom of that.
And how does that change their FAR?
Oh,
Does
it
not.
wouldn't change the parks.
Is that a change?
No, no.
a-
Oh, from the very first one?
Yeah.
So is there an objection if we move that sentence to the, 4A to follow?
So it's sequential and aligned with the
And it's
request.
very transparent, and,
Yeah.
and also perhaps adding a clause that, as may be provided or authorized by the code at the time of the transfer.
But I just wanna be clear, and I want LPA to understand that this was done on we wanted to be fully transparent. So that's why this conversation happened. This wasn't like, let's sneak this into the back to try to get more units. It came up for a reason, we tried to solve it, we tried to put roadblocks in for a developer that would, you know, I get killed in a car accident, my evil stepsister takes over and tries to ram it down. That, you know, there's reasonable roadblocks in here that can only be added to the back.
I think intention is clear. The documentation needs to be aligned accordingly, and then we're all synchronized.
Yeah, I think so,
Okay.
moving it to 4A.
I like that's
Is
good
that
suggestion.
agreeable with
It is with me.
everyone?
It
Okay,
makes
thank
more
you.
sense to be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
How I jumped to it in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good job.
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why I brought it up in my opening remarks. I knew it was gonna be something that everyone wanted to talk about.
Okay,
I
any,
have some B.
go ahead, Jane.
Okay, in the meeting that I went to for a presentation, there were 5 exits and entrances off of Denora, and you mentioned that 3 entrances for the housing, but you don't, then later in here, it states service, access, and,
Restaurant.
access and trash. So, are those 3 more?
So the design of the building is not completely done yet. We have 2 buildings and we have the restaurant. And so as we go through the process of design, obviously it makes a lot of sense to try to congregate that as much as we can through the design process. But I don't know where all the building structural is gonna lay out yet, so it's hard for me to make that. So, but what I wanted to be was abundantly clear that we are gonna have to get trash out and we're gonna have to deliver to and from the buildings in the restaurant. Now, those deliveries and that trash is only gonna be certain times
I agree,
and
but
very quick, so.
if there's 5 entrances and exits on Denora, it's very hard to see a sidewalk there because there's always gonna be crossover. I mean, that's where you might need a crossover for the people to get down Denora Boulevard. Because with 5, I mean, that road isn't that long. And if you have 5 entrances for 5 different uses, it seems to be very congested.
Go ahead.
if I'm reading this, I believe it's 2 for residential vehicular access. And then there would be a co-location for service and delivery of the restaurant and trash pickup.
Later in the packet, it says, trash access and, restaurant access and, service truck access.
Right, and again, I think where I'm going back to it is, I don't have the design yet, and so it would certainly, as a developer, trying to commingle those spaces is typically the most cost-effective way to do it. But these are complicated structures to build, and we need some kind of leeway to be able to design the building accordingly.
Well, and my other biggest concern about the entrances on this, including those on Denora, but is the two accesses to, on Estero Boulevard with no middle lane. It's gonna be a backup on Estero Boulevard going either direction if you're going towards the park where your little roundabout is, or you're going into the residents themselves. There isn't, there isn't any staging area on Estero Boulevard, so you're gonna be stopping that lane completely.
Well, I think on the building side, there is a stacking road, so I think that's.
I know, but you have to get into that. So if you're coming from the north end south and going to turn left into your building, there is no place other than stopping all of the southbound traffic to get into your building. And also going the other way, if you're gonna turn left.
Well, can we add that all up to, there is a concern about vehicular access?
Okay.
Does anybody else share that concern?
Yes.
Yes, so do I.
Yeah, so do I.
Okay, so, okay. Here's a biggie. Rentals. So I will just tell you all that I called, or when I spoke with Matt yesterday, he said, is there anything you're concerned about, and does anything stand out? And I said, yes, you said in a public meeting that there would be no rentals. And now we have rentals. And it says, actually, just so everyone knows what it says rental of any permitted dwelling unit will be limited to a single renting entity during any 1 month period with a minimum of 1 week stay. So it'll be very much like our neighborhood, Barbara, where you can, or my next door neighbor or whatever, they can rent, every month they could rent a minimum of a week, they could rent 10 days, 2 weeks, but 1 rental per month. And I have a concern about that because the neighborhood expressed so many concerns about that.
It is also updated on page 81 where it says they're allowed 1 day or longer, but they plan to limit it to a week or longer. So that description doesn't limit it to 1 per month.
Correct. You could have 4 per month.
Yes.
Right, okay,
Yes.
so, and I had this conversation with Anita, she disclosed it, and I've had a conversation with a couple other people on this discussion issue. And you are absolutely correct, in a meeting, I did say, because it was brought up, that you're gonna have all these renters, and you're gonna have different people every week coming into this, and it's just gonna be like a hotel. Because in our existing zoning, we can do nightly rentals, right? So, and my response was, no, that's not how this is gonna be, we're not gonna be doing rentals. And when I met with staff and we sat down, my request to staff was, give me language that is reasonable language that you think could replace the language we have now, which people would be happy with. That was the discussion, and it was, well, when we go through this, people are trying to limit what I know is short-term rentals, which is, someone coming in 1 week, someone coming in next week, someone coming next week. Anita explained to me that on the island, the short-term rental is looked at differently. So the concern that I had listened to, was from people that were worried about this turning into a glorified hotel. What I heard from Anita and some others is that that's not necessarily maybe the case. It's certainly
It's not the only case.
Right, so I am certainly okay with looking at the language. Now, here's the other thing, I'm making an agreement into perpetuity here. So forever, this is gonna be in. So I need to understand that what today is not necessarily what happened 14 years from now. So what I wanna make sure of is that any restrictive language that I'm going to agree to is reasonable restrictive language that other similar type properties would have. Because my property shouldn't be overly restricted maybe compared to other properties. But the intention and the HOA docs, et cetera, are certainly not gonna allow what I was told was the concern was this is gonna turn into a glorified house.
So are you able to, do you believe, create an in perpetuity document that would override a formal HOA formation after these units are sold from changing those rules within their own bylaws?
Yeah, I think that the HOA will have their own rules governing rentals. What my bigger concern is that just like we talked about, this is the most we can ask for. So if there is a concern on this rental language, I'd like to understand what that concern is. Is the limiting factor a week? Should it be 2 weeks? Should it be a month? I just need to understand what.
My dear, the concern is that you said there would be none.
Yeah. Well,
That's the concern. So you
understood.
represented there would be none. You went so far as to say the HOA would prohibit it.
Which they
You
will.
were adamant about it.
Which they
And
will.
so everybody was like, oh, okay, well, it's just gonna be a residential community.
Sure.
But now it's not.
Agreements can always be amended, so the word in perpetuity is probably extreme. I mean, if in 15 years the market has changed, you could always come back to the council and ask for this agreement to be amended and make your case that the rental market is different or whatever the case may be.
I was gonna ask, like, the current ordinance for rentals, like in residential areas, like where I used to have a house, was you could rent your property once a month to like a family or something.
Well,
And is this different? I mean,
No,
wouldn't that,
that's what this is.
there are weekly rentals and there are monthly rentals on Fort Myers Beach.
I'm talking about property zoned residential, single-family residential.
It can be either. And being abutted to Estero Boulevard typically would make it a weekly rental.
Yes, you're
But
right.
we
Understood.
need to understand what they're asking for because it's written differently twice and it was verbalized none at all.
But if the applicant in this situation agrees to a condition of no rentals, and then subsequent ownership is transferred by individual units, they have a formal HOA under Florida docs. I don't know what prevents that HOA from adjusting what you can do with those properties.
Because you put it in as a
So
condition.
that, I don't know if the developer can ensure anything in that regard.
Yes.
Granted, it was said, but holding the one that's building it accountable for what ultimately the people that own it are gonna do with it, I don't know why that's transferable in a conversation or a document at this moment. I just need somebody to help me with that.
Because it could be a condition.
You
Yes.
can, but it can be changed by the own governing
He's-
docs
so
of the
it's the
HOA.
difference
It's happening in my
between
neighborhood in
between
Estero.
government
Not
and
if the
HOA.
town,
What were you gonna say, Don?
I was just saying, not if the town has an agreement with the developer and the
Right.
parcels is established as a no rental property, then the HOA could never change it.
Okay.
I mean, they could appeal to town council, but
Right. This is underlying approval for the development. The HOA can't override this.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
think about this like a
Good to have
zoning
clarity.
approval, like
Exactly.
whatever
Right.
zoning uses are allowed.
that's right.
Yeah.
Ms. Plummer, could you give us the page reference for the conflicting comments, cause I'm only seeing it
I-
in this agreement
I
once.
put it in on, you know, it was in the computer, I put it in as 81, but I went to page 81 of this packet and I'm not finding that there.
Okay.
But
So I think our intention would be to go with 4C, which would be rentals need to be a minimum of a week over a month-long period. Which, it's my understanding that that's consistent with the general location, to Ms. Plummer's point, of the neighborhood on the island.
I think that's consistent with our current ordinances for single-family residential property not on Estero Boulevard.
Yeah, so from personal opinion, I've lived both in monthly rental as well as weekly rental, and they are two very, very different experiences.
yes.
And I've had in my monthly rental, people that have rented weekly during the pandemic when there was a lot of demand for it. And it greatly impacted the quality of our life because the weekends, we no longer had our weekends the way we normally did. All of that is to say that I don't think that the monthly rental or the restriction to rentals only once per month has much of an impact on the neighborhood, because quite often we see seasonal rentals, multi-months or 6 weeks at a time, or is just, at least been my experience in the monthly rental district, and I felt that it had minimal impact on the neighborhood.
That
Personal opinion.
that location is on the applicant's report, page 9, and also page 81 of 149. The first paragraph states, dwelling unit to be rented periods of 1 day or longer. While rentals are anticipated to occur within the development, the applicant has agreed to limit rentals to a week or longer through the restricted covenants.
Okay,
So-
so I would say that, very similar to the presentation, if we find a conflict in the project narrative or the applicant's report, the development agreement is the thing that we are committing to. I will go on record and say that we had changes to this agreement, I believe it was the 25th, and I had finished the applicant's report on the 20th, so you may find a few instances where I need to make that change before it goes to council, but it is this reference 4C that we would like to be considered, which as I read it is a minimum of a week, and then you gotta wait another 30 days before you rent it again for a minimum of a week.
Correct. Very difficult to enforce,
Very difficult.
very
It
difficult.
is.
So, okay, so you're sticking with that then?
Well, I think, to me, I would love to, if there's a other language, if it's like, look, we don't think you should have any language in there, if it's longer than a week, if it's 2 weeks, if it's limited to 3 times a year, if there's some kind of limited language, but I hear that I can come back and ask for whatever I need to ask for, but as you know, at that point, I have zero leverage to ask for that, so.
Yes,
so-
but by the same token, you could come back and say, I don't like this, I'd like to have daily rentals again. So the in perpetuity thing is just, it doesn't mean anything. Because you could say, you're asking right now for these terms for your rentals, but you could come back in and ask to amend that.
Yes.
So, right.
So would the rentals that are in there have the rights to the private club and all that stuff?
I would assume so, but again, we haven't even written the
I just think that, it's being presented as a long-term residential thing. I just think maybe monthly rentals would be more in harmony with what you're proposing, and take the weekly out since it's absolutely impossible to control.
If that is what you guys think, I don't see an issue with that. Again, I'm trying to work with
You're
the
finding
rules,
a
and I
happy
just-
medium. What do you all think? I agree with
I
that.
actually like that as a solution.
No problem.
So
I
basically,
think I'm-
what we're saying is, the units could be rented up to 12 times a year,
That's right.
At the
basically,
most.
and leave it at that.
Okay.
Don, got something?
Don, did you want to add to that?
No, I was gonna say a minimum of 30, and I think of a place up in San Key that had minimums that I looked at years ago that had a minimum of 6 months, and it was much more residential focused, so.
Yeah,
If I were,
in my opinion, what I think, whatever comes out of this, at least in the short term, when this first starts, my assumption is that the HOA's rental language will be a lot more restrictive than this language. But, again, going into the future, I don't know what people would want, and I wanna make sure that, we're open, because
Okay.
it could change.
Anything else from anyone
So
on?
can I get clarification then?
Yes.
Because I've also heard renting it up to 12 times a year, and I've heard a minimum of 30 days.
I
So
personally,
there's a difference.
I personally prefer a minimum of 30 days.
That way they
Yeah.
could rent it for a year, or they could rent it for 30 days.
They could rent it for a month. But if you say 12, up to 12 times, you could have 12 weekly
Weekly
rentals.
Correct. Okay,
So,
a
okay.
minimum of 30 days.
yes.
Okay.
So they're likely to be seasonal rentals, which seasonal rental people become part of your neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on page 2 of the development agreement? Okay, going on to page 3, the first section has to do with commercial area.
So I have a question. I believe that the entire 10,000 square foot is taken up by the restaurant and the terrace, correct?
Correct.
But it calls out for other uses.
So again, forward thinking,
Yeah,
if the restaurant can not be supported by the public or something, I just didn't want to have a black hole there, so we wanted to have something of commercial use that could be there. We're gonna have access for the public, so I just didn't want to completely railroad
restrict
ourselves
it.
into just one use. So we tried to, and staff, and we worked together on trying to, because they didn't want a completely open book there, but we tried to put reasonable uses in there, so that's where that came from.
thank you for the clarification.
Matt Price, you know I like you very much. I am grateful that you are at the table for the town of Fort Myers Beach, because you are a respected person in the development community. But I dislike this development. This was my epiphany in the last 24 hours. I dislike this development order process immensely, because there is no assurance for us. None. I think you have said we may, we might, we haven't yet, so many times that, quite honestly, whether this is approved or not, I have no idea what might happen. You might have some 17-story towers. You might have a restaurant, but you've said your restaurant is a public benefit. So if it's not a restaurant, and instead it's a nail salon, is a nail salon a public benefit? I don't know. So do we keep that in your public benefit pile? This is so willy-nilly to me. I get why you would like this. I totally get it. It gives you flexibility. It ultimately probably allows you a way to build a better project, and especially to answer to the needs of the market. I totally understand that. But what I don't understand, as a resident of Fort Myers Beach, as somebody who's worked on this thing for however many times, I don't feel like the town has any assurance with this product of, other than the fact that Matt Price and Seagate Development are A+. Great. That's wonderful.
So in it, but again, this would be zoning, right? So anyone asking for zoning is going to be asking for, specifics, but within a box.
No, they're gonna ask for specifics. In a CPD, we're gonna tell somebody, you've got 1,000 square feet of whatever, and or 10,000 square feet, and here's your list. But you have said, this is a restaurant and it's a public benefit. But then in this particular one, you're saying, it's a restaurant, if it works, it's a restaurant. If it doesn't work, it might be a nail salon, might be a convenience store, might be. And I understand that from the procedural thing. What I want to do then is take the restaurant off your public benefit list, because that's only a maybe.
Well, I think any public retail space would be a benefit to Mid-Island. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but you have pitched the restaurant.
Well,
And people have reacted to the restaurant being a public benefit, much like at the south end, how restaurants have been a big
Sure.
deal. So do you get what I'm saying?
I'm fine with it, and if we want to take out the rest of the uses and just call it a restaurant, because that's the intention of, and if we have to come back and get approvals. Again, I'm just trying to, I'm a developer. I have to think.
Give yourself as much open space as you can.
In the future of what happens if.
Yep.
And if the restaurant isn't helping anybody and something else could help somebody there, and it makes sense for the community, I don't mind coming in and asking for, if that's the question, if you'd rather
Well, hey,
strike that.
maybe nobody else has this issue, I just had to tell you that.
Well,
Does anybody?
I think it definitely goes to where you and I started, that the more clarity that we can put in the hold accountable documents, the easier the trust will start to build,
Fine.
and we know exactly
I'm okay
in
with
which we're
taking-
applying.
I'm okay with taking everything else out and putting a restaurant in. That's the intention. That's what we're doing. I was just trying to do what I typically do, which is make sure that I have the ability to shift if the market shift or something else shifts, to provide the benefit that I think everyone's going to need. And again, I would say that a positive outcome for this project, I think, is going to be a positive outcome for the island. So
Totally agree with that.
So to me, having parts of this project be successful is important. So that was the only reason it came that came from, I'm fine with striking and just calling it a restaurant.
But your intention and commitment is to build the restaurant, open
Absolutely.
it, part of the deal, game on.
That's it. So if we wanna take the rest of the stuff out and I agree with the restaurant,
Okay.
I'll do that, and then we'll deal
That
with
will-
the
that will help.
consequences in the future. No
Thank you.
problem.
Okay, that being said, makes me very nervous about the 29,000 square feet across the street that's going to be enclosed, air-conditioned, and only available to the residents and the 75 members. So what, and you're saying wedding venues and things like that, but how often do those happen? And, you know, you're only talking about cabanas and chairs, which would be outside the air-conditioned space. So what's gonna happen in those 3 stories of, you know, air-conditioned space?
It's gonna be beach club. I mean, there'll be a restaurant, there'll be sitting areas, there'll be congregating area. It's,
Bar,
a bar.
A bar.
yeah, that's what it'd be.
And so, and again, that 29,000 feet is a maximum of what we could build there. Chances are it's probably not gonna be that big, but again, we just took the box on the plan and did it by height, and that's what the square footage is. I don't know if it's gonna be that much. Chances are there'll probably be more outdoor space there. But if we ended up enclosing it, what is enclosed space versus not? Is it just, again, all this comes through the design of the building, which we are not finished yet.
Yeah, I mean, it kinda concerns me, cause you're also gonna be blocking the view from your, terrace and your restaurant with this 29 square foot air-conditioned space.
Well, not from the restaurant restaurant's gonna look over the pool.
Well, if you only look forward this way, but if you look this way, it'll be a 29,000 square foot building. It's enclosed with air. So it is gonna be a solid structure, I assume.
Anybody else have any concerns about the beach club?
Well, I think Jim raised the fact of there really is no benefit specifically to the residents of Fort Myers Beach, the way it's written. It's just open to the public.
And I agree, I remember during the presentation that it was going to be a, you know, small little thing on the beach, and, you know, that, it, you know, your massing and everything else was going to be across the street, and at the presentation, it seemed like it was like more of a cabana bar kind of thing, and, you know, a gathering place, but not a enclosed air-conditioned structure. But that's changed since the presentation.
Well, the presentation was that the beach club was the amenities to the residential units. So, fitness center, pool, food and beverage, yes, that has been the presentation. Initially, it was not open to the public. There were not options for memberships at all. It was for residents and their guests only. We have offered up the 25% membership. We can say that that's for residents of the beach. We left it open to the public so that we could have this conversation. If you wanna restrict it further, we can work through that.
I'd certainly like to start there.
Okay.
There may be great enthusiasm around that, a bias towards that. If you find out
I'm
you
fine with
can't
that.
sell them,
I'm
you
fine
go
with
with that.
a bias towards, Fort Myers Beach.
Is it a public benefit when you have to buy a membership though?
No.
Well, it's
Well,
not a public benefit
Yeah.
in my mind if it's limited to 25%
Right.
of their members, so.
Right. I mean, if we're creating a restaurant that's available to the public on residents or non-residents of the island, then that's a public benefit, I think. If it's limited to residents and a small portion of people who will buy in, like a country club, then that's not really public to me.
Well, I would say that most country clubs don't allow people to buy in, so this would allow people to buy in, and it's not, so there
It's
is.
a private club, right? It's a private club with a private membership, right?
Yeah. Right, so the ability to buy in is certainly at least, I have heard it's a benefit, again, from certain people,
Well,
others
it's a
don't.
benefit for maybe up to 75 people.
Yeah.
Or maybe more, I mean, it could be more, I mean, depending on.
Well, you
it
only
could be-
have 75 parking spots, so.
Understood, but there could be a situation where during the summer, if there's a lot of residents that aren't in, we could open up a summer membership program. I mean, it says at least up to, right?
Yeah,
So-
it's evolved at Margaritaville for sure.
Right,
Sure
I mean,
has.
I mean, certainly that has been a popular thing on Margaritaville, I think everyone agrees, this will be a little different than Margaritaville, I have not told everyone this is gonna be the same as Margaritaville, but in the summer, it could be open to more people, and that's why again, until we put the planning together and seeing how many people are gonna use it, and who wants it, and how many people are in the summer, it could turn into more, especially in the summer months, of more.
But there's a finite number. It's not.
It is.
It will never be
Open.
open for everybody on the beach, every resident.
That's a fair statement,
Yeah.
fair statement.
Okay, anything else on the beach club? Let's move on to park and access areas. John, anything on this?
I would go back to the question that I had before that Matt answered, as being I think it's number 3, which is the
Yeah.
enhanced beach access. I think what's being committed here is a 10-foot wide pedestrian access, not that green space that I think
Right,
was
they're
being
only
shown.
limited to 10 feet, not the whole cul-de-sac area.
Not that whole area. Now, I understand it's under development by them, but as it's written
Yeah.
here, it's strictly a 10-foot beach access.
And I would say, I wouldn't be surprised if the fire department doesn't require 2 accesses to the underground parking. In case there's, one entrance is blocked, I think you'll find out that there's a good chance they're gonna say they need a secondary access.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about that, and that's gonna be up to them, and we're gonna do the best we can to try to, but it was our intention to try to limit the number of access points off of Stero based on the comp plan.
Yeah.
So a comment I would have, Anita, is what we've been discussing, I go back to the pink shell easement change that we made. It included not only access to the beach, but enhanced access to facilities, restrooms, et cetera. So does this have any amenities like that that the public can get to?
Not,
Do you know?
not at this time. The only thing that the public can get to would be the restaurant.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
And there's only 2 parking spaces, so
No,
it's very,
those are
very
at
limited.
Matanzas, Jane.
Those are back for
Those are
Matanzas.
the back.
Yeah,
Oh.
the restaurant has valet parking available.
So,
That's all good.
Doug, do you have anything on this section?
I don't any.
You don't? How about you, Dawn?
No, I don't, thank you.
I guess my note here just says, could these areas be better defined by plats or lot strap numbers or something that say
Sizes.
the size of it specifically? It just seems to lack specificity again for me. And then one of my biggest questions is, on this picture, this line that goes diagonally across here, is that yours?
No,
Okay, so why is it in our picture then?
cause it has to be in the picture.
It has to be in the picture, but it's not yours. Whose is it?
It's our next door neighbors.
That you own.
No.
No.
Nope.
No. So, let's say you never acquire that property. What happens to this park that's a public benefit?
The park will still stay. They will have their access through.
They'll have access through. So,
It's easement instead of purchase anyway.
is there any objection, has there been any objection that the public will now utilize their access or their easement?
We would, if it came to it, we would separate the access. We've already had the discussion, and we would separate the access, and it would be a private entrance for
Can we
them.
memorialize that somehow?
Sure.
I mean, I don't know, this was a big question for me.
Yeah, that's fine. None of the calculations have that line in it. Eventually, the hope was that we could make that go away in the future. We're working on certain
Okay.
ideas to do that, but we will solve the issue one way or the other.
Okay, question, since this little leg comes out of the property, is this owned by you?
Yes.
Let's go for you.
Oh,
No.
okay, okay,
That's ours.
okay, just
The
confirming.
frontage on Estero is
Yeah, it's
ours.
Gulf, it
Correct.
was,
Okay.
the shops.
Right.
Yeah.
Got it.
And that is also a park.
Okay.
Anything else on this page 3?
So just to remind, the LPA, someone had earlier mentioned, time limits on use as well as programming being the town responsibility. That was in part of your discussion.
timing? I mean,
What was it?
Yeah, the hours it's gonna operate and,
Oh, yeah.
and who's
Oh.
gonna do the programming. He's gonna handle the maintenance and upkeep, make it available, but responsibility for the other parts lies elsewhere.
Right, so
Should
the
have a
question
timeline.
is, do you want to put something in the agreement addressing those two items?
Well, in my mind, this is a passive park. There's no programming to be had. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
But the applicants indicated, should there be,
Yes, it would be the town's
somebody else's
responsibility.
responsibility. They're just
Okay.
being clear. I think they don't want any part of that process.
Yep.
I'm just curious, and this ties back to a question that came up earlier. Once the developer passes this property on to the, let's say, HOA or the
Yeah.
property owners, how is that, that responsibility to maintain the park, is that, how is that passed on?
Between,
Okay.
you know, between whoever, the HOA, whoever's controlling that property, there'll be a signed maintenance agreement that we would have to enter into with them to upkeep that.
I see, so you would contract with the HOA to maintain the property
Well,
or
eventually,
something?
once it would
Yeah.
be turned over, I mean, we would own it for a while, obviously, and then once it would get turned over, it would have to be done through a maintenance agreement, which is not atypical.
Okay.
So on that topic, just so all these things get properly documented, it's been clear, the last couple storms, that many investments made in these landscapings have been completely destroyed. Santini, for example. I'm aware of a large project, 5-building project out in Sanibel that has had this happen twice now, so they're no longer going to replan and redo. They're putting stone, they're putting other more permanent kind of things. How do you feel about that? Certainly, I've done my yard 4 times now, and stone looks like great, but I still want the grass. So
Yeah.
what would your commitment be that it returns to where it's going to be?
So we're gonna have to go through the development order process. That development order process is gonna call out for what is gonna be needed in that project to get planted. And then it is the town who's going to have jurisdiction over, do things need to get replanted? As a developer, I can't just not replant at my property if something goes away. I would be out of my approval process to a point. Most people give a little bit of leeway after storms. I would say that, one of the comments that I've heard over and over again is that why give these view corridors if you're filling them up with trees and plants and this kind of thing? So as we work with staff going through that, if there is a one from staff or council or the LPA to leave it more open and view cardy and do the stone and as opposed to grass and trees everywhere, that's something we can talk about. But again, there's codes that we will need to follow to do that. But it will be our responsibility to replant. We'll
Okay,
need to
great.
replant.
Okay.
I don't mean to harp on this, but I'm still would like to see some more definition of what that park looks like. I don't know if I'm
You're
the
talking
only
about
one
the
with.
beachside park.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
not
no,
sure if
no.
I'm the only one that's got a concern about that, but the way it's written, as I read it, it is strictly a beach access.
So,
Which number?
John, that was actually, it's, G3.
Correct.
That was actually a staff recommendation because they were calling the whole area a park.
Yeah.
We're like, well, it's really being shown as an like a car access. We
Right.
don't wanna sell this as a park, that's not what it is. So at the end of the day, we recommended that they actually state which part is actually beach access. Because the rest of it, they're not really sure what they're gonna do with it, but we don't know that it's going to be really what we would consider to be a park. So-
Which is my concern.
Yeah, so that's, and that's why we said, we recommended, well, maybe just switch it to the access easement, because that's what we know we're getting, and it's gonna be enhanced. They said that they wanna do additional landscaping, it's gonna look really nice,
But
but
it's 10 feet,
as
That's
opposed
as
to.
opposed to 120.
Yes, but the visibility is supposed to be through the park, so you're still getting the view corridor, I think was one of their thoughts.
What's the possibility of tikis with picnic tables and things like that?
On that stuff, anything is on the table. You know, again, we can discuss putting whatever we do there. Now, again, we certainly have to understand the storms and everything like that, so anything we would have to put out there, we would have to probably be able to collect in, it probably.
Well, it can be
permanent.
cemented in or whatever.
Well, cement probably isn't gonna work, so it would have to be a portable structure, I would assume.
Right.
to-
John, what's your concern? What's
Well,
your,
my big concern is that there's uncertainty as to what that piece of property, that
when it's the single
portion
biggest
is.
selling point?
And it is a big selling point, and there's, I heard comment that said, will that even be used? There's no parking there, it's strictly a pedestrian access. I had the concern of the sand behind it, will that be available to the public, or will it be taken up by, chaise lounges and umbrellas for the private beach? They've said no. And I've heard that potentially that's going to be required to be a driveway of some sort to get access to the parking underneath the building. Now it's sounding more like a sidewalk beside a driveway to me. I mean, that's what I'm envisioning, and that's my concern.
How about you, Jim?
Well, it goes back to, I think, your point earlier is this box that we're agreeing to doesn't have a lot of specificity in it, whether it's the park, the parking, even the size, the height of the building. It's all just, it's a box for him, and we don't know what we'll necessarily get out.
But we're hanging our hopes on things that are very nebulous. So, I've told you several times, as a matter of fact, I told you yesterday, when I've spoken with my family about this project, and they say, oh my God, you can't do that. And I say, but think about that beach frontage. When the reality of it comes to pass, it's not what I was hoping for. What I imagined this to be was even if there was no parking, was a real bona fide park. And now essentially what it has become is, like it has already been said, it's your entrance to your parking for your 29,000 square foot beach club. And that is, we can call it whatever we wanna call it, but
Park
the
isn't.
average person is going to perceive it that way. That is not a park. A park doesn't have a circular drive through it with people coming and going from the beach club. Maybe this is a beach club park, but it's not a public park. And it is very that element is super disappointing to me. Because I pitched it to so many people. And then the reality of it, and it's like it's a disappointment. If it were going to genuinely be something for the town, not just Mid-Island people, but since the sidewalks were put in, used to be people only walked from Times Square to Diamond Head. That was it. That's as far as they got. And now people walk up and down the island, and because of the sidewalks. So now you're going to improve upon that pedestrian element. And I thought, what a nice moment of respite, but it's not.
Well, I think, to be fair, the beach, part of the beach.
You mean the sand?
The sand.
Couldn't agree more, because
Is going to be where people are gonna congregate, not in the area from the sidewalk to the sand.
But
So-
we have a lot of access to the sand. Fort Myers Beach has more access to the sand than any island on the southwest coast of Florida. Lots of public access to it. But the notion of the park I think was something special.
Get off your bike and sit for a minute,
Yeah.
Go have lunch, picnic lunch,
Well, I still
whatever.
think that there's more area there than everyone is making.
But we don't have any idea what that area size is, because there's nothing that tells us that in this.
What we're told is there's 10 feet.
For
There's a 10-foot wide
beach access.
access. And look, in my ideal world, I'd take out all the concrete on that, and now it's a lovely little park. But we're not gonna solve that, so, you've heard this is an issue by at least 4 members. Is it an issue to anybody else?
So we can't define a set of limitations that we would want that public benefit piece as being offered to look like, be used for, and to
We can
be
offer.
protected? Can't we do that while we have the applicant here?
But he
And-
doesn't have access to his parking other than that, so.
But
What about
That's-
the roundabout, if it goes in? Again, I don't even know if it's gonna be there. If it doesn't there, this is carte blanche. I could've just made it green and fought this battle later, but I'm trying to be as open as, what if the roundabout becomes a drop-off area for the public as well? Like, as opposed to just an area for, so if someone wants to come to the beach, they get dropped off there. Uber ride, there's a lot of discussions about other ways to get dropped off on the island, getting around. What if it becomes a public drop-off if it's there?
Or that the area that is not paved is improved with picnic tables and landscaping and,
Bike racks.
there you go.
And that's the definition I'm trying to drive to, that puts some granularity in there. So not only is it as what you need it for, it's enhanced for all the public benefits you're trying to make us react to in a positive way. That's why I was asking the question the way I did,
It
Nita.
was a good question,
I don't
Jim.
think we have an objection to that. We did not want to assume that we knew what the town wanted. So if we wanna work through that, through this process, we're happy to do it. We're also happy to do it through public meetings and other things that occur after this process. So that's
But after
something-
this process, Tina, it gives no assurance to this community. Because once this process, look, I would take Matt's word that he would do that. I would take his word. But sitting here as the chair of the LPA, I can't take his word on that. I need to see it written down.
So let me ask, in the development order process, would this not come up? I mean, I can't just go build this tomorrow. I have to go
Right.
through other processes
Sure.
and approvals.
Sure.
So
That's
wouldn't,
why I wanted to build some specificity in
I
there
don't
that they
think
can
the
react to.
requirement would come up.
Yes.
I think the development order process would be more to see that what you're proposing is actually
so
consistent with this.
what if we put language in the park side that said something like that they'll provide beach access, cause that's what the town wanted to say, but will also, present park-like features such as, and then, when we go through the development
look
area
different,
process,
yep. Which
now,
get
now
enforced
I
then.
have to check some of the, cause at that point, you would have to look at that
So-
stuff, right?
So bike storage,
That's what I want, yeah.
Okay, hold
picnic
on.
tables, or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I would like as much wiggle room as possible on that, because my design people are probably gonna stab me in the neck,
Drop
but
off,
the reality is that's the intention here, so
Okay, you
I'll
make
figure
your
it out.
list.
So we'd like to document that. It's
That's
helpful.
where we
Yes,
are.
that's
And
what
I
I
think that'll make a
thought.
big step
Okay.
towards validating that.
So,
Okay.
so I heard co-location of drop-off for our private beach club and public
Public.
residents.
Yeah, again, if it
Bike-
exists, yeah.
Bike, yeah, that's gonna be subject to Lee County. Bike racks, picnic tables.
What's gonna be subject to Lee County, Tina?
We have to
Kansas.
get a driveway access permit from
Oh,
them.
right,
Yeah.
right, okay.
So I don't,
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
Ray, we
I
don't,
get
can't
it.
agree to something we're
I
not
get
allowed to do.
Got it. Got it.
access, bike racks, picnic tables, enhanced landscaping for shade.
A shade structure.
Yeah, sales or something that would
A
be amended
kiosk.
Can
to.
we say
An
subject to
information
environmental
kiosk.
permitting? Your shade
Sure.
structure?
Oh, sure.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. But something that makes it look like this is a public place to be, that it's not just a driveway.
Do you want a kiosk
For what?
for information?
No.
Okay.
And the other thing I would,
Kiosks become projectiles.
the other thing I would put in there, to Jane's point, is anything that you can make strong and permanent, so it doesn't have to be changed every time there's a storm, et cetera. If there can just be the bias around these things that we're asking you to put in, as permanent as we can make them against the codes we need to do to have them stay there for sure, versus transportable. It's a different feel when you get something dismantled and taken away than it is permanently put in. So if you could just bias around that on the document, I think that would give some reassurances. You'll do what you're allowed to do.
Yeah, storm resilience.
Exactly.
I'm okay with that
Great.
type of language if you
Great.
guys are. Again, it was the intention to provide an area for the public that
And we're gonna get
is not
there.
gonna elect, so.
Okay. Now let's move on to the next page, and it is H for height. If you thought a park strucker. Okay, so it says, no building shall be more than 15 stories over 2 stories of structured parking in height. the maximum height of the tallest tower shall not exceed 235 feet above base flood elevation.
But it doesn't say what the height of the other buildings are.
It also doesn't say that all buildings could not be that high. Anybody have any issue with the height?
No, all right, let's go. I'm good.
Absolutely.
Anita, I have some thoughts about
Please,
the
go
whole
ahead,
issue,
Doug.
because this is, first of all, I'd like to compliment Matt on his initial presentation, and obviously there are a lot of thoughts gone into this project, and at least there's an appearance that there's really been a lot of effort to accommodate the town. And I have to we moved to Fort Myers Beach because it was more old-fashioned than other places that was nothing but high-rises on the beach, like Siesta Key, Longboat Key, places like that. And we liked it. And our comprehensive plan was developed with those kind of themes in mind, which we liked. But that was before Hurricane Ian and before 2 subsequent storms. And as much as I hate to say it, I don't think we can have that back, because FEMA,
FEMA's our-
all these rules, you can't build back a cottage on the beach. You know, it's not gonna happen, or anywhere else. And we have to recognize that we have to strike a balance. Matt put it out there right up front. I mean, the elephant in the room here is public benefit versus height. And right now, I like the project, and I like what Matt's saying, and I know Tina, she's really sharp, but I don't see that we have a balance of public benefit versus height yet. It's just like, I don't think the public's gonna accept, if we approve this, they're gonna say, I don't see enough public benefit to justify 15 stories, maybe 13 stories, or maybe some, you know, we don't have a formula to compare public benefit to height, which is really a challenge for us, because it really makes it hard for us to make a decision.
Can I respond to that?
My comment.
So, and I appreciate that, and we've all had this conversation, all of you with me, and I've told you since day one that I completely understand if the vote is no, because that's not where your head is, you know, going forward as a town. But I think that this is something that the council needs to decide, and they need to give direction on, because it's obvious to me, after watching all the meetings that I watch, and the feedback that I get, and the feedback on both sides. I know there's plenty of people that are loud that don't love height. I hear them. But there's just as many people that disagree and think that it's time to move on. They don't talk as loud. I totally understand. And so we're in a part of that we're looking to go into the future, right? And so, to me, council has made statements that there's opportunities to get height through public benefit. I think our project, compared to any other project that has been submitted to the town, has more of a list of public benefit than anybody else. Maybe any people will disagree with that, but we certainly have a pretty long list compared to most. So to me, I'd like to know where council is on this, and I think the LPA deserves to know where council is on this, and the public deserves it, and the developers, because there is a reason that all the developments, I keep hearing this, all the developers are coming with the same stuff. Why do they think this? Well, we're not doing it in a vacuum. This isn't happening I'm not walking in every meeting and everyone tells me I'm crazy. There's underlying discussions about what the future of the beach is gonna be. And so until this decision is made, we're all gonna be in the same spot. And that was why I said what I said in the meeting today. I appreciate what everyone's gonna say. I'm gonna take a lot of this into account. We've already made some changes. But to me, council needs to make a decision based on, here's a list of public benefit and here's height. What do you think? And we haven't heard that yet, even
Well,
yesterday's
several
meeting.
months ago, Anita requested
meeting.
It's really two elephants tied together, and that public benefit and height. And I think the reason she requested that meeting was to get direction from the council. And, you know, everybody has a different idea of what public benefit is, and we need to get
The
on the
list.
same page. Yeah.
Would you disagree that this project, the way it's laid out in the development agreement, how easy it's laid out is this is what we're trying to do and this is what we're asking for, that this is by far the easiest way for council to opine on that? Other than having the
No,
meeting?
No.
you know why?
Why?
Because you may do this, because there's no certainty to this plan. There's no certainty, Matt, and again, I mean that with all due respect. It's floopy. It's, maybe you're gonna build this. Maybe
But
it's,
that's the process, the development agreement process.
Yes, that's
is
what I
this
don't like.
process, And that was, but that was approved.
I agree,
So
I know, but the end result gives us something that, you know, I honestly thought the end result would be almost like a checklist of this is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But it isn't. It's given, these are our parameters. And parameters give you the flexibility that you need as a developer, but gives us, the community, no certainty as to what will be developed.
Right.
And that creates unease and unfortunately will create mistrust. Now,
Because
that the council needs to make these decisions, we couldn't agree with you more. We wanted to have this discussion prior to you coming in. And I understand we have another big case next month. Would be nice if we could have had this discussion. Maybe they don't need the LPA to have the discussion, as we can see the writing on the wall. They're gonna have the discussion with you, with your case in front of them. And then it will be cast in stone.
Yes, so there is, Doug, back to your point. I remember this, my second meeting, I brought this up.
I know.
About the definitions. In fact, I'm prepared today to pass out a document that's gonna take a straw man at putting some definitions around public benefit. What I struggle with, to be fair, is the applicant is following our process.
That's right.
As outlined, as agreed, and with the ambiguity that we have provided built in, because we haven't set specific guidelines that they have to comply with. So they're saying, then you react to what I need, and we'll find out where that ground is. So it's a baby bathwater thing for me. I want to be really careful about that. We don't lose access to and an opportunity with the kind of people we want to have around here that will work with us as we predefine and then finally refine those parameters. I feel the developer is going to adjust and flex and react to what ultimately we end up saying we want to do. But to not have that more granularly defined we do today, I don't want to go back and say, you missed it because we didn't tell you what we wanted, but you just didn't do it. And there's where I am struggling professionally, as what I did for a living, and personally as a resident of the beach. So I want to be careful we don't slide down that path and put this application on the bully pulpit saying it's all wrong, but we don't really know what right is yet either. And there's where I am on it.
And as part of the discussion we've had today, we've changed a couple things. I don't mind giving more certainty where there's availability, give certainty. I mean, we've done it a couple times already. I have no problem with that. I'm sure something's gonna come up when we get to council, that someone is gonna have a comment on it. And I think just like we've gone through this process, we've changed certain things that make sense. We talked about the rentals today. We talked about the beach today and putting again, we're not being unreasonable when it comes to that stuff. But we can pretend that that's the problem, but it's not the problem. The problem is that somebody needs to make a decision of the future of the town, and the only way that's gonna happen is, from what I see, is if something like this project goes ahead.
Yeah, that's right.
So I have a question, I guess. When I see the pattern book is included and the drawings are included and yes, there is an envelope that is being approved to build within, but is there not certainty around the layout of those towers as they've been proposed? I mean,
No,
No, there, well, I mean.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm sorry, I missed
yeah,
that one.
You can do that. You can say the technical aspect of it.
To that point, the conceptual plans, the site plan that you've been holding up and pointing to a degree, it is a concept, and that part is a commitment from our perspective. And so you know there is going to be 4 single-family units in the back adjacent to Matanzas Pass Preserve.
Right.
You know that there is going to be a 10,000 square foot restaurant on the north side of Estero Boulevard, overlooking Estero Boulevard. And so, yes, there is some certainty there. And that is why we have tried to create the text of the document with those attachments so that it is very clear moving forward the concepts that are expected to be fleshed out throughout all these next stages. To the point of creating permanent structures within the park, happy to do that. We're happy to have these conversations. We also have to go get environmental permits, and I
Sure.
have no idea what's gonna happen.
Absolutely understood. I
What
guess
you
my
can't do,
question, if I could
but-
take a
but-
step back, my question is more around how defined is that envelope? Is it that it could all be 15 stories over 2? Or is it, as you have depicted in the drawings, in the renderings, in the,
Cupcake, the
The
set.
depiction in the rendering of the cupcake
Yeah.
was done as a design that we need to follow, because that was the feedback I got.
and I understand, and that's all I'm trying to do is define that what we, if we were to approve, it would be very much like the drawings that we've
Correct.
seen and the layouts that we've seen. So I'm not asking you to actually design each of the units or any of that, but I am saying that, at least I'm under the impression that the absolute intent is to follow what you have
Correct.
shown
Yes.
and design to those from the level of detail that you've provided.
I can
You
tell
mean
you
the
that
footprint would be
in
The
a tip-
footprint
in-
and also the elevation
Right.
view, you know?
In
Now-
a typical zoning, if we were doing this as a typical zoning, there would be a lot less information here, typically, in what we would go through in a zoning application, in a standard application, because we've gone into a lot of design. We've gone into a lot of layer, I mean, it's not unusual in zoning for there to be boxes on a piece of paper.
Correct.
So the actual amount of information that we're giving you is significantly more in a zoning than we typically have. What you guys are used to is a CPD. A CPD is a completely different process where the whole project is presented in front of you, all the drawings are done, everything. That is not this process. What I'm looking at is what is the envelope. Now, staff has pushed us that, look, you're not going to be able to just give us the envelope here. We need a lot more information, or the LPA or the town council are never gonna go for this. So we've added and added and added as more information as we've gone along, and even today, hey, we need you to give us certainty on putting picnic tables in, or, okay, we'll add that, go ahead.
And I wanna be clear that all of these components, it is our expectation that they will be considered and if approved together. So when the development order is filed, the people for the town that review that are going to get these plans, and the first thing they're gonna do is, yes, look at the text of this development agreement and make sure those boxes are checked. But they are also going to look at all the exhibits that Nancy discussed, the concept plan, the pattern book, the legal description, and those become check boxes as well.
People being staff, you mean?
Of course.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
they're really
can
good.
I ask Sarah, can you opine on your ability to enforce what you're hearing, experiencing, what's documented and represented? And if if it deviates from that, are you in a position?
So I can speak from previous experience doing this sort of thing. I mean, we can look at a plan and say it is substantially similar to the documents that we had as Exhibit A, B, C, whatever, as part of the approved plan, or the approved document, this instance, development agreement. The pattern books and the architectural details may be a little bit harder to do, because a lot of times at the zoning level, we're not looking at that level of detail. But we, if we get the appropriate plans, and we would expect to need to get the appropriate plans that show the architectural details, I think that that's reasonable. I think some of the landscaping questions without any specificity may be difficult for staff to define what that means. Park design, I think that will be complicated, so, you know, if there's an intent for some specific thing or some look, or if the LPA and town council determine that it's appropriate for, the applicant to work with a member of staff that the council would trust to coordinate a park plan, something like that. So I think that there are ways to do it.
Okay.
And that we would, especially with all the exhibits attached, it could be done.
If I can add, maybe one strategy or opportunity might be simply to add additional text to H, because the height is based on the conceptual plans, and what I see, you see, we might see something different. So by adding more text where there is agreement as to what it depicts might help, especially at the staff level, then when the document comes back.
Be hugely helpful, I think.
Well, and again, I wanna do this too. It's helpful for my side too, because when I hand this over to my design people and they design the building, if I give them text that is too vague, it's a problem for them too. So I agree, they're the ones that drew the pictures. If we can reference the pictures, it's gonna be really hard for me to come back and say, here's the building, and if it doesn't look like the pictures, that's the whole point of this process.
Jane, what were you gonna say?
The elephant in the room to me is the fact that in height, we have two buildings that are confirmed. They're going to be 15 over parking and a maximum of 235 feet high. We don't know what any of the other buildings are. We don't know what the size of the units are going to be, and based on the size of the units is how many floors they need and how high they need to go. So if we're talking changing from 400 square feet of our little mobile homes that used to be there now to 4,000 square feet, if it was 3,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet, the whole height and size of the building would be different. But we don't have any of that in front of us to negotiate. This is
Jane,
just what.
Does the number of residences, the 141 or 149 in the FAR address that kind of concern?
The point is if they are, we're not counting the parking because of that. And if they put that, we still don't have that number. If you guys calculated it, that would be interesting. But the point is, we're decreasing the side setbacks to 10 feet on public streets. We're allowing height that we don't know what the front buildings are going to be, and we're allowing whatever size fits in the box.
Can I interrupt on that point, because we have been very clear, and the concept plan does identify that those front buildings along Estero will comply with the land development code. So,
I know, but we don't know what that is, what you're offering.
No,
Compliant, we do know, 3 over flood.
Compliant.
3
For
over
the
flood.
restaurant and the beach club.
Okay.
The restaurant and the beach club.
No,
I mean, you're
the
talking about the
buildings on the-
condominium buildings on
Condominium
Denora.
buildings that are gonna be wedding caked. We don't have any idea what the size of those are.
Okay, so we do have a general understanding of the range of those towers. You're
Yeah.
free to kick me.
Yeah, no,
But
that's
we
fine.
would be willing to put those stories into this agreement.
Well, I think they are. I think the one
We,
plan has them on
we
there.
feel that they're in the conceptual plan that we will be held to, but if you want them also in this text, we're happy to add that.
Yeah, the floors are on the conceptual plan.
Right.
It seems real easy to me that this is what we're gonna rely on.
But why,
Well,
instead of us counting them and
Either we do or we
hoping
don't.
that the picture is right, or that we're not missing something,
So
why
like
isn't it
Nancy
discussed?
suggested, perhaps there should be in H, there should be as presented, something, a note back to the conceptual plan.
Totally fine with that.
That's
Again,
fine.
the
The story.
uncertainty
Matt,
is
when you
just
talk,
as
you've
bad.
gotta come up on the
Oh,
microphone, because
sorry.
otherwise nobody's gonna
Uncertainty
hear
for
you.
us is just as bad for uncertainty as you, because if
Okay.
we have uncertainty and we're sitting in this room, if we go to staff and we have new
Got
staff
it.
there, we go in, it's a problem. So the more
Okay.
certainty for me, the better. So
That
if
would
you want to
help.
underline that.
So
that's fine.
perhaps something like the number of stories as depicted in that exhibit.
I think it needs more than that.
Yeah,
Conceptual plan
Is-
is flexible.
Okay.
If
I
we
can't
put
count the stories
enough
in those
language in
pictures.
here,
Yeah, they're
it
very tough.
takes that conceptual plan and makes it enforceable.
So
There
what
you
would
go.
you
So-
suggest, Jim?
Yep.
It needs to incorporate the,
This is 15.
whichever plan, whichever pages or exhibits we want,
Okay.
and to say that it'll be in substantial compliance with those plans.
And I'm okay, and I'm even okay with limiting it as well, because limiting language, there's heights there that are maximum
Yeah, and I think that
heights.
goes to Jane, if we say 235 is the max for the back building, but maybe we have, the front building is maxed out at 150, I don't know, whatever that is.
Well, the front building is based on the code,
Not-
but there's.
The front residential building, not the restaurant
tiers.
building.
Got it, okay.
And nothing has been discussed about the square footage of the units, which everybody is wondering.
We don't have floor plans.
Well, you have a box, and you've determined the height and the size of the box, you have to know.
We don't.
Yeah, well,
You
and
can't
again,
take
I've said it
divide
before. I mean,
141
the
units or
average of
however many are
those-
gonna be in the
average of
tower?
those units are gonna be 2,800 to 32, I mean, it's gonna be somewhere.
Sit up,
That would be
sit up
easy.
to
Oh,
the
sorry,
microphone.
supposed to talk to the microphone.
get
I'm not
that.
good at this.
800 to what?
3,300.
Yeah, 3,200, right, I mean, depending, I mean, there may be some penthouses that are bigger, there may be some units that are smaller. But on an average, that average is probably gonna fit somewhere in those ranges.
So Jim, back to your challenge here. If we say, I think I heard him say this, as the conceptual drawing, it shows their stories on each one of these.
Yes.
Therefore, the language of not to exceed each individual unit as depicted on the concept plan, that nails it
That
down to me.
particular-
Yes.
And then we're good to go. And if they want something different than that, then staff should trigger a conversation.
Yeah, and we know then each of the towers is
And
a
the layer
maximum
cake
of this.
gets preserved, we can point to something. That
For
is,
reference?
It's this picture.
it's the first one past their presentation.
Oh, let's see,
Okay.
it's page
Not to
38 of
exceed.
149.
That's right.
So not to exceed the number of stories of the
Per
individual
building.
buildings
As shown on,
as shown on,
You okay with that?
Okay.
I'm fine.
okay? in
Throw one more
Exhibit
wrench
B.
into here is,
Yes.
you got your 4 single family, but if you take your 8
It is-
transfer, you now
The
have
title
12
of it
single
is
family.
We would
Site
make
plan
them
and
smaller.
development
I mean, it
summary.
would probably
Right,
be a
but-
villa product.
That's a whole different plan.
Correct, we have to come
We
back
would
for
have to
that
come back
plan.
and get that approved. That was
We
the
know
point
that.
of that was
Does
the
it
point.
become townhomes? Does it become
We don't
zero
know.
lot
I
line single?
I don't know yet. I mean, I
And that
really-
goes to the vagueness
It'll
and
be single
ambiguity
family.
of
It
the
won't be
agreement.
multifamily. It would be single family. They would be separated units.
Yeah, and I want to make sure, because if you're bringing it back up, maybe I wasn't clear before. I was asking about that transfer being limited in here, that they got to go through a reapplication process
they
to do
do.
it.
Correct.
So
And
if
we're
I didn't
fine
make
with
that clear, that was what, and I think Matt agreed to that.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Look, I only had to give you the eye.
I talk loud anyway, so people will probably hear me, but I'm okay with that being subject to, the only thing I didn't want to do, and I'm okay with limiting it to that it can only be up to this many units, because that's why we put that in there. I'm okay with those limitations, and if that gives more certainty, I'm fine with it.
And it's based on what the code says as far as allowing density transfers at the
Correct.
time that you choose to transfer.
At the time that we do the transfer, not
Correct.
today. So if things change, then
Right.
they
Perfectly,
change.
perfectly.
Is this the exhibit that you're showing has the number of floors per build?
Look,
No. See the little L on
That's what
there?
I'm
Yeah,
looking
it
at.
does have L.
Yes.
Yeah, each
Yeah.
one.
The L,
That's
so
it.
there are 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings that are 15 feet over parking.
No, no, no.
If that is what this numbers represent,
No,
that's,
that's
Well,
just,
there's stacks.
Yeah, no, Jane's right, there's two buildings in each cluster that have 15
Right.
stories on it.
Correct.
So there's 4 that have 15 stories.
Do you want to have specific language regarding,
Height.
okay, how does this sound? All buildings fronting on Estero Boulevard will be in compliance with LDC heights. The residential towers will range from 9 stories over 2 stories of parking to 15 stories over 2 stories of parking. Towers will increase in height towards the north and western sides of the development in substantial compliance with exhibit, whatever that is.
that's excellent.
Yeah.
with
Okay.
no more than the 4 presented being 15 stories, because that means they could all be 15 stories.
Well, but in substantial compliance, so
With
we
this
They
would,
can't change it from
Okay.
that.
Site
And-
plan and development summary is the
right,
title.
I would just like the ability because again, they may come down. So what I
Right.
don't, so
Not
I would, so the
Not
only,
to
what we're
exceed.
talking about is height, right? So I just want to be able to make sure I wanna bring it down one more story that we don't have to come back and get
Not to
approval.
Or
exceed.
5 or 7.
Not to exceed, yep.
Yeah,
Don, do you have any comments?
funny, isn't it?
Yeah, just a couple. One, just echo what Doug said. I think, you know, you guys have done a lot of work on this, and it's evident, and certainly appreciate that. Also can appreciate from my professional life what developers go through when they look at buying property and how to develop it and those kind of things. So on the other side of the coin, you know, this is the town of Fort Myers Beach, and there are a lot of views of what the town has looked like, should look like, and so my question is just around, one, I guess to the LPA, I'm kind of hearing that people are okay with up to 15 stories, and then my question to Matt is there I mean, I know there is, but, you know, is there any compromise that you guys would be willing to consider that's a balance between the 3 and the 15?
Don, wait, hold on one second. Don, please don't hear that I am okay with 15 stories because I'm
I
not.
liked it. I'm good with
I'm
it.
not. I'm not
I
okay
know
with
you're
it.
not.
And I'm not okay with it. It
Okay.
bothers me a lot. And do I like the development concept? Yes. Do I understand what Alex King said at public comment, what Doug has said here? Do I understand all of that? Or Jim, his comment? I get it. I get it. Do I think that the town of Fort Myers Beach should have 17-story towers in it? No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
but that's just me.
Now, let me ask that, so I'm gonna go two-pronged. On that statement, Anita, do you think that understanding your personal, do you also believe that it's council's job to opine on this?
Well, they have to go beyond opining, they have to decide.
But
It has
that-
to be definitive.
I think-
But just because let's say that they say yes to you, let's say they say yes to you. I don't think that means the town has 17-story buildings in the town, at all.
I agree.
I think that there is, you know, Doug made it very clear, he does not believe that the balance of public benefit to
agree.
height, he doesn't believe you've met that.
I know, I understand.
So, I don't believe you've met it. But I'm not even sure what that would be.
There you go.
I don't
Yeah,
know what
I
that
don't know
would
if you
be.
can meet it.
Yes.
Right.
Right,
Yes.
and that.
We got
but-
some work to
But
do.
again, until we get to the point of the decision makers, how are any of us gonna know?
Matt, you've listened to our meetings, I know you have. We've been talking about this for months and months and months. And it's, you're pushing the envelope. In a way, I appreciate that, because we have to get off go at some point in time. And look, as much as people literally mourn the loss of our town, because that's what we're doing. I mean, I feel it on a daily basis. We also are trying to visualize what the future of our community looks like.
Sure.
And what you're showing us, I don't think is the future of the community. I don't know that that's what I want to see, Now, have I also done this and this for 150 years? Yes, but I haven't done this,
No. Yeah.
So,
I hear you.
anyway, that's
now-
where we
now-
are. I just had to let Dawn know that, hey, maybe everyone else is okay with this. I can't support 17 stories.
And I think if you looked at the council's vote yesterday, you could see that in that
Well,
case, they said height wasn't justified by whatever the public benefit was.
Right,
So-
but in my understanding, the public benefit yesterday was a view
Nothing.
corridor, but basically. And so to me, I would argue that our list is significantly more than that list. And so
And-
now,
And your want is significantly more too.
I 100% agree. And so, but to the point is that a decision has to be made, or at least a direction needs to be made.
You're right, Matt.
And-
You're
And
absolutely right on that.
More appropriate to the point, the project yesterday and the project you are considering today are completely different on completely
Oh,
different
every site, every plan is
properties
different.
and have very different development conditions.
Yes,
associated with
and
them.
just much the same, Tina, what I said is that if Matt's project, or your project as well, were to be approved, that shouldn't make someone say, ooh, oh, the whole island's, we're gonna look like Clearwater
Of
now.
course,
Sure.
yeah.
That should not be the conclusion, because that isn't what will happen.
Sure.
But it will be the reaction, you know, it will be the reaction,
But should
only
we make
naturally.
decisions based on reaction, or should we
No,
make
no, no,
decisions
no.
based on how we should govern
We should
going
make,
forward?
we should make decisions based on the policies that we've agreed to uphold.
Right.
And right now, that policy doesn't include a 17-story building.
It doesn't not include a 17-story building.
Well, that's true too.
Yep.
That's true too. That's true too. That is true too. Okay, so have we beaten height to death?
As much as we're allowed to.
And let me tell you, I appreciate the cordial and honest nature of this conversation between us and you.
I
really-
appreciate it
I
too.
do.
It's always been the way I've talked to you and you've talked to me, so
It
I
is.
don't hold anything back. and I'm
Although I
not going
think
to in
both
a
of us
public
have
meeting.
sworn once or twice in our
Probably.
conversation.
At least it's not adversarial.
It's not
Might happen
adversarial.
again.
That's real, who knows?
Look, there's nothing wrong with being passionate about your position.
No.
I'm
No,
not,
no.
I am not scared
Actually,
of
we
being
wouldn't want you
passionate
to be
about my
anything
position.
but.
Yeah.
That's right, that's exactly right.
Harder when you care.
Okay, let's go on to, area. And this comes to the FAR. Hey, Tina, did you get a calculation for
I
us?
did not, I do not have it with me today.
Boy, I
Can
thought
you
you'd be one of
calculate
those
that?
people that could just chicken,
I
not that it
normally
matters.
am, but
Not,
not today.
okay,
And, well, a follow-up on the additional 1.3 acres, was that used in the calculation?
The additional.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
you have 9+ acres
No.
you're
No,
developing,
it wasn't.
but you have 10, so, okay,
No.
So that FAR is calculated off the 9.4.
yeah, okay,
Only
that
what you're
was the
building on.
question.
and this FAR doesn't also contemplate the potential for 8 additional units.
Those would not be included in FAR because they're single family.
Okay,
Residential. yeah.
If they are single-family or two-family residential,
Right.
because that's how our
Okay.
code is written.
But we're already agreeing to single, so it
Okay.
shouldn't be an
Okay.
issue.
I just wanted to make sure, like, if you made them townhomes and they.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything on mixed-use structure setbacks?
Yes.
Yeah, you had something on that
If-
earlier, didn't you, Jane?
You know, I have a real hard time with 10 feet off of Estero Boulevard and Denora, and I also have concern about 5 feet from each other in the back. If you're going to add more housing back there, and they're already only 5 feet apart, you know, how can you get another building in there unless you make them just
They'll be smaller.
super skinny?
They'll be smaller and skinny.
Yeah.
I mean, they would be villas, they'll be elevated villas. There's product of that. I mean, the grand vision would be, you know, I think it's no big secret, we're working on trying to put a beachfront property together. I think most people know, because Ed brought it up. And that would be the higher end beach stuff, and then we'd have the condos would be the middle, and then the back would be the more affordable.
There, what is the proper setback for Denora and Estero Boulevard in this location?
In the village zoning,
Mm-hmm.
That's the
Um,
thing.
hold on.
It's a build-to line
It is.
of, I believe,
I think
0 to 10.
yeah.
So we pushed it back as,
We pushed it from 10 or more.
And what about Denora, on the side of Denora also is?
I believe it's the same,
Yeah,
Because it's
still
all
zoned
included in
village.
that overlay.
they wanted us to build it.
right on Estero.
Yeah, I personally saw this as a benefit, not a
Me
benefit,
too.
but
Yeah.
as an improvement to the design as opposed to a
Same way.
deviation that had a negative connotation.
Totally agree.
And it has the, rear setbacks is 20 feet.
And they're
The-
asking
the
for
f-
5,
The 5 is for an accessory, so if we put a
Yeah.
pool in and screen the pool in, it would be
Okay.
5. The structure, it's, the actual livable structure would be.
will be 20.
Correct.
Yeah.
And what is the setback for the street, for the houses? That's 10 also?
Yeah,
Yes,
10
from
feet.
the right of way, yes. And those, we added those in for the single family because the village district is actually missing some setbacks, so there would be nothing. We
And
didn't
these,
feel that that was
these
appropriate.
streets are wide enough for 2 real cars to go through, right? Trucks.
Correct.
Trucks and-
And that was actually, they added additional setbacks in for the single family because we wanted to clarify that it was
Yeah.
its own separate
Yeah.
type of structure.
Right.
You said additional setbacks, but it's still 10 feet, right?
Yeah, it is 10 feet.
So it's not like anywhere else on the island.
No.
That's right.
But it's the village zoning from Red Coconut.
Downtown
Right.
is, downtown is zero,
Yeah, those-
0 to 5.
Yeah, well, that was an RV park,
Yeah, right, agreed,
the zero, I mean, for the, red coconut.
right.
In with the single-family lots, does anybody have a concern over lot coverage?
Well,
So, single-family homes
They'll
have
be- they'll
a
be
40,
probably
40%
land condos.
lot.
So there'll probably be land condos as well.
Oh, okay, so you'll sidestep that, okay.
Well, I mean, but you could do building coverage to clarify how much of that specific separate piece of land, you know, if you call that its own different piece of land, you know, what that area is, if you had a building coverage concern.
Not knowing what it's going to be, I
Right.
know, it's hard to define that,
Whether it's
you know?
8
Well,
or
and-
4 or
and-
12
And
units.
if they keep the entire project, one development, which I think is their intent, they will have to go through the water management district for, environmental permits
Okay.
for,
No, that'll
so
cover that.
their drainage plan will have to be cohesive.
Okay.
wouldn't that also be like our larger lots having side or setbacks that are required?
The water management district doesn't look at it the
No,
same way.
not the water management, but just from the side, so like on
Oh,
our
so like
larger, like, yeah,
exterior
exterior
Side
setbacks
setbacks.
from,
I mean, you could require additional exterior setbacks if you felt that they, you know, that the single-family residential was gonna be too close to
The
the
park.
park.
Yeah.
Or,
I mean,
I
are we
believe-
gonna let them, build right up to the park?
5
No,
feet.
I believe the concept plan has a perimeter setback, so the lot starts in from that, from the park and from Gulfview adjacent to us. So there's a perimeter setback, I believe, of 10 to 15 feet, depending on which side, and then you would have your structural setbacks from your lot lines.
The rear setback is 20 feet
Right,
on this drawing.
right.
So the intent was not to encroach on the neighboring property and the proposed park.
And as much as I wanna say that's for, a public benefit, that's also for the benefit of a homeowner who's gonna live there, cause they're not gonna wanna be right on top of a public park.
But there's a 5-foot setback for accessory structures, like a pool.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
From the back, which is.
Okay.
normal.
For code.
Anything else on this on this page?
Threatened species are okay.
I'm good.
That was where I was.
Okay, let's go on to the next page, and this has to do
Keeping your
with,
sense of humor.
Of course.
consistency with the comprehensive plan and all the public facilities, which Doug, I figured you might have comments on, do you?
No, as a matter of fact, I don't. I
Okay,
think
good.
they look fine.
Don, anything from you? Nothing?
No, I read them,
Okay.
it's all good.
Okay. Does anyone want to talk about the consistency with the comprehensive plan?
Well, I don't think it's very consistent with the village, concept of what was put out there. I mean,
Yeah, I think we should talk about it. It was very prescriptive in the comp plan as to what was expected to be built, if you go by the comp plan. It also, I don't think is reasonable under our current situation. I think it's outdated. I believe circumstances have changed considerably. And I believe that, and please don't take this the wrong way, I think you've tried to thread the needle as far as the pedestrian walkways and things, interconnectivity, these different elements that are mentioned in the comp plan, that you've tried to at least provide elements within the design that address them as concepts. The issue I have with the narrative is, it certainly isn't, I think, what any of us would picture in our minds as we read that portion of the comprehensive plan. And although there is the connectivity around the property, et cetera, it is absolutely a private
development with a perimeter access for the public.
It's an enclave.
And I absolutely appreciate the public access points, but as I was thinking about this, knowing what the property once was and how it was envisioned in the comp plan, I expected that public would be able to traverse the property as opposed to stick around on the perimeter. I'm personally very, very challenged because I think that there are, number one, I think you've done a very forthright depiction of what you're trying to do, and you've been transparent, and I believe it's also, given the limitations that we have, I think you've tried to address the comp plan. I'm just not sure that it fits with, as I read the comp plan. And it's not just the height, I mean, it's the other design elements, the neighborhood elements are what I'm really focused on, not the height for this one.
So John, as that was represented, I think it's a very articulate way to describe how you visualize it. Compare that to how Red Coconut was used with those same amenities that are now being offered and proposed for this use. Were those concepts in the comp plan available to the public in Red Coconut's property?
You know, that's a really good statement, because I don't think I ever drove through.
I did, I'm sure you guys.
You know, I mean,
I
my
rode
point
my
is.
bike through there
Oh,
all
you
the
didn't
time.
personally?
When the Red Coconut was there, I never entered into their property as a pass-through or just to go and check it out.
I could
So-
offer that it was pretty restrictive. I mean, we had friends that lived in there, and it's very restrictive, very, it was not a neighborhood. It was a general, like a typical neighborhood.
And
It
that's
was
why I'm
a
trying.
private
Yeah, no, and
development.
it's-
We're not losing a thing, I think we're gaining some things in that regard compared, if your comp plan was written to keep it like it was, or to make it preserved like it was, that
Yeah.
wasn't the right thing to say was Red Coconut in my mind.
I think that's really valid, and I hadn't really taken that into account, that actually the Red Coconut, as it was a private neighborhood. It truly
Absolutely.
was, yeah.
The other thing sorry, back up to the mic. The other thing we struggled with was trying to, you mentioned thread the needle. I'd like to say another way. We tried to, we had 52 different bosses when we were putting this through. We had so many people opining on it. So for every person and staff that was hitting us with connectivity and walking past and everything, we had other people saying, we don't want other ways for traffic to drive around, so we don't want Estero connected to the back road so they can get through. We don't want people driving through your project to cut around traffic and then drive back on. So we kept hearing other comments to that, so what we tried to do, thread the needle is one way to say it, but what we tried to do is take all that in and design around all the comments we were getting. And that's where it may not be perfect to the original design of it, but we tried to tie as much as we could with dealing with some of the traffic issues, some of the get people off Estero issues, some of the to not having access for cars to go around and affect the neighborhoods.
No, it's very valid, and I think I've changed my thinking on it based on what Jim's comment and Doug's comment about the fact that the Red Coconut was a private neighborhood. It was.
But even though the Red Coconut was a private neighborhood, what does that have to do with whether or not it's consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Because that's where I'm having the struggle, is that given the challenges of rebuilding in 2024 or 2026, whenever this project gets started, if it does, I don't think that's feasible. I don't think it is actually doable. And I do believe that we need good, smart, intelligent, attractive, forward-looking design on this island. I really do.
We do.
And I, quite frankly, I'm not sure I can comment on it. Is 15 stories too much? Is 12 stories too much? I don't know where that number is. But I've said from before I even joined the LPA, I've said height doesn't scare me as much as intensity and density. And that's what we're seeing with this design, for the most part. We can pick at the far, well, they had to do it because we wanted a restaurant. We can pick at the height, well, maybe it's not 15, maybe it's something else that gets refined. But I would like to see good projects develop on this island that enhance the island. And I understand that there are neighbors that are absolutely impacted. It's very, very difficult. And I'm not giving, obviously, a decision. I'm just saying these are the things that I wrestle with internally. And I do believe that this project has approached the town, the people that have opinions in an open manner and in a transparent manner. I really appreciate that. And maybe this isn't the right project for our town right now, but this is the right process and the right type of people we want to be taking advantage of the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you want more of that conversation at this point, do you? Okay, so,
Waiting to see if any of you change my mind.
yeah, sure. You all know what I did for a living for almost 4 decades, and it was clear to me as I grew into my world with banking that there is no personal freedom until you have economic freedom. You can't make individual choices for yourself. Our island, I find, is in that situation. And I mean that in the most respectful way for the enormous job that the council has done to supplement that lack of financial sustainability. But somebody's got to pay the bills. Somebody's got to make the investments. And we have to return to an independent state of mind financially so that we can truly guide our next stage development. We can prioritize what we want, and we have the freedom to do that because we don't have $60 million of money coming in from places that may not give it to us again should circumstances change for them, politically, financially, etc. I'm sitting looking at this development, knowing all the stress that's around the optics of it. But then I think about the people involved. I think about the moment in time. These structures, especially when you're dealing with friendly capital, and that's the way I look at this particular application. We have direct access, not only decision makers, the owners. That's a big deal. We have not only access, we have responsiveness. You want to talk? Pick up the phone, send a text, do whatever you're going to do. We have capabilities, as we saw from Margaritaville, that they got hit now 4 times and they're open in 2 days, not 2 months. Where does that come from? Capital that can be redeployed when it's needed on behalf of the island. Sure, they want their development open, but so do we. So there's sustainability here that will make as we grow into our own individual single-family homes and other type of restaurants and facilities here, as we grow into those units starting to pay for themselves in our island, these people pay the bills. They put a permanent investment here. It's going to have long-term revenue and financial implications, and I think it's overblown when we talk about 10, 15, or 20 of these. There's not going to be. I don't think people have the capital for it, and I don't think there's the room and access and the appetite for it as a community. And when we get to intensity and density, and I mentioned this to you before, Anita, and you think about, I hear Gulf Side 12 talked about a lot. We like it, it's short, it's done all the things. There's 12 units, and they're $4.5 million apiece. So the consequence of density intensity being, and the height being what it is you have to write a check to live in that world. And if that's what lines Estero Boulevard, even if it's all low, I don't think that's in keeping with what Fort Myers Beach was meant to be. So I look at this as an opportunity to call a lot of questions. Is this what we want? Get it to the decision makers so they can determine whether or not this is what we want. They're elected, we're appointed, and they'll have to opine on this. If the worst outcome for this is everybody finds out we don't ever want to see another one of these again, it's worth the effort in my mind to get to that point. And I think Seagate, being the kind of temperament they particularly have, they'll take some of these punches, not be mad, angry, litigate, or anything else around a disappointment or a discouragement, but flex around what the requirements are. And I think they're going to set the template for everybody else once that happens. So that's why I feel this is so important. Back to what John's talking about the process. They have been the best at going through what we ask people to go through. It's now time to call the question, do we want it or not? And I want this to get to the point where our councils can make that decision. There's where I am personally.
That was good.
But whether we recommend approval
Very
or
well said.
disapproval, it still goes to council,
Yes, that's true.
so.
I got on this because I wanted this moment to come. That's why I want to be part of the LPA, because I want this place to be what it's capable of being, and it starts with self-sustaining economic viability. We gotta get there.
Don, were you gonna say something? I'm sorry.
No, I just said, well said. You know, don't disagree. Still always, I think I've said since I've been on the LPA, trying to find balance, and I still struggle with some of the extremes on this project. I like the project, I want the development, but, and I certainly understand why we are where we are. We certainly, Matt and his team have to kind of push it to the edge to understand what the town will allow.
Can I ask a question? Is there a way for the LPA to approve the document to be reviewed by council and not necessarily approve the agreement?
It's exactly what was just in my head, that, because based on what Jim is saying, and thinking that, doesn't really matter what we say. I mean, it does matter, it matters to the public for sure, matters to the public what we say. But do we ultimately, and we'll get to that point, but do we ultimately say we approve or do we not approve, or do we just say, we've reviewed this, we've given the comments that we felt were necessary to, give, and we're forwarding it on for your answer, but,
Consideration,
okay.
I
Jim,
like,
did you have something, were you gonna say, Doug?
Yeah, I think I would really endorse that because.
Much like the staff did. The
Like
staff,
I.
you went through it, you did what
Like
you
I
had to
said,
do.
I don't have a formula that helps me make a decision of public benefit versus height.
And it
It's
shouldn't be no because of that, right?
And if I can hedge, you know, if we have to vote on this as it stands, I'd have to vote no because there's just too many unanswered questions, not because I don't like your project.
Totally get it.
But I think we're really talking about policies,
Yes, absolutely.
which is
talking about
outside,
policy.
we're not supposed to set policy. We're supposed to make our decisions based on facts and ordinances and all of these rules we have. The LPA doesn't set policy. So we don't have this
Hard as we
public,
try, Doug.
we don't have a public benefit versus height formula to go by.
Jim, did you wanna add
But
anything?
I think it's, sorry.
No, go ahead, Don.
I was just gonna say, I guess, I feel a little bit like, people probably won't like this comment, but it's irrelevant, right? Like, we need to pick what we're okay with being developed on some of these sites, whatever height that is. You know, I mean, certainly there should be beach access and there should be some public benefit, but I don't know that it's, what are you giving me so that I give you something, right? In other words, I'll give you more margin on your development by building higher because you're giving, 50 people access to your private, residences or community. So I feel a little bit, I know that's how it works, but I just don't, I still feel like there's a number there's a balance that people are comfortable with, and we gotta find it, and then I think all the developers will be able to do the math on their projects and make it work, right?
Yeah. Jim?
Well, the conversation, I think, has gone to the plan, the exhibits, but I actually have some problems with the development agreement, which is what we're supposed to be reviewing. So, I guess I would prefer to get those on the record, and if that means a denial, then that's fine with me, because I think I'm with you and Doug. I don't see enough direction to balance public benefit and height. So without that, I can't support it.
Okay. Jane, did you wanna add anything to that?
No, it's pretty well covered.
Okay. So, Doug, I wanna go to you, cause I know you have to leave at 1:30. Is there anything else that you would want to add that, I still have other,
Anita, I don't have any more to add. I think we've had a really, really good discussion. And compliment my colleagues for their eloquent comments, but I really don't have any more to add. And if I did vote, I would have to vote no simply for the same reason it's already been stated. I don't have the criteria to vote yes for it available to me.
Okay. Okay, well then let's go back to where we were with following through with the agreement. So, is there anything else on page 6?
Can I make one more statement before we start that?
Just make it short.
I am completely fine with a vote that is based on a comment from somebody that says, I don't have the necessary information, so I'm gonna vote no on this, but I'd like to see what council, like, to me, that's a reasonable position, and if we get a no vote here, I think we're obviously gonna go to council, because I think this is a council discussion, and I appreciate your input, and I don't disagree, that I don't think you have enough in your, to judge this, so it's a reasonable position, if that's the one that people wanna
Okay.
take.
Anything on page 6 from
Yes.
anyone? Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah. Impact fees. There's no reason that the impact fees couldn't be negotiated at this point. This goes to the concept that, we're giving up something as a town, because this says that if the town doesn't adopt an impact fee ordinance before they get a building approval, they escape. They no longer have to pay impact fees. You can, on an individual development, come up with some criteria. It's an agreement between two parties. It doesn't have to be based on a code or some criteria that we have. It could have been negotiated. And here, I think, just as you said earlier, Anita, I think we're giving something up and we're giving them something.
So if I can just offer a clarification, when we say impact fees, we are specifically referring to the statutory reference in
But
the
two parties can negotiate anything.
I understand, but in that case, it would not be called an impact fee, and so we would need to hear from the LPA what it is that you would like to see, because without an ordinance, we can't write you a check. So that's all we're trying to do here, is cover that if you adopt something, we will pay it. Otherwise, it needs to be a different provision in this agreement, and we would need to hear from you all what that would look like.
And I think that would require some staff input.
Okay, that's fair.
Sarah?
But this, as
Yeah.
it stands here,
Yeah.
is a limited exposure for you with a drop dead date.
Well, I would push back on limited exposure, because I said the same thing you did. I told them that I want to know exactly how much you have to pay
Oh,
me
yeah,
back. Because
yeah.
right now, it's an open book, and so I wanted language in here that
Well, it's
said.
an open book only until you draw your permit.
But there's no
Yeah.
am I wrong? There's no ordinance for impact fees in
There
the
is
town.
no
No,
ordinance,
but
you're
I'm
right.
saying you don't need an ordinance.
Sarah, can you solve this?
Yes.
Good.
Thanks. We are working on an impact fee ordinance. They are in the process of doing a study. If you wanted to, the problem with trying to determine what impact fees may be at this point is that there isn't enough solid here. We don't have a traffic impact. We don't know what the impacts will be. We need to have some solid numbers so that we can say, okay, it's this many meters, this size, it's this, you have to have criteria to base that number on. You could discuss proffers if you recognize that there's an issue with the development and the surrounding community that this development will create. You can discuss how you can ameliorate those conditions, such as if you notice that maybe there should be a turn lane. Okay, maybe we should all talk about additional right-of-way. What would that look like? Would that create
Water
enough-
taxis. There's all kinds of things that we could do.
I-
And if this were not restricted and was like whenever the city,
That's what I was just gonna say. Could this just be reworded to say impact fees will be imposed when the town
Yeah.
adopts?
I think what Tina is saying, and look, it's not our I've already said this in many public meetings in front of everybody, it's not our intention to skirt impact fees. Every developer, I think, is used to paying them and is fine with it. I think what Tina is saying is that the word impact fee is based on a pre-development.
Yeah.
And
No, I
so,
understand.
and so if we get past when we submit our permit and it takes the town 4 years to figure out what an impact fee is, we need, it maybe call it something else, like a impact fee or an amount equal to what an impact fee would be. Something that point, I'm okay with some kind of clarifying language like that. But what I don't wanna get into is a technicality where, no, it's not impact fee.
What the
we
word
don't- yeah,
impact.
Exactly.
I understand that.
And I think, again, on this fairness conversation, we then need to prepare our applicants that that's language is gonna be included going forward with all of them.
Oh, sure.
And I think that's what this was intended. They didn't want to be treated any differently
Right.
than
Correct.
anybody else.
So,
That's right.
if
Well,
we're gonna
yeah.
leave it open-ended for everybody, then this becomes verbiage that gets embedded in all
Yeah.
these agreements.
And in all honesty, all the developers out there would love clarifying language, because right now, that's a guess on all of our numbers. So it would be really nice to have that clarification.
Are you writing that down, Nancy? And-
I am, and my thought process is, impact fees or its functional equivalent, would that work?
I mean, Tina, are you okay with it? I'm okay with some kind of again, we're not trying to skirt it, so we're trying to solve an issue here. I just need your smart brain and not
Just
my dumb brain.
this
I worry when Sarah smiles, is there something wrong with that language?
You don't like it?
No, I think it's fine. I mean,
Can we agree that all parties agree something is needed and we'll work on language that goes to council?
But the intent, I would want to hear more from what the
The intent
LPA
should be
wants.
that they shall pay the fees of the impact of their development, call it what you will, but
Right.
not if the town gets around to adopting an ordinance and da-da-da-da, then maybe we'll pay something. No, they shall pay something.
so here's some clarification though. The impact fees are specifically what the ordinance says it's going to be. So it'll be for, it'll be very specific based on
Off-site
criteria.
improvements or.
But,
Yeah.
well, but off-site improvements not necessarily. That's not really
Well, we
how-
haven't seen the
so-
ordinance, so
well,
I don't know.
Well, typically not. So what I was talking about is potentially if we see there are going to be impacts that may not be caught in that net of impact fees. If we, for instance, they may have a traffic impact statement that does not show that they need an additional turn lane.
Of course
and-
they will, because that's what the traffic impact statements always say on Fort Myers Beach.
Can we
So-
just change if to when?
Oh, so, yeah, I mean, I'm saying if you were to provide that type of traffic
When
impact
and
statement.
why.
But the language, when the
Impact
impact fees.
fees, when adopted, shall be calculated.
But I'm talking about something different in impact,
Yeah,
impact
I
fees.
understand.
So I'm talking about like proffers of the development. So if we see a problem that you can identify, that you recognize, okay, there might be a problem, like in some communities, we're gonna need a stoplight there. I don't think that that's the case here, but it's looking at what other impacts it's going to create that may not be caught in the net of impact.
So typically, like in developer speak, we call that offsite impacts. So typically, it's a traffic light, it's a turn lane, it's something that's not necessarily on our property that we would be expected to do. And typically, that comes up in the development order process when we submit for our development order. Staff reviews it, everyone reviews it, and they come back and say, this is great, but we need a turn lane put in, and typically the developer pays for that. That's how that works. So, but to me, that would be a little different than what I think we're talking about now, which is the impact fee
Yes.
that gets paid. And I think the turning the if to when checks a box, maybe if
Yeah.
people are comfortable with that.
Add both of them,
Yeah, right.
impact fees and off-site
Off-site.
impacts.
Well, but I do want you to think about what you think off-site impacts might look at, because I don't know that we're gonna have, the way I've had off-site impacts, addressed is at the CPD phase, is at the rezoning phase. So it's
But if we
something to
haven't,
consider.
if we haven't done our homework to identify, quantify, and
And-
therefore apply, I don't have a problem with language, including like Jim suggesting that that's an option opportunity, but we have to really realize it may be nothing or maybe something more significant,
Yeah.
and we haven't done the work yet.
Yeah, and I don't know when we catch that, knowing the processes at the town. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you recognize there might be an offsite impact, I don't know where we address that, because that's not really impact fees. That's something different, and
mean,
I don't know what process.
Typically, where we've seen it in the past, you can help out with this, is the development order. You submit for a development order, you gotta give your traffic impact, and everything comes in.
There you go.
In the development order, and then staff comes back and says, this is great, Matt, but we need a light. And then, that's typically how we've seen it in other jurisdictions.
Our processes are not that advanced.
Right.
It won't happen at our development order. That's what I have a concern that if we have a need for this,
So
we
we
might
could
need to
add language here
I'm okay with that.
that identifies when the off-site impacts will be evaluated.
At the development
that's-
order phase.
Yeah, and if it's at the development order, I think it needs to be directly stated in here,
Yes.
because we otherwise will not,
I think we're in
that's
total
not our
agreement on
typical
that.
process.
Okay,
We're
so
used to it anyway.
let's,
I mean,
let's
that's-
add that to number 7.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, Tina?
Yep.
Okay. Anything on page 7?
Yes, I'm unclear under 9C. What does that actually mean? What 21 units of density are being transferred?
So when we take the acreage of the Gulf side parcels between
units per
Estero Boulevard and the 1978 CCCL, it comes up to an acreage. We multiply that by 15, there's approximately 21 units, it's like 21.3, I think. So those units are being moved to the north side of Estero Boulevard.
So they're included in the 141
Correct.
units?
Correct.
So should we not just say included in the 141 units?
Yes.
Sure.
And they had to be moved,
Correct.
so that's the rationale. Yeah, okay.
Unless, well, no one wants a taller building over there, so.
Nobody wanted a tall building on the beach.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Tina, I also have a note here that under 8, development permits needed for the proposed development, can we add a list of all known governmental permits? Because what if you need another one? I don't know what it might be, but what if there is another one? Just to,
Okay.
You should have no objection to that.
no.
Have to do it
Okay.
anyway.
The next page.
Eat up this a lot.
Anybody with something on this page?
No.
What page are you on? 8?
I'm on page 8.
Okay.
I'm just going to air something that I've asked Matt several times, a private walkway over a public road. What happens if, there's something with me that doesn't seem like that should be allowed or whatever, but, I have concern about that. And,
What is the concern?
the concern is that over a road that I should be able to pass freely to and from, not that your walkway is gonna impede my traversing, it just doesn't seem, it seems like anything in a public space should be public. And so that public space is all public space, vertically and horizontally or linearly.
So, the reason for that is to not
Clutter up.
impact traffic.
I get it.
So,
Yep.
so again, this
It's
gets
a-
back to the discussion we had before about trying to solve 6 different problems with one solution, right? And so we tried to come with the best solution that checked as many boxes as possible.
But I do see, you used Margaritaville when you addressed this. But I personally, and I do see the public use that
I do
walkway.
all the time.
It's not limited to the public going across the sidewalk, crosswalk to the other side. They do use the elevated
They do,
bridge.
but there were other amenities for the public that were built into Margaritaville on both
Bathrooms.
sides
Right.
that this development does not have.
Right.
There's no real reason for the public to be
To wanna go from
This
that.
is also a
Getting in-
residential project.
getting access into their residential neighborhood.
And I've seen this on hospital campuses, college campuses that have several plants around where they actually, for safety reasons, build these walkways only for their purposes at their cost. So I've witnessed them, used them, and they're not everywhere, but where you have to go across, and I look at this as a safety issue too, it's not unusual in my mind.
Okay.
And the other pushback I got, I don't disagree.
No, I'm just saying,
Center town,
my,
yep.
in my mind, it's not a public benefit, though. It's private, it's only benefiting the residents.
Or the traffic stops, you know?
Okay, anything else on page 8? Anything, Jim? Jane?
Nope.
Okay. On page 9?
I get back to Q. This
Q,
says
okay,
2
okay.
access points for the multifamily, and then it says additional delivery service points may be provided from Denora Boulevard and the solid waste pickup and the delivery. So that to me says 5, and then the
You were
restaurant.
gonna combine those, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
the intention is to combine all of those into one.
For those multi-use accesses.
Correct.
So there'll be 2
Two for the
entrances for the,
residential units,
and
and then
then
another one
one
would be
for service.
co-located for service trash delivery.
so can we write that in to say 3 access points off of Denora, period? And 1 access point off of the
Yeah,
right side and the left side of Estero.
on this one, I wanna have discussions with my design professionals, because the last thing I wanna do is agree to something that I'm gonna have to come back to and say, hey, I can't get to the back building and I need to put dumpster in the back building. These are, to me, the least impactful things that we're talking about here, so I would request that, understand your concern, let me go back to my design professionals and
How
I'll-
are you gonna block off those service entrances so that they aren't accessible?
That's why
To
we
the-
need to go back to the team.
Yeah.
So typically, those areas are not considered a vehicular access point, and they're treated differently from a land development code and a design perspective. So, which is why we have not included it in the 2, not 3. They are a completely different thing, they get signed differently. There's usually restricted access, so for example, in downtown Tampa, the service delivery guys have a little key fob type thing. We're gonna have to work through
So
that
they're
based on
gated
your.
in some way.
You're right, they'll
We're
be
gonna have to work
gated,
through that based on
They'll
your
be
you won't be
gated.
able to get it in, there'll be a door, and they're gonna have to come in.
So
That's what you're
will
after.
your residential be gated also?
I don't know.
Probably,
Will you have staging area for that, so that the trucks can pull in to get to the,
Is the gate gonna be off the road far enough?
it would need to be,
I would
because you can't block
Yeah, I
us
mean-
to Nora.
I would assume so. Most municipalities have a separation distance where if you put a gate in, then you must provide a certain amount. I
We
don't-
do have that requirement in our code,
But
but it may be it'll be further back than 10 feet if it's at the entrance, cause it's gotta be like
Of course.
stacking distance. So,
it doesn't appear they have that space to
Well,
stack.
but they'll have to have it,
They
so
don't have a choice.
they
Code.
don't have a choice.
Right. If we haven't
Um,
asked for the deviation in the development agreement, we are abiding by the land development code.
My concern is that there will be so many accesses and they won't be blocked off, and people will be going in and trying to turn around because they can't go to the right places.
Okay. Okay, anything else on that page? How about page 9 with, page 9 is where we are, with all of the deviations? So we've essentially
What-
gone through
the-
all of the deviations. What?
Elimination of commercial space to separate parking underneath the building and vehicular connections. Explain that to me.
Where-
Yes.
so
Paragraph.
the,
Where? Oh,
On page
you're on
10.
page 10.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay.
Page
That's
10.
okay.
Have we not already gone there?
Page
So-
10.
Do you wanna say that?
yeah, I
Okay.
mean, the commercial, design requirements, I think this is the one that they're asking for, requires that they have like basically commercial in front of parking, a parking garage. That's required by the code as sort of like a liner. I think that's the one, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't understand
So we have a building that fronts on Estero Boulevard, and it's in the V zone. So in your code, if I put a parking lot there, I have to shield that parking from Estero Boulevard with usable commercial space. The federal government will not allow me to do that. So I've requested a deviation.
Like in the comp
Okay.
plan where we have the liner buildings.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay? So all of these other things we have discussed
We have,
Sure have.
ad nauseum.
yes, we have.
I think we.
Want to go through it one more time?
No?
Sure.
No, I don't. But I do want to ask each of you if there is anything specific that you still would like to address. Dawn?
No, nothing else.
How about you, John?
I have one other question. It's down on page 13, term and termination, effective date and duration. It says effective date for 10 years.
Yeah.
Uh,
I have that
that-
circled in.
Felt long to me. I would defer to people that have done this more often than I have, if that's normal.
I'd sure hate to wait 10 years.
Well,
What's the,
so the term for this development agreement would last for 10
Oh, yeah,
years, which to me seemed like maybe twice as long as it probably should be, but I've never negotiated this type of contract, so I'm working off of
Yeah,
it.
go ahead.
I've negotiated.
You guys asked for 25, if I'm not mistaken. We came back with 5, and then we ended up on 10. The other option that is available is to have some kind of phasing to move you along on the 10, or benchmarks or milestones. That's what I've seen in other documents.
So the concern that I have regarding the phasing is to Sarah's point earlier, we want to submit this as a whole project to the other government agencies,
Okay.
which ensures additional protections related to stormwater management and other items.
Yeah.
And so
Understood.
we wanna keep the 10 acres as a whole. We did ask for 25 years, town said 5, we settled on 10. Part of that is because we have other permits to get. We don't know how long it's going to take to get those other permits.
What's the realistic number?
exactly the point.
I'm sorry?
But do you really think it will take 10 years to accomplish this?
No, I don't. But again, possibility, probability, something happens, COVID happens, World War III. I mean, there's all sorts of things that can happen in this world today that I have to protect against. And I have a fiduciary responsibility to my partners to not negotiate a deal. Typical deals and development agreements are typically much longer, 25, 30 years. It's just done as an example because things take longer. Understanding that the beach is trying to get going.
Yeah.
I can assure you that if I'm sitting there for 10 years, I'm probably broke. So I can assure you that that's not my intention to sit there for 10 years.
Would you consider
I don't think
5
10's
with the
unreasonable.
ability
Well,
to come
it's
back and,
taken us a year and a half just to get here.
Right.
what other permits do you have to get?
We have to go to the water
And it's a
management
whole
district.
list.
It's-
It's,
it's-
We have
it's
two different
tedious.
permits from the town, we
They
have
can
the
take
Department
18
of
months.
Environmental Protection, and you're looking, if you were to do all of those concurrently, you're at a minimum of 2 years.
You can,
Yeah, but we don't want to just sit on it for 10 years either. I mean,
Well, they're gonna be
Nobody
doing
does.
things.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
Nobody
not gonna
does.
be
Right. It,
twiddling their
Time is money
thumbs.
here.
What's that?
Do you have any problem with 10 years?
No.
I don't either.
Don
Okay.
said
Yeah,
he was fine.
I've negotiated a lot of these guys. That's not a long time, and it doesn't mean that they're not doing anything.
Right.
But think about this. I mean, I even go back to like where I live. Those condos were built together, but really they finished one, sold them, and then as they sold them, they started the other one.
Yeah.
6612 or whatever that is. Down the beach is the same. They built one building, they sold the 4 units, and then
Yeah.
they, pre-sold the other. So I don't think 10's unreasonable. That's fine.
Okay, okay.
one other question.
Wait, okay, go ahead.
Okay, if, we didn't allow Margaritaville to have any accesses off of Estero because of staging, and there wasn't a turn lane in that area to help them with staging on Estero, so we required it to all be off-site. Do we have any concerns about the same situation with no third lane there for turning?
Well, the conditions of Margaritaville's access on Estero were very different with the curve and coming off.
Yeah, but you got a curve there too.
And so we purposefully chose to move the traffic onto, was it Crescent, and then the curve back around, because we had rights of way on 3 sides. We only have Denora, and we have heard very loudly and very clearly from the residents on Denora, they do not want our primary access on Denora.
Yeah, but how will they feel sitting in traffic waiting to
Well, it's
get
gonna be
to
6 of
traffic?
one, half a
Well,
dozen
well,
of
and
the
again,
other.
I want to also discuss that Margaritaville is a resort. They have people coming and going all the time. This is residences. This is a little bit different, I would.
Much lower impact.
And we've agreed to the longer rental timeline, so you don't have that transitional.
We
turnover.
can't fix the.
Okay, Jim, you're the last one.
Yes. This goes back to the very concept you had about creating a box and what does the town get out of it. And after everything we've done all day today, look on page 12 under item C, and the developer at any time may terminate this agreement prior to the issuance of a building permit. So, we're giving everything, but they have an out at any time. So I have a problem with this unilaterally developer being able to terminate the agreement.
Because unlike a CPD, we haven't changed the zoning, we haven't done anything to the property. This is just an agreement, what you get to do with it. I understand what you're saying completely.
So let me ask another question. Let's say that we're going through our design process. In 2 years, we have a brand new council, and everybody else on the island is getting significantly more density, height, impact. You know, now they have flying cars and they're building 52 stories high. At a certain point, it becomes not viable to build a project that's not viable, right?
But then
So-
you come in and ask for amendment on the agreement.
Okay, so let's talk about process a little bit. Anita, to your point, it's not a CPD, we are not changing the zoning map. So in order to come back to you all to make changes, if they're not within the bounds of this, we have to terminate this agreement.
No, you can amend it.
No, I
Yeah,
have to
sure you
sign a
can.
new one, that's my
Well,
understanding.
you
of
can
this.
amend
You
it.
can amend it. Why
But-
would you not amend it?
But I still have to have a public hearing and new signatures and all of that.
Correct.
Okay,
But
full
it's an
process.
amendment,
But-
it's
but
not a
you-
termination.
You retain what you already have.
But if we
But
terminate.
if you all are under an EAR for a new comprehensive plan, if you make full hoc changes, we would have to terminate that agreement in order to address issues. So you want this to run in perpetuity like zoning? That also
No,
means
you
the
just,
10 years
we
doesn't
just said
apply.
it's 10 years,
Okay,
okay?
isn't there
It's-
also a
it's
termination
10-year
agreement for
agreement,
the town?
And
that
if you want to
all
amend it, you can amend it.
No, we don't. It doesn't look like we have a.
But let me ask a more serious question. If we do terminate this, we go back to the existing zoning on the
Right.
property, right?
Right.
Which is less intensive than what we're asking for. So you would have a problem with us terminating our more
I
intensive?
would have a problem after everything that
Amended or terminated.
LPA, council, staff, and everybody has done to give you the ability to unilaterally cancel it. I don't have any problem with you coming in and amending it. I mean, you make your case.
You just don't want him to say, oh, to heck with
Yeah,
it. I'm
I
out.
changed my mind.
But it's or terminated.
But-
What does the
But I
town
don't know what that
lose?
does, though.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, does the
We're trying
town
to build
lose
forward,
anything?
and we're gonna wait 10 years to see it in the future, and.
But they're certainly not gonna try to do that.
No.
Like, so I think the only, I mean,
What we
sorry if
would
I'm,
lose would be any public benefit that was given, but then.
but then
the
we're also not getting
Getting
the
the
development.
We don't have to
that-
deal with the height issue either.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, we're back at
Yeah, so
nothing.
the-
I mean,
The first part on page 11, paragraph A, talks about a mutual termination. And then C is the unilateral.
Yeah,
They could just
right.
come
I
and say,
have no problem
we're
with
done,
mutual termination.
we're done with the development.
So if we wanted to play the game of they want it out, could they not do nothing for 10 years
And let it turn.
and let it term?
Yep.
And then what are we out then?
But as
We
Matt
lost 10
said,
ye-
if he's sitting here in 10 years, he's broke.
But do you also agree that if the town completely changes course and gives everyone else approvals, and now I have to abide by this, and the only way I can get out of this is having this agreement and amending that agreement, would that be?
Yeah, that's the deal you negotiated.
Yeah,
What I see as potentially the problem is if this occurs and the town starts providing much more to other developers, and Seagate decides that what they have is not enough, then their only recourse would either, their leverage is, well, then we're just walking away, in which
Or
case.
amending.
Or amending,
be
in which case
consistent.
we would renegotiate with them at that point in time. The, I think, worst possible thing for the town is it becomes an unviable project and they just let it time out over 10 years.
that's why I'm bringing that up.
That's the worst possible outcome for
That
this
is the
town.
worst possible
And
outcome.
thinking about, like, if they decided to back out of the contract, I mean, what's our recourse? There's no collateral,
Right.
What are you gonna assume to build it?
But it also only
Yeah.
allows them to back out of this prior to a building permit being pulled. But your first building permit, you said it's one project, the first building
Beach.
permit is gonna be relatively soon.
Yeah, I mean, it is our intention right now probably to get it started as quickly as possible in the beach club, because the beach club is gonna be, we're gonna have to do pre-sales for the condos. So the beach club is probably where we're gonna be starting first, and the concentration as we go through the design phase of the condos, that any reasonable developer would do that, and we'd be able to create the incitement of the project,
I'm
so
not
that
sure
would
it's,
be.
I'm not sure that this is, I'm okay with this.
Well,
Is anybody?
maybe a building permit for, what, any of the proposed?
Anything, any building permit.
Right.
First issue,
So the first
Game
building
on.
permit.
Then,
you can
then
only
maybe that
create-
needs to be added, as a building permit for any portion of the
Fine.
development.
Okay.
done.
Also, as far as the administrative approvals, it says, building intensity, we wanted to put density in there too. I think that was really an oversight in paragraph B. So
Oh,
it'd
yes,
be
I have that in my
13B.
13?
13B.
D&B.
Yes, so staff can do administrative changes, except for changes that do not include increased building intensity, increased height, open space, reduction of public benefits. I think it was just an oversight to eliminate or forget density. So if there's a change in density, it would have to go back through the public hearings.
Correct, and we
Yeah.
agreed to that.
Yeah, it's just not in the document.
Right.
So
Well,
we're
and
adding
since,
it.
since we're moving that next sentence to the front, we're already covering that
Oh,
additional
there you go, yeah.
Okay.
density units.
Yeah.
Good,
That's a really good point.
okay.
Well, can we still add the word density? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
right. Anything else from anybody? Jim? anything
Totally
else?
unrelated. Are you committed to Seahorse Drive?
No,
No,
no, I
The
mentioned
name?
that, I mentioned that,
Oh.
in his presentation,
I
yeah.
So-
mentioned that in my presentation, I mean.
Yeah, I thought, maybe something commemorative of red coconut
Yes,
would be
that's
more.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the beginning of the presentation. I think it's good that we actually have agreements in place that I put in the agreement with Fran. And it would be our intention to probably do something there. Again, I found out really tough, street names are fun and it's a fun process to go through. So I can't really promise anything because it can be a really involved process, but I'll do the best I can to get a good name that everyone likes.
And are you finished? Anything else?
I am, I'm
Mr.
finished.
Okay, okay. Okay, so could I just wanna make sure that I hit everything. So we moved paragraph, just so Sarah and Judith and Nancy, you guys, we moved the paragraph, that
It's
is
number 13.
number 13, we
13B.
moved that to the front.
Just give me the
Yes.
second half, yeah.
To
Okay.
4A.
I just also want to note for the record that there were several vehicular access concerns raised,
Concerns but no language change.
but no language change. We've changed we haven't
Rental.
changed, but the applicant agreed to, minimum of monthly rentals, 30-day
30
minimum
days.
rentals. In the commercial section, we have a strike through of everything but restaurant.
Correct.
There's a question of whether or not the beach club is a public benefit to residents.
So I have a change to restrict to beach residents,
Yep.
okay?
The beach park, whether the addition of park-like features such as bike racks, picnic tables, and a public drop-off area might make it more
Look like.
user benefit friendly.
And I think they agreed
They
to
did.
that.
They did,
Yeah.
they
The rest of it's
did.
fine.
That we were going to add text to the height section.
Using
Uh,
Sarah's language.
I'm sorry?
Using Sarah's language.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Okay.
Not to exceed.
Yes, and we were going to add text to the height section, stating as depicted in the
Exhibit?
Concept drawings.
exhibit.
Mhm.
Site plan and development summary.
The impact fee section, changing the word to when the town adopts. And now I can't read my writing about 9C. There was something about 9C.
Were we gonna also include something about, off-site impacts addressed at
Yes,
development order?
yes, that was also
and
in there.
7?
Yes.
But what was 9C?
Nine C
Transfer.
was adding the reference to the total number of units at 141.
That was
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
That's
Included
included in the
141
141.
units.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's already pre-included.
Now, did I miss anything else?
Known governmental permits on
Known
8.
governmental permits.
And then we had a series of amendments to 13B and C. B was adding the word density, and C was a building permit for any portion of the proposed development.
Susan's issue.
Added, also adding to the beach park, the picnic tables, shade.
Yes, that's in
Yes.
there.
Okay.
So I had a question. It looks like we may have had duplication of the consistency, in paragraph 5, and then also again in paragraph 11.
We do. It is essentially a duplication.
So are we okay to consolidate that?
I think it's important that
I mean, consistency is the, passport of moving this forward. If it is not consistent,
correct.
then we're done.
But I was remiss to say, Tina, I need you to look at section 11, because in here it refers to a planned development. I talked to this with Sarah. So it says, this agreement has been reviewed and approved by the town in a manner consistent with the procedures required of a planned development rezoning. And it's deemed tantamount and commensurate to a planned development for purposes of determining consistency with, so,
That is directly from the procedures
And what that means.
adopted by the development agreement.
okay,
And
okay,
Anita, if I can just for a moment elaborate upon that.
yes,
It's
please.
basically requiring that this document go to the LPA
Okay.
and city,
And then to the
as
council.
the local planning agency, you make a consistency finding, which is one of the terms here, and also going to town council for 2 public readings as an ordinance with advertising prior to the second reading.
Okay,
That's what it means.
okay, so,
And there's 2 number 13s for whatever reason. So we'll change 13 to 14 and renumber.
great.
That's true.
Great.
Good catch.
Catch
If I
fire
could go
for-
back to paragraph 5 and 11, they're slightly different, so I think they just need to be collapsed into one. One talks about the
Yes.
development agreement.
Yes.
And the other
other
talks about the process.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So, LPA, what are your feelings about making a recommendation, or simply saying, we've done our work, and now this goes on to the council? Nobody has a feeling on that?
Well, I was gonna ask Nancy, is that an option in
So
the
it's-
ordinance?
I was just looking at that,
Okay.
Jim. So what it says, as I mentioned earlier, is a public hearing held by the LPA concerning said application. The LPA shall issue a recommendation for approval or denial of the
Okay.
development agreement to the town council. Thereafter, a public hearing shall be held by the town council as the development agreement.
So it's an either or.
It's an either or. However, I think that your approval could be with certain modifications.
With all the modifications that we've gone through, if somebody wishes to make that motion.
Correct.
Well, but then that still doesn't deal with the big elephant.
No, but
Public
it gets into the body that needs to
Either
deal
way,
with
it gets,
big
to- it
elephants,
gets
right.
to them.
So,
I have no
Yeah,
problem.
it's gonna go to them no matter what, right?
yes, it
Whether
does.
it's a yay or a
Right.
nay, it's going to them.
I have no problem making that,
You go right
motion.
ahead.
DA 202-40170, Seagate Red Coconut Development. I recommend approval and forward it on to the council for consideration.
With the
You're
proposed,
with,
Well, yeah, proposed adjustments we made to the.
You want
development
reasons specific, you said though, right?
for denial.
Or is that only for
For denial.
denial?
only for denial,
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah.
with those modifications,
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Anybody have discussion? Matt, I'm gonna vote no. And I'm gonna vote no, not because I don't wanna see you do something here, you know that. But I'm voting no because the elephant in the room doesn't sit with me. And I am hoping somehow between now and the time that you see them next week, maybe the elephant changes. You've alluded to that several times. I wanna see it. And not that I'm doubting you or your proposition, but, I don't, maybe for the same reason that I voted no on Estero Island Beach Club. I don't think that this notion has been vetted yet. So, maybe, that will happen next week.
And
We'll
can
see.
you define the elephant?
The elephant is item H, height.
Height and.
As a
and-
trade-off
And
for
it's
public.
As a
inconsistent.
trade-off to
Correct,
public
correct.
benefits.
Doug stated that as well,
Yes.
that the public benefit did not, was not substantial enough for me to say yes to the height,
Okay, very well said.
okay? So we'll ask everyone for your vote. Jim,
Aye.
your yes. John?
Aye.
Jim?
No,
Dawn?
No,
Jane?
Nope.
Oh, and I'm a no. The motion fails.
Okay, and so now we do have a denial, and I think I just want the record to clearly state the basis. Anita, you've said the reason for your denial vote.
So
Jane?
Dawn, what is your
Okay.
reason?
yeah, mine is similar and, again, not, trying to jab Matt because I think they did a great job, but, I think, again, we need to find balance. There needs to be some compromise. I thought we found that with Estero Island. Clearly we did not, but, so that's my, it's H, same one.
Okay, how about you, Jim?
I think we made substantial progress on the development agreement, but without clarification on the policy of public benefit and the trade-off for height, I don't think we have clear enough direction to approve it.
Jane?
Agreed on the height. I just feel that there's so many unknowns with the size of the units that could be adjusted to make this a minimus, more of a working better with the town in the size that would make the structure smaller. And, we're not counting the parking, so I feel it's an awful big ask. for the
Okay.
height.
Can I ask another question?
Mhm.
So sitting as the LPA, the basis for your denial, is it the collective view of those that have identified what their reasoning is? So it's not that Jane said this is the reason, or
Oh,
Anita
no, I
said.
think it is a collective view.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, I think it's collective.
yes, that the
And I
balance.
agree with what
the
Jane said
balance
as
of-
well. I mean, I just didn't say
Okay.
it as well.
I say
I
it's
just
collective.
wanted to clarify, so
Yes.
that when we represent what the LPA's position was, it's collective. these are the reasons.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question in this
Yes,
process?
because now this is over.
Okay, so, would it be the case that if council had given direction and this fell within that direction, that you would approve this? If council had given this direction.
Now it's an advisory opinion.
No, but I mean, that, to me, it's important to me to go to council with a reasonable thing. So if council had said that for this, we'll give this, would you give approval?
If that is something they could put on paper, but
But
I,
that's kind of where I'm going with it.
If this is my opinion, if the council established a policy that we could interpret, and this was consistent with that interpretation, that would affect how I would look at things, yes.
So,
I'm not gonna tell you what I
no,
vote.
and I agree with that. So, I mean, and again, I'm kind of parsing words here, but I want to make this as reasonable as possible, because I've heard no's, and I think some people are against the project because they're against the project. But I also have heard that we don't have enough information from council to make this decision, so it's a no for me.
No, I'm not saying that.
Some
I'm
people
tell-
are, though.
I'm not either.
I'm
I'm not.
and Dawn's not either. I'm telling you that, if I am to weigh public benefit, true public benefit, to the height consideration, it's not equal. It's not equal.
project.
In this
On this
project,
project,
on this
right.
project, it's not equal. I thought it might be equal, it's not equal, in my opinion. And, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to shirk anything off on the council. I think that there would be a tremendous benefit. I think I've said this to you before. There would be a tremendous benefit. You know, it's kind of both sides. One, there's a huge benefit that you're pushing the envelope and we're having this conversation. But there would also have been a tremendous benefit for the council and the LPA to have gotten together months ago and said, okay, we got a great email from somebody saying just this, you know, you give me this and you go up, you go up, you go up, or to have the even more literal discussion that Jim could probably lead, which is a black and white discussion of the economics and the economic reality that the island is going to face. And what he said is true. You know, look, here's the bottom line. We're not gonna be able to rebuild this community the way that maybe a lot of people would. We're just not going to be able to, period.
And I-
Now, do we accept that? Yes, no, and we move on.
I feel, since we're in the advisory conversation now, I felt it was important to validate, endorse, and stand for how much effort and investment that Seagate put in, working side by side with us, starting from the very first, what are we allowed to do? That doesn't feel right, so we're not gonna do that. That just doesn't feel, I know we can do it, but this is where I'd wanna live or be proud of. So my vote to support this is I would like this to be the kind of template that we ask our partners, whether they're developers or others, to sit down, go through, communicate, be completely transparent, and I think Matt has been to a fault. We've challenged some of the transparency on it. And I want to send a statement around that. This is the kind of cooperation we expect. We may not
Absolutely.
like
I
how
agree
the
with you,
balance
Jim.
came out, but I want to stand for, you send folks like this to us, to do business with us, we're going to be good to do business with. And I think turning them down for the just because is not the right step for us to do. And that's why I did what I did. I want to send that statement out to the development community and our partner community.
Yes.
Okay. Chair, is there a motion?
We had a motion and we discussed our motion, we voted on
Right,
the motion.
right.
And then you asked for clarifications.
Correct.
We're just now in the, talking
Yeah.
to Matt zone.
Right, but what is the next item on your
Oh,
agenda?
the next item
Okay,
on
remember,
the
administrative
agenda.
Oh,
But you know something else, Matt, I just wanna
Yeah.
say this.
Right, do we have a vote?
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
They
it
did
was
have
a
a vote.
roll call.
There was no second
There was no
motion.
second motion.
There was one motion and the motion failed,
I
4-2.
put the motion out.
Right, so what
Jim voted in
she's-
favor of the motion, John voted in
seconded.
favor of the motion.
Yep, and then
Dawn,
went down in flames.
yes.
Right. So now she's correct.
Well,
There
it
should
didn't really
be a
go down in
motion to-
flames, but
A motion to deny would be the next appropriate motion just
No,
because it didn't.
No, we don't need to make a motion to deny. The motion to approve
Didn't
stood.
pass.
And that's it. And I think it's also important that the council recognizes that throughout this whole, 5-hour conversation, we have expressed our appreciation to the developer. Because this is not adversarial in any way. This isn't a get out of town. This is not that.
So the recommendation to town council is,
The recommendation to the
Is-
motion was to
is not
send this on
approval.
with approval. Our recommendation is, because you asked us to elaborate on that, the reason 4 people voted no was because there was not adequate public benefit to warrant the height.
okay. All right.
That's that.
So do we have,
You go to
So
town
you have a
council?
recommendation that we'll take to council as she said,
Okay.
set forth.
Ultimately, they're going to make the decision, but they know why 4 of us said
No.
it doesn't balance.
So the recommendation is not approval.
So we don't have to have a recommendation to deny and then vote on that?
yeah, because
Yeah.
it's quasi judicial, I
Well,
just don't
I
wanna get
think
it
you
caught up in
do,
that.
but I'm not an attorney, so
Yeah,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
be quiet.
Typically, in a quasi judicial, yes, you would have that. You would have a motion to deny because the
I am
motion
going to make a
approve-
motion to deny the request, that was set before us in DA 202-4010170, based on inconsistency with the comprehensive plan.
But what was discussed previously was the lack of a public benefit.
The height, the height.
Right,
Height
okay.
makes it inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So,
Okay.
I'll restate my motion. Let me restate my motion. Gosh, I don't like this at all. The motion is to deny the Seagate request, DA 202-40170, because the public benefit did not compensate the request for height.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? My vote is yes. Jim, your vote?
Yes.
John?
Nay.
Don?
Yeah.
Yay.
Nay.
Okay. So now the motion carries 4-2.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
Thanks,
All right.
guys.
Yes, thank you very much. The next item is the administrative agenda, and we have Frankie, if he's still here with us.
Then we have historic preservation. Then we have historic preservation.
What did I do?
Today.
That's what Frankie's coming up for.
Yeah, do we have to?
Wait a minute,
Yes.
We gotta finish LPA first.
It's a different
It's a different
entity.
meeting altogether.
Okay?
You're gonna have
So
to
do we
take
need
a
to-
reset or adjourn one, let them reset,
and then
then we're
start
gonna
the
start
next
a
one.
second meeting.
Okay, well then, should we go ahead and finish the rest of this?
Yes, finish the
Okay,
rest of the
is there
agenda.
anything under the administrative agenda you want to talk about? No.
Nope.
No.
LPA members' items and reports. Jim?
I have 2. The first one is for Counselor Nancy. Can we discuss, is there a way to restrict applicants from being able to apply for LPA deviations, changes, et cetera, if they have magistrate-approved liens or fines outstanding prior to coming to the LPA?
So that would be basically on the intake process. As far as the sufficiency of their application, I would defer to staff as far as what our past practices.
Let me give you
were.
my concept, and then you can add it to your response. We have this process set up for people to come and ask for things that in all other ways are following the rules in our community. I don't think we should afford those that aren't and are currently not even satisfied their violations prior to, even if they're asking for some deviation to cure that violation, I don't think we ought to give them our airtime until they've done what the legal process has sanctioned them to do. Once that's cleared up, an easy thing to do you can come and ask a deviation as long as you're not continuing to violate that. I don't think that's fair to the integrity of the process of those that follow it.
So,
I asked that question about a year ago and was told that it was not, if it's not the same property, it was not enforceable. And that was specifically with some properties by Town
We had
Square.
different legal counsel
where-
back then.
Where there was outstanding liens and the property next door was a separate parcel but the same owner.
Yeah, I find that unacceptable, but I get a response.
That was the legal response that I got from council.
It wasn't you.
No, it
So
wasn't here.
if it's an issue of
an
someone,
outstanding, say, failure to pay a fine
Yeah.
from code enforcement.
Magistrate enforce, I'm not talking
Right.
about the ones that we
Right.
do, you know, parking, this is been through the process, and it's been legitimatized by the judge saying, you not only owe, this is what you owe, and if it isn't paid, we'll file the lien, and we have authorization to do that.
The only problem is that you may be precluding them from actually coming into compliance if they need to get an approval from you.
Well,
in
that
order
would be
to
on the same property. That, your
Yeah, I know.
associate
Uh-huh.
said on the same property,
Uh-huh.
we could do that. But if it wasn't the same property, even though it was common to same owner, that we could not do that. We could not prevent them.
Okay,
Now,
so
if there's a change in opinion, that's fine, but
I don't like giving legal opinions on the fly.
I understand.
Would you check that out? I'm just asking
I will
under
check it
LPA.
out, and thank you.
Yeah, okay, so
Okay.
that's a request for follow-up, and
Okay.
if we can get that put in place, I think that would feel good.
Okay.
At the second meeting, and I think Jim has something too, I talked at length about trying to put some, here you go, Jane. Take one and pass it. Trying to put some meat around the bones of public benefit, documentation of what it looks like, the categories, quantification, et cetera. I want to emphasize, this is one man's opinion. This is just a discussion document.
It looks very nice.
Well, my wife did the formatting. But it's one man's opinion, and it's a concept document to get the conversation started, so we have something to discuss, argue about, and
Right.
grow on, so.
Amy could, maybe, this was my response to that, maybe we could get copies of that. and-
We can study it, we can do whatever you wanna do, because I know you're just
It's
seeing it,
only a
I'll
point of
walk through it, or let
conversation.
you read it, and we can get another meeting. But I wanna get something down, I've got some rationale around what I'm doing here, and a process improvement also. So whatever you wanna do at this point, Madam Chair, I will be glad to engage, or we can use it for study and come back.
Did you want to say something, Sarah?
we had about 3 meetings about public benefit during the comprehensive plan. We brought in multiple examples of what public benefit could look like, how you could measure it, what the trade-offs would be, if we wanted to quantify it, if you could categorize things. We did it multiple times, and at the end of the day, nobody wanted to really decide what it was. So I just want to put it out there that staff agrees this needs to be done, but you guys are really going to have to take the bull by the horns on
Yes.
this one if you
Yes.
Got
can,
it.
because
You know what, Sarah,
we
could you?
need these answers.
Yes, could you, we do. Could you bring us back a consensus, a consolidated thing of what we had looked at in the past?
I will look through my notes and see what I can
Thank you,
figure
that
out.
would be great.
So
Because-
maybe, you want me to briefly just touch on
Sure,
the approach I took?
please.
Because I eliminated substantially staff's involvement in this determination. You know my bias around that when it came before. So I tried to start, as I do
Thank you,
most
Amy.
things in this way, with guiding principles. So staff ought to be able to look at, does this in concept meet any or all the guiding principles? If it doesn't, then these are proffers I'm putting out. I think we ought to shut it down right then, because no matter what else you're offering, it didn't fit the guiding principles under which a public benefit should even be considered in our community. So you see them there. I don't think any of them are very controversial, and they may not be complete. I went on from there to create categories, natural convergence points of what type of public benefit could be constructed, and therefore we could at least call it something so we consistently look at those applications. Then, again, I'm not gonna go through all this. Then I said, all right, so how important, big, and of what magnitude is it? So I tiered them. And I put, now that we know that the guiding principles were met, and it fits one of the categories that we think we wanna have focused on, how big of a deal is it? Tier one are the basic things where they're asking for some deviations or something, and it doesn't imply a lot of giveaway, but there is public benefit, and we ought to give them the chance to be proud of that and represent that. There is no tier two without you meeting the categories of tier one. So tier two is the very substantial and accelerated and enhanced public benefits that are meaningful in commitment, duration, financial impact, and ultimately the trade-off that we're trying to do for the variance they're asking for. That's why, and I picked examples in here, and I know once this gets out, these examples are gonna become more permanent than I mean them to be. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I only want them to start a conversation, but to have something by which we can argue about in two, instead of the air that's around this right now. Two last things. The process recommendation further identifies where I think staff should stay out, and I mean that in the kindest and endorsing way. And then Jim and I have had this conversation about restaurants, and so I went further into my restaurant validation on when it should apply as a public benefit and when it doesn't. And I'll leave the rest of it.
You mean that theoretically, of course.
I do, of course,
Oh,
yeah.
good.
So I'll leave you with that, study it, do what you want. It's just, I tried to get the conversation started.
No, we talked about it in an open meeting.
Yeah.
That's right.
What?
We did.
About restaurant.
Jim and I
yes, we
had, Jim and I had a great
exactly.
conversation
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
In an open meeting.
So I leave it for your digestion and your purposes, Madam Chair.
Well, I think this is fantastic, and, okay,
Here's the-
Jim, you like capital letters in your handwriting.
He's yelling
and
at us.
he likes capital letters, his handwriting is all caps. So Jim, do you have anything you wanna outline about
No,
yours? It's
It's
just,
just to start a conversation, and maybe it
don't
starts
shoot the
with the
messenger.
council, but somehow, obviously after today, we need to focus in on.
Oh, God, I tell you what.
I love your
Yes.
last one. It's the most important. Don't
Yes.
shoot the messenger.
Yes. Okay, so, let's, all right. Jane, anything?
No.
Oh,
No.
Jim, anything?
No,
John?
I'm good, thank you.
Don, you have anything?
No, thank you.
Okay, community development items, anything?
I am curious how so I found the memo, it was actually November 9th of last year that we did the meeting, the second meeting on public benefits. So, do you guys want to sorta,
Will you send that
yeah,
out
give
to us?
us a copy of what
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
have.
can
Send
do
that
that.
out to us, cause what I'd like to do is say, on the next item, which is what's on our next month agenda,
A meeting.
what is on our next month agenda? Do you know?
Neptune, Pink Shell,
Oh, it's gonna be
a
another
special
short
exception,
It's gonna take more than crackers.
maybe 2 special exceptions. I
What's
feel
the date
like
of that?
there's, the 12th,
November 12th?
yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so, what would you all think about having another, a mini session on just public benefit? So we take it out of, cause you know, by the time we get to this point, it's like everybody but Dunlap over here is tired. He's still ready to go.
And I don't mind having that meeting. I guess I would suggest and ask our attorney if we're able to take agenda items like this and make formal recommendations to the council for
Yes, we
consideration
are
and
able-
adoption.
We are able to do that because of our
And
ordinance.
that's what if that's the baseline for the reason for the meeting, I'd love to have it.
So that's the role. The role of
Great.
the LPA is not only to do consistency reviews, but also other items.
To advise on policy.
Correct.
Yes, so we
As
could.
far as I'm concerned, you can schedule that tomorrow morning. I'm
Okay.
ready to get on with this.
Okay, so we'll have, Amy, maybe you could circle something about an additional date that we could discuss. Just discuss public
The
benefit.
next meeting,
No, before the
No.
next meeting.
Before the 12th.
pick a day.
Okay,
Can we have it, yeah, like next week or something?
next week.
Next
Let's
week.
look. Okay, look at your calendars.
We have a lot of.
I'd like to be able to physically be there
Well,
for once.
so would we.
It'd be nice to meet you, Don.
Yeah, no kidding.
Next week.
Monday's a council day.
Yeah,
Monday's a council day. What about Tuesday or Wednesday?
which is the review of the item that you had today. It is on the agenda on the 28th.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Yes.
Either day's fine with us.
What do you think, what do you all think about next Tuesday?
I've got to be,
Tuesday would be good.
Tuesday works for me.
Can't do it Wednesday.
I gotta be out of here by noon.
That should be plenty of time.
Don's asking for Wednesday.
Don, you're asking for Wednesday?
No, Tuesday's good.
Tuesday's good.
Oh,
Is Tuesday good with
okay.
you?
Yeah.
How about you, John?
Yep.
Okay, so let's say Tuesday, 9 to 12. Done.
I will not be
Well, what the hell, Sarah?
Oh, okay.
I'll watch the video, I'll watch the video. Will you be here, Judith?
I have to make arrangements, but I have to check. I'm still, the next couple weeks are pretty bad.
Amy will be here. Let's do it next Tuesday.
Just because we've had so many meetings.
Okay, let's do it next Tuesday. Do you
The
feel
29th.
okay with that? Yes, okay. Next Tuesday, good.
And it's
Okay.
to discuss public benefit.
Yep, that's
That's
it.
the one and
we're
only
gonna
item.
meet from 9 to 12. We'll be finished by 12. That's our parameter.
So we don't have to advertise or do any craziness
Nope,
like that.
that's it.
Great.
Well,
Okay.
you advertise that you're having a meeting
Sure.
in
Okay.
public, but not.
So now could I have a motion, please, to adjourn the LPA? And then we
So
will.
moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion, any objection? Our meeting stands adjourned at 2:17, but we are going to re-adjourn as the historic board for the town of Fort Myers Beach.